Hello and greetings to all from the Construction Industry Development Council and the Indian Society for Trenchless Technology. I am Praveen Tiwari, and on behalf of Construction Industry Development Council and the Indian Society for Trenchless Technology, I welcome all to the India Construction Week 2020, the digital conference. The theme of the conference is Reviving Construction Industry in Post-COVID World. This is jointly organized by Construction Industry Development Council and the Indian Society for Trenchless Technology. India Construction Week 2020 is a multi-stream event planned to have several integral events ranging from conferences, live shows, interactive exhibitions, live visits to projects or production facilities of exhibitors, technical training programs, release of guidelines and technical publications, and launch of training portal to meet the training and education needs for fast revival of the industry. This event has received tremendous support and participations from individuals and organizations from all walks of life across the globe. The sequence of the inaugural session of this event will be: first, we will begin with the customary lighting of the lamp, followed by welcome addresses by eminent people. We'll first have the welcome address by Dr. P.S. Rana, Chairman of Construction Industry Development Council, followed by address by Dr. B.D. Mundra, former CMD Simplex Infrastructures Limited. Then we'll have address by Dr. Uddesh Kohli, Chairman Emeritus Construction Industry Development Council. We will then have messages. The first message we have from Honorable Governor of Odisha, Professor Ganeshi Lal. We'll then have message by Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, Dr. Pramod Sawant, followed by message by Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, Mr. Naveen Patnaik. Then we'll have message by Shri Pratap Jena, Minister Panchayati Raj and Drinking Water, Law, Housing and Urban Development, Odisha. Then we'll have inaugural address by Mr. Anil Kumar Chaudhary, Chairman Steel Authority of India Limited, followed by inaugural address by Mr. S.K. Chaudhary, CMD IRCON. We'll then have inaugural address by Dr. Mohammad Najafi, Director Curie and Professor, University of Texas at Arlington, USA. We'll then have trenchless keynote address by Dr. Tom Isley, Professor of Engineering Practice, Beavers, Heavy Construction Distinguished Fellow, CE and Management, Purdue University, USA. We will then have the address by the chief guest of the event, Dr. Rajiv Kumar, Vice Chairman, Niti Aayog. We'll then have the digital release of publications, and finally the vote of thanks by Director General of Construction Industry Development Council, Dr. P.R. Swaroop.
Arogyam Dhanasampada Shubham Kurutvam Kalyanam Arogyam Dhanasampada.
Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all for the India Construction Week 2020. The construction industry across the world has borne extreme losses due to the onslaught of COVID pandemic. So much so that the pain and scars inflicted upon the industry due to damages and losses will haunt its stakeholders for a long time to come. Even today, the pandemic is far from being over, and the damages and losses are continuing unabated. The green shoots are, however, visible as the industry operations have started under the shadow of the pandemic. To heal and revive the construction industry, what we need are collaborative and joint actions by all the constituents. These, irrespective of the presence of pandemic, will hasten the industry recovery, bringing our industry back to its pre-COVID status as quickly as possible. Among various unprecedented situations faced by the infrastructure construction sector due to COVID-19 pandemic, financing of new projects, bank guarantees, limits and liquidity etc. of the
Very good morning to all participants, delegates, speakers, exhibitors, ladies and gentlemen. I believe you are all keeping safe and healthy. Moving on with life with changed perspective due to ongoing pandemic. As we know, this is worst crisis faced by our generation, and the crisis is global. The ill effect of pandemic severely affected the health monitoring system and derailed the economy of almost every nation. Unlike some other key sectors impacted, such as manufacturing and retail, construction sector employs workforce that is deployed in concentrated circles and in and around project sites. With relatively low level of automation, there is high degree of dependency on physical presence of both skilled and unskilled workers. Speed and scale of recovery will be critical to overall economy. India's goal of becoming $5 trillion economy rests on completion of critical infrastructures under National Infrastructure Development Plan. It is critical to revival of the economy as Indian construction sector employs over 49 million people, close to 12% of nation's working population, and real estate construction itself is one of the largest employment generators and has multiplier effect on around 250 allied industries. COVID-19 impact across the economy is sudden and widespread. But this presents an unprecedented opportunity for us to respond and reset some of the baselines in the construction sector in India. People around the globe are brainstorming about how to handle the current ongoing situation and evolve new ways to live and sustain the economic and health of people. In this context, in India, CIDC has been deliberating on issues related to COVID-19 and decided to organize a multifaceted conference and exhibition. The role of construction industry is paramount in Indian economy, and therefore, the broad objective of the conference exhibition has been named as revival of construction industry post-COVID-19. Interesting, during this conference, there are multiple tracks for separate deliberations on importance of subsectors of construction. One amongst these is a skilling initiative in India. In order to call out topics for discussion, a national level steering committee has been constituted, and same is chaired by me along with 18 eminent experts and construction industry and the skilling sectors. Based on deliberations during the steering committee, following issues have been picked up as topics for deliberation during conference, and relevant experts have been identified for each of these topics. Now you are going to witness some of the finest experts deliberating on these topics. 1. How the skilling and training could be imparted online, and how much of the total content can be covered online, and how the remaining portion will be covered with maintaining COVID guidelines and social distancing and others. The contents and online delivery would be very different, and that would need to be modified. The framework.
My compliments to the Construction Industry Development Council for organizing this mega event, Construction Week, during its 25th year of existence. CIDC was established in March 1996 jointly by the erstwhile Planning Commission, now succeeded by Niti Aayog, and the construction industry, and it will be celebrating the Silver Jubilee in March 2021. I'm grateful to Dr. Rajiv Kumar, Vice Chairman Niti Aayog, for his video message on this occasion. I also thank other dignitaries for their encouraging messages. As all are aware, in the last few years, the health of construction sector has been quite poor, and it has further deteriorated manifold due to onslaught of COVID pandemic. Construction industry further impacts around 250 associated industries. The losses are expected to be much more than it appears as of now. Economic growth in the country can be accelerated mainly by the healthy revival of the construction infrastructure sectors. Therefore, under the changed circumstances, both government and corporate sector need to review and set specific targets for the revival process. These issues and other topical issues shall be taken up during the course of the India
Dear friends, Namaskar. As you all know, the impact of COVID-19 on the infrastructure and construction sector in the entire world has been quite extensive and damaging. The restrictions imposed to control the spread of the virus have prevented work on projects, adversely impacted supply chains, plant, equipment, materials and manpower. Due to this, delays and disruption in completion of projects are inevitable with associated losses, costs and expenses. However, in India, the green shoots are now clearly visible as the industry operations have started under the shadow of pandemic. To revive the construction industry, what we need are collaborative and joint actions by constituents. These, irrespective of the presence of pandemic, will accelerate the industry recovery process and bringing the construction industry back to pre-COVID status as quickly as possible. It is pleasure indeed to learn that Construction Industry Development Council, jointly with the Indian Society for Trenchless Technology, is organizing India Construction Week 2020 on online international conference and exhibition from 1st to 5th December 2020 on the theme Reviving Construction Industry in Post-COVID World. During this 5-day long event, several parallel events like conferences, live shows, exhibitions, technical training programs, etc. shall be conducted, where important issues relating to construction shall be discussed, and create or rejuvenate networks of all stakeholders to meet the challenges in the post-COVID world. Construction is one of the most important steel-using industries, accounting for more than 50% of the world steel demand and 67% of Indian steel consumption. Steel-intensive construction offers several inherent advantages over conventional construction methods like lower life cycle cost, reduced construction time, enhanced environmental sustainability, and reduced air pollution, more durable and safer buildings, roads and bridges, higher aesthetic appeal, design flexibility, higher carpet area without a significant rise in upfront cost, etc. These benefits shall prove to be a game changer in the growth of Indian construction industry towards building a modern India in the post-COVID era. There is an immense opportunity for construction industry due to rising demand of infrastructure in both urban and rural India, and Indian steel industry is fully geared up to meet all such demands through indigenous capacities. Indian steel industry has always supported sustainable development through use of advanced technologies and has been promoting widespread research in these areas. Widespread use of high-end steels in construction is likely to provide better and safe structures, as research has shown. I wish the India Construction Week 2020 all the very best, and I look forward to the recommendations that will emerge from the deliberations in various planned events. Thank you and wish you a very, very happy and prosperous Deepavali. Jai Hind.
The onslaught of pandemic has been felt far and wide, and as we grapple with solutions to resurrect economies worldwide, my heart goes out to all those who have suffered emotionally, physically, and economically during this period. As they say, time heals everything, and we have to move on. 9 months hence, it was a dismal picture that had emerged with little hope and lot of despair. When the going gets tough, the tough gets going. Innumerable instances in the history have proved that humans as a race show great resilience when faced with adversity. This has been amply demonstrated during this pandemic as well. When all but hope seemed lost, mankind has again risen like the phoenix and fought bravely. Today, as we stand at the cusp of a successful vaccine that will help take this fight to the next level, we, the Indian construction industry, stand united to do our best and adopt technologies and best practices that will help us build a better tomorrow. I am happy to be part of forthcoming flagship CIDC event, online international conference and exhibition, India Construction Week 2020, reviving construction industry in post-COVID world. Such events are the need of the hour and provide all stakeholders a platform to collaborate and share views and ideas to make the construction industry a more vibrant place. IRCON is happy to be one of the principal sponsors of this event, and we are ever committed to promoting the best practices in both external and internal environments that will help in furthering the cause of future construction. During the pandemic, many of our sites have kept working, and we have been working on the planning aspects of many upcoming projects. We have been fortunate that despite the challenges, our team at IRCON has stood rock solid and delivered during the pandemic. Coming back to the event, I am impressed with the vast array intellectual capital on display and the sheer spectrum of this event. I congratulate the organizers for including skilling as one of these in the event and strongly advocate the need for deployment of professional engineers and trained, tested and certified construction workers on project sites. The CPTPP clause 19K GCC is forward-looking clause which advocates this practice, and we at IRCON would also endorse it through our tender documents. I understand a large number of participants from India and abroad from a wide spectrum, including government agencies, project authorities, construction companies, consultants, vendors, and suppliers of goods and services, members of academia, are joining this platform to discuss the way ahead for revival of construction industry post-COVID. I urge all of you to actively participate in this event and make it a grand success. Wishing all of you a very engrossing time at India Construction Week 2020. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Viewers, as mentioned earlier, now I will read the message from Dr. Pramod Sawant. the Honorable Chief Minister Goa. Honorable CM says, we are happy to note that CIDC along with the Indian Society for Trenchless Technology are initiating activities to revive the construction industry in post-COVID world. It is also noted that the CIDC is affiliated to Niti Aayog and supported by Vibrant Goa. Your initiative to revive construction industry, which is one of the wheels of economy with special reference to state of Goa as the front-running state, is appreciated. We are pleased to inform you that the government of Goa in principle accepts your request to partner with this important event. That's the message from Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, and we thank him for the support extended to us. We also have a message from Professor Ganeshi Lal, Governor of Odisha, and I will recite his message to you all. Honorable Governor says, I am glad to know that Construction Industry Development Council, jointly with Indian Society for Trenchless Technology and supported by associate organizations, is organizing the India Construction Week 2020, an online international conference and exhibition from 1st to 5th of December 2020. The global pandemic COVID-19 has impacted life and livelihood massively, and the world will not be as before. The scars will be visible everywhere for years to come. But the man who is invincible and will conquer over the pandemic will evolve ways and means to accelerate the onward civilizational journey. The construction industry drives the visible development around us, and the pandemic has incurred great damages which have affected life and livelihood of millions. The industry needs to charter new path in post-COVID scenario with new narratives, as the government has been very cooperative with innovative and positive actions. I hope the deliberations will be extremely useful and will be beneficial to all the stakeholders. I wish the program all success. That's the positive and encouraging message from Honorable Governor.
Hello and welcome to all of you distinguished guests of Nordic Show India 2020. My name is Muhammad Najafi and I'm a professor at the University of Texas at Arlington. We are located near Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. And also I am director of the Center for Underground Infrastructure Research and Education, abbreviated as CURI, at UT Arlington. I would like to thank Dr. Nirajan Sarup for his invitation to present this welcome presentation today. And I'm honored and humbled by this invitation to welcome you to this Nordic India show. I was there in 2018, and unfortunately, due to pandemic, I was not able to join you in person this year. So I would like to take a few minutes to discuss and inform you about some of our activities. At UT Arlington, we are offering master's and PhD programs in construction engineering and construction management. We always welcome students from India, and currently more than 90% of our graduate students are from India. And we have recently waived the GRE and TOEFL requirements for admissions. Regarding our courses and programs and admission, you can refer to our website at www.uta.edu and search for graduate admissions. If you have any specific questions regarding our graduate programs or even undergraduate programs, you can always contact me at Curie, Cuire, at uta.edu, and always you can talk or email Dr. Sarup, and we actually have Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, with Indian Society for Trenchless Technology and also the Construction Industry Development Council, CIDC, that we collaborate in different educational and research programs. Regarding the research programs, we have collaborated with INDSTT in several projects. One of the projects that we worked on was NIPCO, and they had the penstock issues that we look at different technologies to fix the problems with the leakage of the penstock. And actually, we provided the bid documents for them to advertise, to execute the projects with the contractors. We are connected to almost every and all of the service providers in trenchless technology, that we are connected and can provide service in India as contractors, and we actually have worked in several other countries such as Brazil, Saudi Arabia, Colombia, and some of the European countries. So we joint venture together with Indian Society for Trenchless Technology to come up with solutions for pipeline issues and rehabilitation of old pipelines and deteriorated pipelines. Talking about trenchless technologies, we actually teach trenchless technology as a course at UT Arlington. So students are able to take 1 or 2 classes in trenchless technology, and we talk about different methods such as CIPP, slip lining, pipe bursting, and closed fit lining, modified slip lining, and deform and reform pipes. So the students become familiar with these technologies, and they can find jobs in US because there is a big demand regarding the trenchless technology and renewal of old pipelines and installation of new ones. And as well as going back to India, there are good applications in India and other countries. At Curie, we also develop workshops. We offer workshops every year in different methods of trenchless technology, such as pipeline renewal and microtunneling and pipe jacking, auger boring, pipe bursting, and CIPP, horizontal directional drilling, and even geotechnical aspects of the trenchless technology. And most of our students attend these workshops free of charge, and they get latest development and knowledge about these technologies from people who work in practice. So I would like to summarize our activities in educational aspects. We offer courses and offer workshops. We have a program in trenchless technology. And as far as the research, we collaborate with Indian Society for Trenchless Technology, to work in different projects, do engineering analysis, and providing specifications for the contractors to work on these projects, such as what we did for NIPCO. With that, I would like to wish all of you a successful conference. There are a lot of excellent presentations by distinguished speakers, and also there are exhibitors. So it's a good learning process for everyone. And I would like for all of you to enjoy the conference and virtually visit the presentations and the exhibitors. And again, feel free to contact me or Dr. Sarop for any questions regarding our collaborations and educational research and outreach programs that we provide together. And due to pandemic, I would like to wish you all to be safe and healthy, you and your families. And thank you again. I'm honored by this opportunity to present this welcome presentation, and look forward to see you next year in India or host you in USA at UT Arlington. Thank you.
Greetings. I appreciate this opportunity to bring you greetings from Purdue University in Indiana, USA. It's great to be part of the No Dig India show this year. And my name is Tom Isley. I'm a professor of engineering practice here at Purdue. I'm also the Beavers Heavy Construction Distinguished Fellow, which is Beavers is an organization that's made up of the largest heavy civil construction companies, and so it's an honor to have been selected to represent them at Purdue University. I also represent the board of directors of the Barrett Asset Management Institute, and also a pleasure to be part of the Xi'an Jiutong University in Xi'an, China. I will be talking to you today about the major milestones or developments in the trenchless industry. In other words, the major events over time that have really got us to where we are. When we look at the trenchless industry today, it's an industry with a lot of depth and a lot of breadth, because when we look at methods to install new systems, construction methods, or to renew the existing systems, there's just a large family of technologies that allow us to do that. And we are able to do it safely and also cost effectively. A lot of that has to do because of the ingeniousness of the individuals that make up our industry. And so I will mention several of them through my presentation. I'm not going to be able to talk about all these methods here, but I would like to say that in each one of these categories, we just see a continuous effort of innovation, development, expanding the envelope of the things that we can do with these different technical solutions. So it's been an honor to have been a part of this industry for the past 35 years or so. It was an honor for me to be part of 5 individuals that had the vision to establish the North American Society of Trenchless Technology in 1991, and to be a part of getting it kicked off and established in North America. So the technologies that I will be talking about that I refer to as breakthrough technologies that really allowed us to move to the next dimension of trenchless technology are these here: directional drilling, and then the mid-sized directional drilling, and location equipment, pipe bursting, and it's not just the technical solutions, but it also involves the ability to get the word out, get the message out, to increase the awareness, and that involves the media organizations that make up our industry, and then then organizations that have come together and expanded and covered trenches technology. And we'll see about the in situ form technology, the CIPP, how they brought the technology into existence. And also I want to mention and reference the subsurface utility engineering and pipeline condition assessment and micro tunneling. So those are the major categories that I want to mention. In doing that, I'll start out here with the horizontal directional drilling, and the real pioneer there back in the 60s and 70s was an individual by the name of Martin Sherrington, who was the first one to develop the capability of being able to surface launch, penetrate the ground, go down, navigate under some obstacle or feature, and then come back up. In this case, it happened to be a river in California. And so Martin was a road boring contractor, and he used slurry drilling to do that. At that time, we didn't have the ability to track and steer the steering head, but he was able to make that happen. And then what that did was give birth to a whole new industry. He's from California, but after he did that first launch, then the oil and gas industry heard about it, invited him to come to Louisiana and help develop that capability. And it's amazing to see how that's developed to the point where we've got drives now that exceed 2.5 miles. And so that's certainly a major breakthrough. And we've got to hand it to the innovator that really launched that technology back in the late 1971. But then we had a similar type technology, mini horizontal directional drilling, that evolved from a totally different birthplace, and that had to do with research work. It came out of the EPRI, Electrical Power Research Institute, and they teamed with some industry people and was able to develop a smaller size, what often referred to as MIDI and sometimes mini horizontal directional drilling. And there we have to give credit to the company Flow Mode that doesn't exist anymore, but they were the first ones that really commercialized the technology out of that research program from EPRI. And then following them came the Ditchwich technology and Vermeer, and there were several other firms that were involved in developing that technology back in that time frame. And so we see that segment of the industry grew rapidly. We started seeing in the neighborhood of over 2,000 rigs sold per year, and the number of contractors grew from 0 to over 6,000 in the early 90s. So it was exciting to see that kind of development take place. Now, it's about everywhere you go, you see these rigs doing their thing, and it's kind of common practice now. But back then, it was new technology, innovations that took place. Along with that came the guidance systems, being able to track where the end of that drill stem was located and being able to steer it. And so one of the companies that really was a pioneer came out of the flow mode technology and became an independent company called Digital Controls, and that group, and they're still doing great work. But I remember early in the early 1900s working with John Mercer as he was developing that capability. So that technology has really allowed us to advance in the industry. Pipe bursting came out of the UK, and British Gas was the inventor and primarily developed for cast iron pipe, gas pipe, but eventually rapidly merged over into doing water lines and eventually came to the United States. And some of the major players there was Jim Hopwood, who came from British Gas, but once it came into the United States, we had people like Chris Brayler and Collins Orton and Dave Holcomb that really advanced the industry. And advancing the industry took more than just having a great technology. It took being able to educate and increase the awareness and being involved in the industry and bringing confidence to the technology and standing behind the technology. In addition to the technical solutions that we've just talked about, we saw that it was very important for the industry to get their word out, to increase the awareness. And so we saw the Trenches Technology magazine come into play in 1992, and today over 38,000 subscribers get that magazine monthly. And also there's a family of magazines that's part of that publishing company. But we don't want to minimize the importance of publications, because again, that's how owners, that's how engineers and others, contractors learn about the ability of our technology. And then other magazines, the Underground Construction magazine has been a strong supporter of the trenches industry, the movement. And so, when you start looking at how their subscription has increased from 1992, about 20,000 to today over 45,000, and the conferences that they conduct, been a major factor and a major milestone in the advancement of our industry. Let's take a quick look at some of the things that's happened as far as the organizations. So we saw that in 1985, that's when we had the first No-Dig conference in London, and that was a major successful event. I was not able to go to it, but I was able to get the proceedings, and the proceedings of that conference was really what inspired my career to focus on trenches technology, no-dig solutions. But out of that 1985 conference, we saw enthusiasm start to build, momentum start to be generated, and just the next year, the formation of ISTT, the International Society, was established. Many things started happening after that. Many national chapters started being established. I was involved with the establishment of the Trenches Technology Center at Louisiana Tech. Went to Louisiana Tech in 1988, established the center along with the head of civil in 1989. And so that was one of the first things that really took place in North America. And I was part of 5 that's established the NASDT in 1991. 1992, the magazine was established, and then on that timeline, we started seeing NASDT sponsor the development of regional chapters and also student chapters. And one of the things that felt like was very important is that all of our problems, our challenges are local. So it's very important to have resources, not just at the national level, but also regionally to continue to support the industry. So we saw the Midwest chapter established in 1997, the Southeast chapter in 2000, and now there's quite a few chapters. So that's been a major development, about eight chapters, maybe more now. Also, we saw other research centers being established. One at the University of Texas in Arlington was originally started at Michigan State, relocated to UTA in 2006. So that was a major milestone in the industry. And also around that time, probably a little bit earlier, we saw that the research center in Waterloo, University of Waterloo, be established, called CATT, C-A-T-T, Center for Advancement of Trenches Technology, another research center. And the Mid-Atlantic chapter was established in 2004, and then in 2003, was involved with the establishment of the Baird Asset Management Institute. And some people say, well, what does that really have to do with trenches technology? Well, it has a lot to do, because what we've got to be concerned about is making sure that the utilities are being managed properly from the standpoint of making sure that our assets are being the life of the assets being extended. So that gets into trenches solutions, the rehabilitation and so forth, condition assessment, being able to locate the asset. So all of that ties together. I've often said you can have the best pipeline condition assessment technology in the world and the best technical solutions in the world, but if you don't have that tied into some type of comprehensive asset management program, then you still may not be making the best decision for what needs to be done for that particular problem. So Security in place is certainly not new. It's one of the real exciting things that took place in our industry, because it was just a major breakthrough in technology. And I always want to give Eric Wood credit for the vision that he had and the ingeniousness that he had in order to create this solution. And it grew rapidly. Amazing to see how this company has been started and also managed and has grown worldwide. So it came into the United States in the late 70s, went public around the 1980. They had a lot of major utilities that worked with them, WSSC, St. Louis, and I had major visionary people like Jerry Kalishman that really saw the potential for how to grow the companies and so forth. And now Aegeon is the parent company. They own a number of companies, and they're probably in the neighborhood of about a $1.3 billion operation now. And but what have we seen recently? We've seen that technology emerge from just using heat and steam, hot water and steam in order to do the curing, to now we see major advancements taking place in the light curing. The United States has been probably behind the curve a little bit on adopting this technology, but the acceptance and the organization is growing rapidly. So just less than 2 years ago, working with the Trenches Technology Center and working with industry, we were able to establish the International Light Curing Technology Association. The whole point here is to bring together the industry representatives in every aspect so that they can work together. And the whole point is to try to improve the design, the installation, the operation through the creation of partnerships among the utilities, the owners, the researchers, designers, contractors, and the industry itself. The whole idea is to make sure that we have a uniform program that can provide successful projects. And in doing that, we need to bring together the industry. And a lot of these industry players are competitors, but we want to make sure that they realize that if they don't work together, that the industry may never really achieve its potential. So there's a lot of benefits for working together. So this is how that organization looks today. So it's the International Light Curing Technology Association. We have an executive committee. I've been fortunate to serve on that. We have under that, in the organization, 4 major thrust areas or committees. One that deals with specs and the different type and testing programs and standard development and training and certification. And all of this has been achieved in less than 2 years, but there's a lot of activity that's going on and a very committed and dedicated group of people, professionals that's steering this. I want to move now to another area called subsurface utility engineering. And this is another area that we've seen develop. It involves a location of utilities and depiction of utilities. Mapping basically is what we're talking about. And we've seen that evolve from, say, witchcraft and guessing to using witching rods to utilizing different types of locating equipment to utilizing echo systems and ground penetrating radar, and most recently we've seen major efforts being put into utilizing multi-sensory systems of various types. So it's just another example of how segments of our industry has grown. The one thing that we realize is that our industry must be focused on successful projects. And a successful project requires us to take a utility engineering approach. In other words, we've got to make sure that we understand the risk and how to identify the risk and manage the risk. And a lot of the risk has to do with trying to know what's underground, whether it's utilities or whether it's the geotechnical, geology. We must be able to have make sure that that's part of being able to design the projects properly and construct the project safely and successfully. So we've seen these techniques, the geophysical technologies become a very big part of our industry. We've seen how the ASCE has developed the standards with the committee on the standard guidelines for the collection and depiction of existing data, working with the Institute, ASCE's Institute, the Utility Engineering and Surveying Institute, PTC, and now BAMI is a partner. Purdue is a partner in this, and BAMI is a partner in this. We've got the organizations working together to really provide to the industry good training. This is a 5-day school that's been taught 7 times. We will have the 8th one in February at Louisiana Tech University at the Country Technology Center. And what we're really doing here, if you can imagine, really spending a week just learning how to understand the risk that's associated with these underground utilities. You know, we have an organization in the United States called the Common Ground Alliance. And we're informed that about 70% of the construction projects are delayed and have cost overrun because of issues related to utilities. We also know that we have over 500,000 incidents that happens with hits, and some of them are major events, but there's over 500,000 hits per year on the utilities. So this is a big deal, and it takes all of us working together. So in this particular area, we work with Hong Kong Polytechnic University. They have a strong program in utilizing geophysics to locate underground utilities. So it's a global issue and challenge. So this standard is ASC 3802, and if you are not familiar with it, I'd like for you to take time to learn about it. And it's not new; it's been published since 2002, and it's being updated this year, 2021. But it really gets into establishing the standard of practice on how to locate underground utilities, how to deal with the risk that's associated with underground utilities. And so, again, real leaders in this industry are the University of Birmingham in the UK, and also Hong Kong Polytechnic University. So these are major developments in our industry. This is few pictures of some work that that's taking place in Hong Kong. It's developing certification programs for location of underground utilities. This is actually in a lab at the Hong Kong Polytechnic University. And these are some of the external evaluators as part of that program. A couple from the UK and myself and some of the developers in Hong Kong. So this is a great program. Another part of our industry that's important in trying to make sure we have successful projects, of course, is the rapidly expanding area of pipeline condition assessment. And one of the real leaders in this area was an individual by the name of Norm Cerna. He got started in working with St. Louis in 1956 and was president of NASCO, the National Association of Sewer Service Companies, in 1991 and 1992. And while he was president of NASCO, he was also one of 5 of us that got together and saw that there was a real need to establish some leadership with trenches technology. So he was one of 5 that would work together in establishing NASTT. But we saw individuals like Norm become real leaders in the industry. We had companies like Q's that really jumped in and started advancing the equipment, and then Red Zone Robotics. So we've had some real I think, innovative, creative companies that have jumped in and really helped advance our industry. And one of the technologies that I had a chance to work with, this is an area that I realized back in the mid-90s that there was a real need to look at some different ways of collecting data and mapping. So I was involved in working with a couple of Japanese companies in developing what became the sewer scanner and evaluation technology, which really was the first technology to take the pipe and scan the inside of it and lay it out flat. We also had built into the system a gyroscope and inclinometer for position determination. And the 13 cities you see mentioned over here were all part of beginning in about 1997, 8, and 1999, were all part of a 13-city North American group that came together to evaluate this technology. We did 10,000 feet in each one of these towns, and then they came together to help us to know how to advance the technology to the next phase to become a commercial system. And so that was all done under ASCE. At that time, they had a Civil Engineering Research Foundation, and so this program was done through that. Also, we see that technology continue to advance. This is a technology out of China that utilizes a 3D imaging technology. So what you see here is the results of a high definition CCTV system that's gone through the pipe, collected the data, and now we can come back through and use the 3D imaging to stop and measure and pan and tilt. We didn't have to pan and tilt when we collected the data. We just collected data, digital data, but now we can come in and pan and tilt, measure things accurately, and be able to code the defects and determine the severity. This particular work here was validation work that we were doing at the Trenches Technology Center at Louisiana Tech. And our job there was to evaluate the technology and make sure that it can do what it claimed to do. And basically, what we really were doing is determining how accurate these measurements are. And so we were very pleased with the results. The other thing that we see taking place, and this is another work of validation work that we were doing at the Trenches Technology Center, and this is using specialized drones to go inside pipe and do condition assessment. And so we were able to do this work that was above ground just to see how it maneuvers within small diameter pipe, 24-inch pipe. In this particular case, it will actually fit into an 18-inch pipe, but it was really tight because the outside diameter is 16 inches. But once we got into the 24-inch pipe, we were able to maneuver and get really good condition assessment data. The other thing that we were very excited to see develop in the U.S. was the microtunneling, even though it was a technology that originally developed in Japan, but it was migrated to the United States in 1985, and some major things started happening. Once that technology was introduced, it's actually a large diameter pipe, but in 1987, we started seeing the need for that capability, the microtunneling capability on smaller size pipe to put in typical wastewater systems. So we saw that technology really start to expand. We had in 1990, we had 3 companies that were here, ICW and Sotal, here in Connect, that were really helping to advance the microtunneling industry. Some major players, Alex Mickey, I had an opportunity to work with him in the late 80s, early 90s. He was the representative for ICW out of Japan. Mike Garber has really been a major leader in this industry. He was the one that brought the smaller diameter microtunneling technology to America and did the project in River Oaks that ended up being 3.8 miles of small diameter sanitary sewer system. And then Paul Nicholas was one of the individuals that really helped advance the industry through his knowledge and his experience and what he was able to do to increase the awareness of the technology. All of that led to the development of a ASCE standard on design and construction guidelines for microtunneling. This is actually the second edition that came out in 2015, and it's about, I think the first edition probably came out in the late 90s, but this one is very much advanced and very thorough, comprehensive document that can be used for planning, designing, and constructing microtunneling systems. So when you really look at the amazing technology capability, I just like to describe this particular project. And we had a PhD student from China that came over and spent a year with us at Louisiana Tech at the TTC. During that time, I was able to go visit this project when he was on this project. Before he came to TTC, he spent a year on this particular project. But it really exemplifies the technology, the capability of the technology. When you really look at this particular project, you see the amazing capability. There's 36 pipes that were microtunneled to build this structure. These pipes were almost 64 inches in diameter, each one of those pipe, and they had a distance between them of about 14 inches. And you can see the shape. The shape is an oval shape, and the inside diameter, inside dimensions, very large. And the whole point here, this is a transportation tunnel, but we use it to exemplify just the capability of how we can use microtunneling in order to build a support structure, basically a temporary support structure, so that we can build a tunnel inside of it. Those pipes were actually used for ground freezing. So the whole perimeter of this structure was frozen with these steel pipe. amazing thing about this, the pipe, filling the pipe, all of them were on a curve, so it's curved microtunneling, and they were being built with, from each direction. In other words, you had two machines working all the time, going in each direction. So it was a very successful project, and as far as I know, there was no real major issues that took place. But one of the things they did, if you look at that pipe up in the right corner, upper right corner, 0, they did it first, just to prove that that they could do this, if they could maintain the line and grade and on a curve. And so they did a test run first, then they jumped in and did all 36. So just a real credit to the technology. One of the things that I see in the future is utilizing microtunneling with PVC pipe in more places than Japan. This has been done for years, almost 30 years in Japan, but we haven't seen it. We saw microtunneling expand from Japan, but not with PVC pipe. We did one project using this type of a joint, PVC pipe with this type of a joint on our campus as a demonstration project, research project, and it went extremely well. And but we haven't seen it being used commercially. And we did 200 feet in 4 different types of soil in a test pit, a test section on our campus. But now I'm hearing more and more about the interest of using PVC pipe, particularly for the smaller diameters in some of the municipalities. So I appreciate this opportunity to have been with you to talk about some of the milestones. Sometimes we just need to stop and look back and just see some of the amazing things that have made up our industry and that have got us to where we are today. And I would like to end by just saying that I think the most advancements and expansions and so forth are still yet to come in our industry. So I say that because I just see so much research and development taking place at so many different places in our universities, a number of universities around the world, but also our companies. And I'm seeing that owners of the infrastructure are realizing that they too need to be part of advancing our industry. They are the owners, and often they are characterized by being very conservative, but many of them are realizing that they can benefit from advanced technology. We see it in every aspect of our lives, and our underground infrastructure is no exception to that. So with that, I'll say that I wish I could be in India for this conference, but it didn't work out that way. But I appreciate the opportunity of being able to share some of my thoughts with you. Thank you very much.
Development Council, the apex organization for the industry responsible for the effective development of the construction industry in the country, is organizing the India Construction Week 2020. This online international conference and exhibition from the 1st to 5th of December 2020 is being organized jointly with the Indian Society for Trenchless Technology. I am happy that during the event, which has several parallel webinars, important issues relating to the construction industry shall be discussed. I am particularly happy to note that one of the webinars is on the important area of construction and sustainable development goals. As you all know, construction has an important and indeed critical role in the quick revival of the Indian economy. It requires our major focus and concerted effort, and the government is committed to give this focus in the coming days. The major investment thrust of the government on building physical infrastructure will surely give a boost to the construction activities in all sectors of the economy. Niti Aayog is keen that the construction industry plays an effective and important role in the revival of the economy, while at the same time working for the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Our government is committed to these goals and to Agenda 2030. The Honorable Prime Minister has observed that these goals are similar to our own development objectives, and their achievement will therefore be crucial for the Indian economy. The discussion in the webinar on construction and sustainable development goals will be very important. The focus has to be on how construction can be undertaken in an environment-friendly manner. I look forward to receiving the recommendations that may emerge from your deliberations in this webinar. I'll also be keen to receive the findings and recommendations that emerge from other webinars which are being organized during this construction week. I am sure the country will emerge from these difficult times with determination, joint effort and strength, and a stronger trust-based relationship between the government and the private sector. The economy is set to grow rapidly under the guidance and leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister. It is therefore time to aim for faster pace of development even when passing through a difficult period in an unprecedented crisis as at present. I wish the India Construction Week 2020 and its associated webinars all the success. Jai Hind.
Thank you one and all. Today we are going to be formally closing the functioning of ICW-2020. All good things come to some end, but believe you me, this is not going to be ending here. We have assembled here for the valediction of this particular event, and I think this is the time to express our gratitude and our thanks to everyone. Thank you so much, wise speakers. You brought in your wisdom, and you did not only come from my country, you came from all over the world. We are so gratified. We loved every moment that we spent with you and listened to you intently. I can assure you, whatever you spoke will be converted into implementable models in the times to come. Please do continue guiding us. Thank you so much. All members of CIDC, Indian Society for Trenchless Technology, and of course, other organizations who made it possible. We are really, really obliged to you. Thank you so much. All the office bearers of Construction Industry Development Council, and with the blessings of our Chairman Emeritus, Padma Bhushan, Dr. G.V. Ramakrishna, Dr. Udesh Kohli, Dr. Chanda Verma, and of course, our Chairman, Dr. P.S. Rana. We have been able to do a little bit of make a little bit of effort to make sure that this event is successful. Thank you, sirs. It was because of your blessing that we have been able to organize such a mega event. We thank all the sponsoring organizations who, in spite of the fact that there is a resource crunch, yet they came out and helped us out to the extent possible, which made it possible for this event to take place. I am very sure we shall ever be grateful to you, and a friend in need is a friend indeed. Thank you so much. Thank you the state governments who backed up this particular event and spread the message around. Thank you my friends from media. I am really obliged. You conveyed the message far and wide. And of course, took it to all corners of the world for that matter. We are really obliged to you. At the end of the day, let me thank all my staff members within CIDC and Indian Society for Trench Technology who made the whole thing possible. And in spite of the very indifferent situations that we were living in, they worked almost day and night, not caring about the kind of physical and mental strain they and their families were bearing. They still continued backing this whole thing up. Thank you so much. I am so obliged and I am honored being head of your family. Thank you so much. Thanks anyone and everyone, the students who have participated in here, all the faculty members, all the colleges or the institutions who encourage their students to come and participate in this event. I can tell you for sure that you are the one who is going to be getting the largest dividend out of it. What we have discussed and deliberated and recorded in last 5 days is an ocean of wisdom. My request to all of you is continue visiting to the portal, keep on learning new things, listen to what exactly the wise people speak. And with that, I thank anyone and everyone who has been instrumental in organizing this important event. I am sure this is going to be remembered as a landmark event, and we are going to have several versions of this in the times to come. Thank you so much. God bless us all. Thank you.
सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन का ट्रेनिंग ले रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हम प्रैक्टिकल कर रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हमें अचार बनाना, जाम बनाना, जेली बनाना आदि सिखाया गया है और उसके साथ यहाँ पे मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग की भी सिखाया गया है। हम जॉब कर सकते हैं या जॉब नहीं भी करें तो उसके द्वारा हम अपना बिजनेस शुरू कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए मैं CIDC और AI को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। वो हमें ये सिखाया कि हमें अपने पैरों पर खुद खड़ा होना सिखाया। इसलिए थैंक यू।
मैं CIDC में ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए आया हूँ, जो कि मिनेश्वर ब्रह्मो इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में कराया जा रहा है, जो कि कोरल डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है, असम में। मैं जो ट्रेड लिया हुआ हूँ वो है जनरल वर्क सुपरवाइजर का।
ऑटो लेवल एक डिवाइस होता है जिसके जरिए लेवल जमीन का और दूसरी चीज़ों का लेवलिंग लिया जाता है। इस डिवाइस के मुख्य पार्ट्स हैं ये ट्राइपॉड स्टैंड में ये ट्राइपॉड स्क्रू होता है जिसके जरिए इसका हाइट एडजस्ट किया जाता है और हाइट के साथ साथ इसका लेवल भी एडजस्ट किया जाता है।
I belongs from Risu, Meghalaya. I first 10 class. My father is a farmer. He earns just rupees 300 daily for family. There is not sufficient. I heard about my son training. Started at Risu Welfare by CIDC. I got admission and learning a lot about house construction. I learn about foundation, cement, sand, etc. By taking this training, I can make my future is better way. Thanks a lot to CIDC.
आफ्टर 10 पास में बेरोजगार था तो मेरा दोस्त राज ने बताया CIDC के बारे में और मैं CIDC सेंटर गोलाघाट ट्रेड प्लम्बर में ज्वाइन किया।
हम लोग गांव में कोई भी काम नहीं मिला, इसलिए हम लोग जो सेंटर से हम लोग को बोला, इसलिए वो लोग दिल्ली से सब लोग आया और CIDC।
Greetings from Construction Industry Development Council. I am Dr. Shweta Kumar. Today we have the webinar on disaster management in the post-COVID scenario. The chairman of the webinar is Dr. Chandan Ghosh, a professor in IIT Jammu. Earlier, he was working with National Institute of Disaster Management, Ministry of Home Affairs. He has devoted more than 30 years of his career in undergraduate and postgraduate teachings, research administration, guidance and development of teaching tools and training modules for engineers, architects and town planners. The members of the steering committee are Engineer Amardeep Garg, who has worked with different organizations like Bureau of Indian Standards, Hospital Services Consultancy Corporation and a Reliance Group company. With his multifaceted experience in hand, he founded Creative Design Consultants and Engineers Private Limited in 2009 and is presently providing consultancy for reputed national and international projects. Architect Anshuman Shukla is the founder and CEO of TESRA, Total Engineering Solutions and Risk Analysis, India. He holds a Master's in Disaster Management and Management from IIT Roorkee. Dr. Girish Chandra Joshi is presently a senior consultant in USDME, Government of Uttarakhand, to ensure effective and efficient implementation of the disaster risk in the state of Uttarakhand. Mr. Rajendra Desai, after working in USA for 12 years, returned to India to focus on software technologies for shelter, water, sanitation and energy, which are more suitable and viable for the Indian context. He worked with Center of Science for Villages, Wardha, for a year and a half on development and refinement of cost-efficient vaulted roofs made from conical terracotta tubes made by local potters and earthen walls. Dr. Hari Kumar is a civil engineer with over 34 years of experience, of which the last 18 years have been focused on aspects of disaster risk mitigation. Dr. Hari Kumar has a PhD from IIEST, Shipwood, and his research was on strategic role of mitigation planning for earthquake and landslide-prone Indian hilltops. We have more speakers which will be speaking about different aspects of disaster management. I welcome you to the webinar. Enjoy the sessions. Thank you.
Namaskar. Dear friends, I am Amandeep from Creative Design Consultants and Engineers Private Limited. We are structural design and project management professionals. In this today's presentation, I would be talking about how construction sector can help in disaster mitigation and can contribute for the growth of the nation. We all know that the construction sector plays a very important role in our GDP. The contribution being more than rupees 2.5 lakh crore. Now it is not a small amount. Now how we can use or utilize this construction industry spendings in a manner that the industry grows as well as the nation grows in a faster way. I would like to talk about three key aspects. The first aspect is skill development. The second aspect is your technological development, and the third aspect is the regulation. Now, if we are able to impart proper training to the construction professionals and can utilize the technological research into the construction industry, then we can make wonders. And besides that, the regulation is also important. So I will be taking 10 minutes on these aspects. Now I am coming to the training aspect first, because when we talk about training, generally we focus on the artisans, masons or the construction workers. Of course, the training for these workmen is important because ultimately the deliverables are coming through their hands. But dear friends, it is not only the artisan or masons who are constructing. It is the engineer's role, like what should be the construction material, how and what kind of system we are going to use. All these things should be translated through a construction professional. So if the construction professional is not properly trained or educated, or when I say educated, it doesn't mean only the degree, because a college or the institution can give the basic platform, but that is not enough. The basic platform should be further skilled to make them a real professional. So how we can train the mid-level construction professionals who are actually the execution engineers at site? So first focus should be for the development of the construction engineers, because generally what is my personal finding is the engineers who are coming out of the colleges and reaching to the construction site, generally they are not following the further education. They are not taking any further training to educate or to skill themselves. They are just doing whatever is being told them to do. So that is not enough. So first of all, they should be having their education, or I would say a special skill training in which they can develop themselves to give faster deliverables, safe deliverables and durable deliverables. Now here I would like to focus on durability more, because other things generally basic trainings are being important, but the durability is the factor which is going to help the country. Because if the design life or the execution life of a structure is increased say by 10 years, say if originally is the current scenario 30-40 years is the life which is trouble free, and if we are able to make it 50 to 60 years, then automatically we are saving 30 to 40% of the cost of that facility construction. So that is a huge saving, and it is just coming through the correct workmanship and good selection and skillful work. No extra cost. Simply if I talk about concrete as a construction material, if the concrete is not made properly, even if you have spent more, if you have consumed more cement, even then you may not get good life of the structure. So the concrete making skill should be developed in a manner that we are getting durable execution. Now sometimes we have different environmental conditions and we have to select a particular type of cement for that environment. Now for that the skill should be there. These kind of knowledge generally we have in institutions, the design level offices, but sometimes we require these kind of skills at the execution site also. So because from there only the actual execution is translating into the facility. So that focus I would like to emphasize that just like that is an example that concrete making only, but if you are using structural steel, then proper welding and proper handling, painting and so many things. So if we are able to educate the execution level team, we can get huge benefits in durability and quality. Now second aspect is technology. I find that quite a good research is being taking place in different research institutions whether these are IITs, NITs, or other many excellent research institutions are working in this direction to get very suitable construction industry requirement related research. But that research is not reaching to the actual execution. This is another aspect, that we should try to develop the system in which the research of the institutions should be translated to the actual execution. Now, construction industry professionals or the bigger groups, industries can participate, can handhold the technological institutions for the research to take it to the ground reality. So this is another suggestion how we should be able to take this actual research findings to the actual ground reality. So if we are able to club these two aspects, one is the research being taken to the design level office or the execution level office, and from that to the actual construction execution team to the ultimately the reality of the construction facility. So that makes the system as a whole as a complete channel and is going to help the construction industry as a whole. Now coming to the regulation. In our construction industry, at this moment, what we see is that only the qualification is giving the authority to take decision and making making the final commitments for the project. Whereas there is sometimes lacking the commitment. So we should have a complete system in which whether these are decision makers or execution teams or the construction workers, all equally responsible for their work, and accountability should be fixed for all the construction professionals. So there should be, it is just a suggestion, though I do not have anything ready-made which I can suggest, but there is a need of a mechanism which can regulate the complete construction industry, because only then we will get the fruits of technology, research, skilled engineering team, and the actually good execution by the workmen. So this is the message I wanted to convey through this forum. For any point of view from my side, you can always communicate with me. One can mail to me at aman.str@gmail.com. Thank you.
सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन का ट्रेनिंग ले रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हम प्रैक्टिकल कर रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हमें अचार बनाना, जाम बनाना, जेली बनाना आदि सिखाया गया है और उसके साथ यहाँ पे मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग की भी सिखाया गया है। हम जॉब कर सकते हैं या जॉब नहीं भी करें तो उसके द्वारा हम अपना बिजनेस शुरू कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए मैं CIDC और AAI को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। वो हमें ये सिखाया कि हमें अपने पैरों पर खुद खड़ा होना सिखाया। इसलिए थैंक यू।
मैं CIDC में ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए आया हूँ जो कि मिनेशर इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में कराया जा रहा है, जो कि कोरल डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है, असम में। मैं जो ट्रेड लिया हुआ हूँ वो है जनरल वर्क सुपरवाइजर का।
ऑटो लेवल एक डिवाइस होता है जिसके जरिए लेवल ज़मीन का और दूसरी चीज़ों का लेवलिंग लिया जाता है। इस डिवाइस के मुख्य पार्ट्स हैं ये ट्राइपॉड स्टैंड में ये ट्राइपॉड स्क्रू होता है जिसके ज़रिए इसका हाइट एडजस्ट किया जाता है और हाइट के साथ साथ इसका लेवल भी एडजस्ट किया जाता है।
I belongs from Risu, Meghalaya. I first in class. My father is a farmer. He earns just rupees 300 daily for family. There is not sufficient. I heard about my son training. Started at Risu Welfare by CIDC. I got admission and learning a lot about house construction. I learned about foundation, cement, sand, etc. By taking this training, I can make my future is better way. Thanks a lot to CIDC.
आफ्टर 10 पास में बेरोजगार था तो मेरा दोस्त राज ने बताया CIDC के बारे में और मैं CIDC सेंटर गुलाघाट ट्रेड प्लम्बर में ज्वाइन किया।
हम लोग गांव में कोई भी काम नहीं मिला, इसलिए हम लोग जो सेंटर से हम लोग को बोला, इसलिए वो लोग दिल्ली से सब लोग आया और CIDC वेलफेयर में अच्छा काम करना मिलेगा बोला, इसलिए हम लोग ट्रेनिंग के लिए CIDC के आया और हम लोग ये CIDC ट्रेनिंग खत्म होने के बाद हम अच्छा काम चुनेगा।
यहाँ मैं सिधौली CIDC सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन में ट्रेड पे हम लोगों को आम के अचार, जाम, स्क्वायर बनाना सिखा रहे हैं। तो यहाँ पे हम लोग यह बेल की स्क्वायर बना रही हूँ। तो ये सीखने के बाद हम लोग पैकेजिंग और मार्केटिंग भी सीखेंगे और सीख भी रही हूँ। और ये इसके लिए हमें तो फ्री में CIDC और AAI हमें तो फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रही है। इसके लिए हम CIDC को और AAI को थैंक यू बोलना चाहते हूँ जो हम लोग को फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं। और मैं खुद ये सीखने के बाद मैं खुद के बिजनेस शुरू करूँगी। अगर मुझसे हो सके तो मैं जॉब भी करना चाहूँगी।
My father is a teacher. I'm taking training in Muslim Trade at Nongstoin Center. I have learned about the construction material, measurement, the foundation, brick, masonry, extra from Pawan, from South Pawan. After training, I can work this trade and earn my living.
हम लोग अभी पहले तो हम लोग 200 रुपया ऐसा मांगेगा। अभी हम लोग CIDC ट्रेनिंग लेने के बाद हम लोग जो काम उसको हम लोग सीखेगा, उसको हम लोग अभी 500, 600, 700 ऐसा मांगेगा।
मैं असम से आई हूँ, मेरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट गोलाघाट। मैं पहले से गोलाघाट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में CIDC पार्ट की सब्जेक्ट फूड प्रिजर्वेशन के लिए 3 मंथ की कोचिंग करने के लिए आई थी। वहाँ मैंने फूड प्रिजर्वेशन क्या है वो सीखा है। तो वहाँ पर मैंने सिधौली सेंटर में ट्रांसफ़र की गई है। यहाँ पहला दिन से मैं अचार, जैम, जेली कैसे बनाती है वो सब सीखा है। और उसके बाद मैंने मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग भी बहुत सारी बातें सीखने के मिले हैं। तो इसीलिए मैं जो भी जॉब और ना तो मैं अपनी बिजनेस शुरू करना चाहती हूँ।
सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन का ट्रेनिंग ले रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हम प्रैक्टिकल कर रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हमें अचार बनाना, जाम बनाना, जेली बनाना आदि सिखाया गया है और उसके साथ यहाँ पे मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग की भी सिखाया गया है। हम जॉब कर सकते हैं या जॉब नहीं भी करें तो उसके द्वारा हम अपना बिजनेस शुरू कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए मैं CIDC और AAI को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। वो हमें ये सिखाया कि हमें अपने पैरों पर खुद खड़ा होना सिखाया, इसलिए थैंक यू।
मैं CIDC में ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए आया हूँ, जो कि बिनेश्वर ब्रह्मो इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में कराया जा रहा है, जो कि कोरापुट डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है, असम में। मैं जो ट्रेड लिया हुआ हूँ वो है जनरल वर्क सुपरवाइजर का।
ऑटो लेवल एक डिवाइस होता है जिसके जरिए लेवल ज़मीन का और दूसरी चीज़ों का लेवलिंग लिया जाता है। इस डिवाइस के मुख्य पार्ट्स हैं ये ट्राइपॉड स्टैंड में ये ट्राइपॉड स्क्रू होता है जिसके ज़रिए इसका हाइट एडजस्ट किया जाता है और हाइट के साथ साथ इसका लेवल भी एडजस्ट किया जाता है।
I belongs from Risu, Meghalaya. I first in class. My father is a farmer. He earns just rupees 300 daily for family. There is not sufficient. I heard about my son training. Started at Risu Welfare by CIDC. I got admission and learning a lot about house construction. I learned about foundation, cement, sand, etc. By taking this training, I can make my future is better way. Thanks a lot to CIDC.
आफ्टर 10 पास में बेरोजगार था तो मेरा दोस्त राज ने बताया CIDC के बारे में, और मैं CIDC सेंटर गुलाघाट ट्रेड प्लम्बर में ज्वाइन किया।
हम लोग गांव में कोई भी काम नहीं मिला, इसलिए हम लोग जो सेंटर से हम लोग को बोला, इसलिए वो लोग दिल्ली से सब लोग आया और ऋषि वेलफेयर में अच्छा काम करना मिलेगा बोला, इसलिए हम लोग ट्रेनिंग के लिए CIDC के आया। और हम लोग ये CIDC ट्रेनिंग खत्म होने के बाद हम अच्छा काम चुनेगा।
यहाँ मैं सिद्धोली CIDC सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन में ट्रेड पे हम लोगों को आम के आसार, जाम, स्क्वायर बनाना सिखा रही है। तो यहाँ पे हम लोग यह बेल की स्क्वायर बना रही हूँ। तो ये सीखने के बाद हम लोग पैकेजिंग और मार्केटिंग भी सीखेंगे और सीख भी रही हूँ। और ये इसके लिए हमें तो फ्री में CIDC और AI हमें तो फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रही है। इसके लिए हम CIDC को और AI को थैंक यू बोलना चाहती हूँ, जो हम लोगों को फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं। और मैं खुद ये सीखने के बाद मैं खुद के बिजनेस शुरू करूँगी, अगर मुझसे हो सके तो मैं जॉब भी करना चाहूँगी।
My father is a teacher. I'm taking training in Muslim Trade at Nongstoin Center. I have learned about the construction material, measurement, the foundation, brick, masonry, extra from Pawan, from South Pawan. After training, I can work this trade and earn my living.
हम लोग अभी पहले तो हम लोग 200 रुपया ऐसा मांगेगा। अभी हम लोग CIDC ट्रेनिंग लेने के बाद हम लोग जो काम उसको हम लोग सीखेगा, उसको हम लोग अभी 500, 600, 700 ऐसा मांगेगा।
मैं असम से आई हूँ, मेरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट गोलाघाट। मैं पहले से गोलाघाट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में CIDC पार्ट की सब्जेक्ट फूड प्रिजर्वेशन के लिए 3 मंथ की कोचिंग करने के लिए आई थी। वहाँ मैंने फूड प्रिजर्वेशन क्या है वो सीखा है। तो वहाँ पर मैंने सिद्धोली सेंटर में ट्रांसफ़र की गई है। यहाँ पहला दिन से मैं आचार, जैम, जेली कैसे बनाती है वो सब सीखा है। और उसके बाद मैंने मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग भी बहुत सारी बातें सीखने के मिले हैं। तो इसलिए मैं जो भी जॉब और ना तो मैं अपनी बिजनेस शुरू करना चाहती हूँ।
सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन का ट्रेनिंग ले रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हम प्रैक्टिकल कर रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हमें अचार बनाना, जाम बनाना, जेली बनाना आदि सिखाया गया है। और उसके साथ यहाँ पे मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग की भी सिखाया गया है। हम जॉब कर सकते हैं या जॉब नहीं भी करें तो उसके द्वारा हम अपना बिजनेस शुरू कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए मैं CIDC और AI को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। वो हमें ये सिखाया कि हमें अपने पैरों पर खुद खड़ा होना सिखाया, इसलिए थैंक यू।
मैं CIDC में ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए आया हूँ, जो कि बिनेश्वर ब्रह्मो इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में कराया जा रहा है, जो कि कोरापुट डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है, असम में। मैं जो ट्रेड लिया हुआ हूँ वो है जनरल वर्क सुपरवाइजर का।
ऑटो लेवल एक डिवाइस होता है जिसके जरिए लेवल ज़मीन का और दूसरी चीज़ों का लेवलिंग लिया जाता है। इस डिवाइस के मुख्य पार्ट्स हैं ये ट्राइपॉड स्टैंड में ये ट्राइपॉड स्क्रू होता है जिसके ज़रिए इसका हाइट एडजस्ट किया जाता है और हाइट के साथ साथ इसका लेवल भी एडजस्ट किया जाता है।
I belongs from Risu, Meghalaya. I first 10 class. My father is a farmer. He earns just rupees 300 daily for family. There is not sufficient. I heard about my son training. Started at Risu Welfare by CIDC. I got admission and learning a lot about house construction. I learned about foundation, cement, sand, etc. By taking this training, I can make my future is better way. Thanks a lot to CIDC.
आफ्टर 10 पास में बेरोजगार था तो मेरा दोस्त राज ने बताया CIDC के बारे में और मैं CIDC सेंटर गुलाघाट ट्रेड प्लम्बर में ज्वाइन किया।
हम लोग गांव में कोई भी काम नहीं मिला, इसलिए हम लोग जो सेंटर से हम लोग को बोला, इसलिए वो लोग दिल्ली से सब लोग आया और ऋषि वेलफेयर में अच्छा काम करना मिलेगा बोला, इसलिए हम लोग ट्रेनिंग के लिए CIDC के आया और हम लोग ये CIDC ट्रेनिंग खत्म होने के बाद हम अच्छा काम चुनेगा।
यहाँ मैं सिगोली CIDC सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन में ट्रेड पे हम लोगों को आम के आसार, जाम, स्क्वायर बनाना सिखा रहे हैं। तो यहाँ पे हम लोग ये बेल की स्क्वायर बना रही हूँ। तो ये सीखने के बाद हम लोग पैकेजिंग और मार्केटिंग भी सीखेंगे और सीख भी रही हूँ। और ये इसके लिए हमें तो फ्री में CIDC और AI हमें तो फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रही है। इसके लिए हम CIDC को और AI को थैंक यू बोलना चाहते हूँ जो हम लोगों को फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं। और मैं खुद ये सीखने के बाद मैं खुद के बिजनेस शुरू करूँगी, अगर मुझसे हो सके तो मैं जॉब भी करना चाहूँगी।
My father is a teacher. I'm taking training in Master 3 at Nongstoin Center. I have learned about the construction material, measurement, the foundation, brick, masonry, extra from Pawan, from South Pawan. After training, I can work this trade and earn my living.
हम लोग अभी पहले तो हम लोग 200 रुपया ऐसा मांगेगा। अभी हम लोग CIDC ट्रेनिंग लेने के बाद हम लोग जो काम उसको हम लोग सीखेगा, उसको हम लोग अभी 500, 600, 700 ऐसा मांगेगा।
मैं असम से आई हूँ, मेरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट गोलाघाट। मैं पहले से गोलाघाट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में CIDC पार्ट की सब्जेक्ट फूड प्रिजर्वेशन के लिए 3 मंथ की कोचिंग करने के लिए आई थी। वहाँ मैंने फूड प्रिजर्वेशन क्या है वो सीखा है। तो वहाँ पर मैंने सिडोली सेंटर में ट्रांसफ़र की गई है। यहाँ पहला दिन से मैं आचार, जैम, जेली कैसे बनाती है वो सब सीखा है। और उसके बाद मैंने मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग भी बहुत सारी बातें सीखने के मिले हैं। तो इसीलिए मैं जो भी जॉब और ना।
This is Rajendra Desai from National Center for People's Action in Disaster Preparedness. I'm going to talk about educating the practicing building artisans for better construction and disaster safety. Today in India, the building performance scenario is worrisome. And there are 3 main concerns. Firstly, there is frequent maintenance requirements even in buildings which are only few years old. In the face of natural disasters such as earthquakes, cyclones, and floods, the performance has been dismal. The longevity has been dropping so fast. And this is valid for urban as well as rural buildings, and is also valid for organized as well as unorganized building sectors. Now, in case of masonry constructions of all kinds, one sees gross violations of basic rules of masonry rather routinely. And where the steel bars are used in the masonry, one finds problems of connections as well as placement. Now, in case of RCC construction, one finds wrong reinforcement arrangement, absence of ductile detailing, and absence of cranking in slabs. As far as concreting is concerned, which is considered pretty easy by many, there is absence or near absence of vibration, excessively high water cement ratio, and absence of grading in large aggregates. Now, these shortcomings at various stages of construction contribute to reduce longevity and increase vulnerability. Now, in earthquakes, in moderate earthquakes, we have seen that buildings suffer severe damage. These are vernacular as well as modern buildings, and they're also masonry buildings as well as RCC buildings. Now, in case of cyclones and floods, masonry buildings have seemed to suffer badly at times when even RCC buildings also suffer. Now, there are several reasons for this, but the most noteworthy is a grossly inadequate know-how and skill with those who are constructing, namely the building artisans. And these include masons, bar benders, shuttering carpenters, concreting persons, and definitely also the building contractors. Now, looking at the overall scenario of building construction know-how and skill, when it comes to building artisans, these are yesterday's construction laborers who were evolved into building artisans or karigar without any formal training and little or no formal education. They learn in bits and pieces. The contractors are the smarter and the better educator of these artisans, and they also are in the same situation. As far as the engineers are concerned, one finds that there is very little or no interaction between the engineers and the building artisans. Now, the most worrisome thing is that for this country of 130 million people, there are very few training programs, and there is no institutional mechanism of significance to bring relevant education to lakhs and lakhs of building artisans. Now, we carried out a mason survey across the state in Gujarat, which is considered as a developed state, and the findings were shocking. The literacy level of these people, what we found is that 68% are either class 5 or less educated. As far as source of learning of their skill, 89% learn from artisans. And as far as the attending of training programs is concerned, we find that approximately 80% have no training and 50% have participated in poor quality training. Now, the principal constraints that we find in learning for these people is that most rural masons lead a life of hand-to-mouth survival. With work on hand, few are willing to take no more than 3 days off for training. And since most of them are part-time agriculturists, in some months, that is the priority for them. Now, the need of the hour is to induct suitably trained building artisans in the industry. There are two options. One is the education of existing building artisans, which is done by improvement and know-how and skill levels of these artisans. The other option is of creation of new building artisans through imparting necessary know-how and skills to the unskilled individuals. For us at NCPDP, our approach is to work with the existing artisans in rural areas with mobile trainer teams, because number one, future artisans learn from existing artisans. That is trickle down. And if they learn right, then the right thing also will trickle down. The rural areas supply artisans to urban areas. Number three, lesser resources are needed to upgrade the existing artisans. Hence, scarce resources would go a long ways. And take the training to the artisans' doorsteps to make it easier for them to participate. And finally, to create assessment system that is accommodating for semi-educated artisans. Now, we started an initiative long time back in the aftermath of Latur earthquake. But in 2005, we initiated an ongoing training program. And in 2009, this program was modified into a 3-day program with assessment included in it. And in this program now, we have covered no less than 5,000 building artisans. Now, the important attributes of this program is, number one, it is conducted at the doorstep of the artisans in the villages where they live and work. The program is of 3-day duration, since overwhelming majority of them prefer that duration. It is done in local language, and it focuses on the popular local practices and it covers only the most critical issues considering the time constraint we have. Each participant gets 200 rupee daily stipend to cover the family's food expense. Only the practicing building artisans with couple of years experience at least are eligible. Apprentices and laborers are not. The detailed assessment is done for each candidate during the training, and the successful candidate is given a certificate with a grade. Now, the training requires continuous groundwork in order to register these candidates. Our social workers move from village to village, identifying them, and they try to convince them to give time for learning and let go their daily wage for 3 days. And in return, they collect refundable deposit of 150 rupees in order to register them. In training on the first day, there is classroom sessions, which are done with the aid of posters, videos, and working models. These are conducted at local school or local temple or a community hall in the village, and candidates go home for lunch. On day 2, we have hands-on sessions all day. The work is done on the mock-up, since that gives us total control on what is to be done. And this is accompanied with continuous assessment. Ideally, this is done at the local sites of one of the candidates in the program where all the materials are available. At the end of the program, the materials are returned with whatever reimbursement that is required. On day 3, we have written an oral test. The written test paper is pictorial, and the illiterates are helped with reading of the test paper questions. We also try to sensitize the candidates about the State Construction Worker Welfare Board and about the advantages of becoming members. Finally, the difficult topics are recapitulated. The assessment is done on the Excel-based bilingual assessment sheet. The individuals are not only assessed on the skills, but also on the human aspects, such as punctuality, honesty, reliability, ability to communicate. Since we want to do an all-around job, at the end of the project in a program, the qualified people are given a certificate, which is a bilingual certificate in Gujarati and English, and along this shows the master registration number of the candidate, his photograph, and the brief description of training. And this is given to the individual along with the Excel assessment sheet. Now, in any area with couple of hundred people successfully completed the training, we organize certificate awarding events. And these are very important for them. It gives them visibility. It also empowers them. And we have local leaders who also come and participate in the events. Now, initially the response to the program used to be pretty bad, and it depended totally on our initiative of moving from village to village. But then as the time has gone by, we have also now get invitation through word of mouth publicity, and the attendance is significantly better, but the uncertainty persists. Because on the first day there may be many, and the second day the number may be smaller. The local contractors also support the program. They find the training beneficial for their output and the quality of their artisan team. The road ahead for us is to scale up from 600 artisans annually to 1,000 artisans. We would also like to provide linkages between the individuals and the industry for greater livelihood opportunities. We are also exploring social media for continuous education or refresher events. And we are also continuing to share our experiences for advocacy on the government policy, since we are learning a lot of things all the time. And the experience is also somewhat shared to promote a viable and cost-effective training model that we have with other training organizations. And finally, I'll say that the education of practicing building artisans demands viable model that is inclusive and artisan friendly. Thank you.
Namaskar. Welcome to CIDC Construction Week 2020. It is going to start from 1st December to 5th December and entirely online. And you know the reason is COVID. So in this mega adventure by Construction Industry Development Council, there are several sectional committees have been made. One of that is disaster management. So obviously, in this session, we all gathered here from various aspects of our work, as well as teaching, research, construction, training, capacity building. We have got a galaxy of experts from across the country. So they are going to give their experience through some presentation, which will be shared in the website of CIDC. As far as my involvement in this is that last 14 plus years in NIDM, National Institute of Disaster Management, we have been taking care of capacity building as well as training of engineers, architects, and town planners through various practical sessions as well as visiting the site. So sharing all those experiences in this platform is a rare opportunity, and I am thankful to Dr. P.R. Shorup and his dynamic team who are working in the background to create this platform to express ourselves using this wonderful media that is online. So disaster management per se is, of course, something that which goes beyond our own capacity, whether it is locally, regionally, or nationally. And various disaster types are being identified, and many things are happening in the country and which are affecting our economy. But especially how we look at the disaster management from the COVID situation that made us completely upset, but yet whatever has been the situation or whatever we are dealing, not only in our country, but across the world also. I shall be presenting before you what is the current country scenario and world scenario, and especially with a special motivation towards a disaster resilient construction. So if I take this photo that which is being sketched, rather is being shown over here, this is the task of ensuring disaster resiliency, or rather earthquake impact on a building that which have to be properly connected, especially the red colored stirrup that which are seen over here, which are mandatory as per code, which was published in 1962 onward. Several revision has been taken. Last revision has been done in 2016. The enforcement as well as allowing such kind of reinforcement or stirrup at the beam column junction is a very rare things that happen in the construction site. Though it is mandatory, but we simply neglect it because it is not easily possible to incorporate these stirrups at the beam column junction. So is the casual attitude towards making stirrup ends at 135 degree rather than 90 degree. We have seen several thousands of failure just because these two things are not ensured in the bar bending schedule, even though it is there in the structural design. Now, to take it a step further, I want to show that this is a perfect position of the beam and column, which is again in majority of the constructions. We do not care this one that to put this beam centrally located on the column. But here the building that, yes, it is made possible over here, it is in Japan. A test has been done on a 6-story frame building. Here only one such floor is being shown over here, just a screenshot that where whatever is shown over here is being employed here in perfect manner with all engineering knowledge and know-how that available and quality of the concrete and everything, curing and everything has been done. But the next thing is that when this building was shaken, this building is a 6-story building, frame building. It has not done any kind of damage to the junction that which we are showing. Where it is showing that where it has broken is at the parapet wall where it is ending over here, making the column as a short column. So when it is shaken, in fact, full video is there in internet. You can see when it is shaken that this portion has been there. So it is one kind of observation during prototype experiment that junctions are constructed very perfectly, but failure has opened somewhere some other places which can be seen from this photograph. But irony of the fact is that we do not yet care even today that the failure that which we have observed here, that can be avoided if we keep a gap between this column and this parapet wall. You may count how many buildings are having, especially school buildings, having parapet wall, having any such gap. That gap will be such enough that it will allow the column to move freely during earthquake vibration. If we allow that, then column would not have broken like this. So this is one small aspect out of several other aspects that I wanted to show before you. But even majority of the construction still going on in this manner. So if this is the way that we make our beam column junctions to stay like in this manner, then we cannot ensure resiliency in the building. So now context of today's discussion is, first thing I want to show that how COVID effect has been taken into the construction domain in the last few months, and then how earthquake threats from Himalaya, which is unavoidable and which is natural again, but how we can make use of our experience in ensuring resiliency in the structure in the country as well as in the abroad. Then how we can replicate resiliency in the current or modern structure. That also will show. And some aspects of landslides, though we say that landslides are nature made, but majority of the landslides are happening in the constructions or infrastructure that were man-made. They are mostly created by man-made facilities that which is being there plenty in a manner that this kind of things happens, but how to take care of that by simple manner that I'll show. And what are the failure from the learning, like I have shown in the first slide, and how it can be used with a very simple, affordable, economic means to ensure resiliency. So as far as construction is there, I would rather say that it is COVID-19 impact, rather IM impact on mega constructions, where many such mega constructions, they are now taken back on foot to meet their target, even though it may be a little delay. But there are some technology, precast constructions, and many places now they are taking place. So construction pace has increased. You know that a 10-story building or 20-story building can be done in now hours. So that is the pace of construction has taken up. So in the COVID scenario, when construction cannot be stopped, but accelerating the construction with quality and resiliency is the main focus. So these are just a screenshot taken from the Civil Engineering and Construction Review, a magazine that which is very popular in the country since 1988, where you can get that what is the construction scenario in the country. And there are many such international magazines are also there, like International Constructions, where you will see that what is going on where. So, in fact, disaster impact, the lessons learned and implementation there, that what is reality. The earthquake threats from Himalaya, which is unavoidable, though, but yet we can assure some resilience in that. BIS code, which are available since 1962, several revisions made, but yet not perfected to the ground. I have shown you something, and I will show more. But how we can ensure those perfections and implementation, that is the main point of this discussion. Many structures which are for thousands of years, they have tested their resiliency, but they are not truly replicated or manifested in the new constructions or modern constructions. So that also I'll show. And there are authorized constructions are there as per paperwork. It is all authorized, but codal provisions are in many of these constructions which are so-called authorized, legal, and which are all, I would say, in paperwork, it is everything there, but codal provisions, they, as per disaster management, as per earthquake, they are unfit in many places or not applicable. Then retrofitting of buildings in the midst of faulty constructions of new ones, even new constructions are going on where they need also retrofitting, which is very sorry state of affair, and it is going on in an unabated manner. So how to take care of those things also, I'll show some example. Training and capacity buildings, and where is the missing link, that also I would like to highlight. Now, as far as what is going on and what are the COVID and construction, what is the international news update is that new lockdown currently exclude construction, 3rd November only. And we are also little unrestrictive in the construction because it occupies a significant part in our GDP as well as in our economy and in the employment also. Construction to continue in France, 29th October. So the construction and building sectors will continue to operate because we cannot avoid that. And US economy recovering from sharpest recession in the history, because in the general expectation for some sectors to see improvement as soon as next year. So the earthquake we record, it happens within few minutes, it comes to our website, we can see that what is the intensity. But this is the Himalaya where continuously that many earthquakes are happening. We are recording them, putting them in the map, in the Google Earth. We know how many of them have happened. We know every statistics. But at the same time, seismologists have projected also that what are the potential earthquake which are very likely, most likely to happen in any time in near future. See that 8.5 magnitude earthquake, which is overdue over here, which is near to Delhi, Aligarh, Mathura, Agra, Lucknow, within 200 to 300 kilometers from the Himalaya, where such earthquake, they are ready to come anytime. It may burst anytime. But when such earthquake happens, then what are the kind of construction that we are doing, and still neglecting or still thinking that after 1950 earthquake, we have not experienced any such big earthquake. But if you still expect that, let it come, then we'll see But it is not the case. Case is that we have to make our building and infrastructure resilient enough as per Indian Standard Code experts and the practice that being done in Japan, Taiwan, Turkey, and other California, and many other earthquake-prone countries. So, Kotivenal House is in Uttarkashi district, which has faced 1991 earthquake in Uttarakhand. But we have a good documentation, one World Encyclopedia for Housing, which is made by Dr. Girish Joshi, who will be also speaking in this session with Dr. Piyush Ratila in Uttarakhand, DMMC. So they have made a very nice documentation on the resiliency of this kind of structure, which were made more than 800 to 1000 years before in the country. And they have tested with time and time over again that what are the importance of putting earthquake resistant measures in those days when even code was not available. This is worth learning as well as replicating such kind of things in the country, which has not been done so far in a right manner, except in few cases, like confined machinery has taken root now, and many other things have come. So here is a scenario that which is showing that Kotivenal structure, they have withstood the onslaught of earthquake in 1991 or even before that. So construction that survived from earthquake yet not replicated as per current standards are, you see, Assam type house. This is Dhachi Diwari house, Assam type house in Assam northeast area. They are light but very strong. But here wood materials are being used. Here it is brick, here it is some kind of filler material which are very light, but maximum 1 story, 2 story building maximum, but majority are 1 story building. So we cannot ensure, but there is no such proper guideline or no such codal provisions to use such kind of technique to make 3, 4, 5 story building. But in Japan, since 4 or 5 decades, such kind of buildings they have made using wood and many other such material, lightweight material, but strong material as a earthquake resistant houses or earthquake proof houses, which are available in their codal provisions also. And there are plenty of such structure across the Japan, which we have not done yet in the current context in our country. We have not yet replicated. Why the breeze has deck has failed or toppled, or these things we have learned with the earthquake in Japan 1995 or Turkey earthquake or in Taiwan earthquake 1999. And now we have known that what is extra bearing is to be kept at the roller support so that they don't go out of plumb in this manner. Or the buildings that which has broken the cardhouse type of structure, we know that columns are not strong enough, so that is why they have collapsed in this manner. But as far as pagodas in Japan are concerned, 4, 5, 6 story pagodas, you see that central mast here, red colored, how it is being used to damp or to take earthquake or diffuse a seismic vibration, and so that it keeps whole thing from falling down. And so using this technique, and first they have studied in the laboratory to check that replica of a pagoda and how it resists this earthquake vibration, and then check that what kind of design is to be made, and accordingly replicate that in a multi-story modern building in Tokyo. You can see the full reference of these things over here, which is available. In fact, earthquake resistance of traditional Japanese wooden structure, it is written in 1960 itself by a DPRI, Disaster Prevention Research Institute in the Kyoto University. But as just previously I was talking about that, we can replicate such kind of ideas and lessons and things that in our country's context, so that we can promote not that by wooden or natural material, but there are many light gauge steel, aluminum, frame, prefabricated things are available in the country. So now many new construction techniques have come up. So we can replicate these things very well in the current scenario of making resiliency in the buildings. As far as going to the landslide, these are the robust landslide. Of course, here it is so difficult to anticipate such kind of failure. They happen so sudden, so robust. So these are truly a natural one, because in and around nothing is there. Here is a road is there, but here, of course, some construction, some people are living over there, but we never knew that something or what has caused these things because of the rainfall or some anthropogenic causes. So in this case, of course, we have to take the lesson. But whenever such kind of constructions are made and due to earthquake they are broken or due to some other landslide, then in that case we must be cautious enough in making such kind of rail lines or other buildings in this, even expressways and other things, the way that the failure such things, there are a lot of things to learn, and then take repair measures, retrofitting measures in such a way that they should not repeat. But at the same time, whenever we make some constructions in a hilly area where rocks are there, we have taken shelter in the rock, or we have taken this kind of construction we have made in such a nice manner for more than 4 decades. This is in function in India, Himachal Pradesh, that such kind of road that were in fact from the basics of the civil engineering theory in soil mechanics or rock mechanics, we do not really replicate such kind of things in the real life. Of course, not in this manner, but we have made such kind of cutting in the hills and then make the facility running for several decades. And it is surely that our experience, I would not say an expertise, rather we have assumed that these will not fail, but it is functioning. So taking advantage from the nature and natural strength or nature, the gift that we have taken, and we are using it. But it is something like that when on the same road, if we write Ishwar ko yaad kare, then something like that it is, we know something, we do not know something, we do not know in fact that what is in store. So as far as engineering or earthquake resiliency is concerned, we must be able to know and that how structure is going to behave, how road is going to behave. And there are some cases that that sub-story building, they collapse, and they collapse along with this cars underneath, and then we don't want our building to collapse in this manner. But in this, still, in many of the city areas, municipality areas, these days steel floor is to be ensured. Otherwise, plan will not be passed. So we have all kinds of paperworks, but to facilitate the parking facility, but at the same time, those paperwork doesn't ensure that earthquake resiliency. So we must be cautious enough. So what kind of cautiousness we have to do? I'll show in the next few photographs that what has happened here, that is being shown, that is being replicated rather, that how sub-story like this, which is there in majority of the building, many multi-story building, and it is being replicated through an experimental study of the 6-story frame building, that how earthquake shaking has created the scenario that bottom part has failed in this manner, or whatever has happened over here. So thanks to the civil engineering fraternity that they have shown it for awareness purpose, for lesson purpose, and not to do such kind of blunder, such kind of things into this. Now, what is the way out? So in that case, there are scenario here in Bhuj also. Many such building has failed, soft story, but there are ways that where cross bracing are there. This is in India, in Guwahati city. This is also in Guwahati city. That using cross bracing, we can allow the parking and we can make the building stronger in case of earthquake, or even those buildings that which are having soft story, we can make at least a full brick wall, the red colored one. We can make a full brick wall to make the building strong enough to take earthquake, and at least they can give some kind of resistance to the earthquake. These days now bamboo houses, because they are lighter and stronger, but whenever it is making 2-story, 3-story, 4-story, then no codal provision, no research or no resiliency can be proved or checked as of now, because that the bamboo to bamboo connections, how perfect they are, they need a lot of research and lot of experimental study on a shake table. So towards a nature-based stability of the habitat, let us reassure solving the problem mostly created by us through nature's own selection in a simpler way. I'll give some example. Some of the problems do not need hi-fi tech or investment or training skill. Let us see how they can be taken. So erosion-induced slope failure, especially wherever it is happening, some solutions in the textbooks are so simple and reliable, there is enough scope for sustainable development. See that such kind of things happens in our hilly area. How simple and elegant is the solution to squeeze out the water through this perforated pipeline, incline little pipeline, and that how they are bringing out the water. So these are the solutions which doesn't need any special skill. This can be done in our hilly area to save them from erosion as well as landslides. Here is one rivulet or stream that where water is flowing, but this portion has got so much eroded. You see that how that can be stabilized by vetiver grass or similar such kind of long rooted grass. So in that case, we can ensure or we can do this kind of work using our Manrega worker also in our village area, hilly area, to conserve and also bring sustainability to the erosion as well as landslide problem. Whenever we make such kind of national highway or something, we cut the hills and then we make this kind of retaining wall. In fact, such kind of retaining wall is not required. It is unnecessarily. And whereas if we make a breast wall like this is one example in India, in Assam itself, and then make rest of the things by vetiver grass, so we can ensure erosion as well as landslide here by simple manner, for which no skill is required. Whatever is plenty is available. It is in Indian origin, and we have to promote such kind of plantations in our hilly area to save them from erosion as well as landslide related problems. Manrega workers, they are working over here in West Bengal. So this is a river. So the river bank can be stabilized using the vetiver grass in this manner. So thank you. But before thank you, I want to say that we must leave behind EMI-free house for the next generation. This is a scenario taken from 2008 Sichuan earthquake, where 70,000 people died in China. But we don't want such kind of scenario again to be created in our own country. And for that, we want to see that our future, at least to be EMI-free, burden-free, loan-free. So giving thanks is not enough. But before ending, I would like to remind that these are the scenario of living in the hill. And this is a Facebook posting that here you can see that the way that 6-story, 7-story building are being constructed in a Zone 5 area, because they don't have any flat land. But there are some ways to construct buildings even in the hilly area. Here nothing has been followed, even though it is under a municipality. state capital, I would say. So here, the kind of vulnerability which is really we can imagine, but we like engineer who have been teaching or who have been taking many courses, giving a lot of lectures, going to many sites, we cannot stop such kind of vulnerability until and unless there is a radical changes in the mindset as well as in our regulations and the construction fraternity, we come forward. Thank you. Jai Hind. Namaste.
Okay, can we start?
Yes, ma'am.
So, good afternoon, everyone. So, I'd like to present our research part of very briefly our research that is happening at IIT Indore, and myself, Dr. Nilima, and this has been work carried out by my PhD student, Meghna Sharma. So, this topic is on advances in ground improvement. Basically, in the conventional ground improvement techniques, we use a lot of materials like cement and stone, etc., which is not sustainable. So, we would like to work on some sustainable methods using bio approaches, and so the talk is on biomineralization for granular soils. So especially looking at the geotechnical challenges, one of the major thing that we face is like instability issues because of seismic activity, especially in terms of liquefaction or lateral spreading, which we have seen in the previous classic events of earthquakes, especially Niigata earthquake, Alaskan earthquake, and Tohoku earthquake also, and even our Indian Buzz earthquake as well. So what happens is like the soil behaves for a specific time. The soil stop taking the load and behave like a viscous fluid. So this is what is called a liquefaction hazard. Let's see the right hand side some of the pictures because of the liquefaction hazard. You can see here it's very dramatic pictures and adjacent structures, and this is very site specific. So what we are trying to do is like how to do the ground improvement for liquefaction, increasing the liquefaction resistance through bio approach. That is the overview of my topic. So for the soil liquefaction, especially when the shear strength is very less, like, if the pore pressure shoot up and, shear strength is reduced, and then, the soil will fail and it behaves very, very, it stop taking the load completely for some time. And then, and slowly after the event or the seismic event, it starts gaining the load, taking the load. So, but during that period, the structures may collapse like this. So there is upward water pressure, that is gradient, maybe effective stresses become zero, and because of seismic event, or it behaves like a fluid, as I mentioned. So these are some of the events in Taiwan earthquake in 2018. See the structure, there you won't see any kind of fine crack also in the superstructure, but the structures is completely collapsed. So this is another during the Niigata earthquake. The other view of this picture is on the Kramer textbook as well. So soil improvement techniques in the conventional way, we do have jet grouting, soil reinforcement, compaction methods, dynamic compaction, or using some geosynthetics or geogrids, whatever it is. So, but they are like carbon intensive or like uneconomic methods because they're very costly and they're not environmentally friendly. So what we are trying to do is like in this one, we want to approach something like in advanced methods, people are going alternate or waste materials or industrial waste people are trying to use. So in bio approaches, like we do have biopolymers, use of biopolymers like gum or like agar gum, etc., and biochar also, which is one of the upcoming areas where we can reduce the agriculture waste and use of biochar material for stabilization. And then nanomaterials also people are working on that, but the problem that is associated is in the large scale field application to apply in the real field is a very major challenging. So what we are trying to do here is like, if you look at the nature's perspective, nature, in the nature, we can see this is actually one of the national park. You can see that is biological, biochemically induced, because of wind erosion, this kind of spikes you can see, but there is a kind of calcium formation that happened along the desert soil and it made like a kind of rock. And this is, you can see here, stromatolites they are formed along the beach. Okay, so these have been because of the action of cyanobacteria. So nature itself has this kind of processes which we can capture it and apply in our engineering problems, so that we can achieve some kind of sustainability. So biogeotechnical methods are very upcoming now, and for ground improvement, it is a highly multidisciplinary because it needs a lot of inputs from biology, chemistry, and engineering, etc. So what we do is, like, soil has some sort of bacteria in it, non-pathogenic bacteria. So we would like to increase the activity of this bacteria so that calcium carbonate can be formed, and it can bridge the gap between the grain to grain, because in soil the low transfer mechanism happen because of the contact mechanics. So if you can increase the number of contacts with other grains, then obviously the shear strength can increase. So urease producing bacteria and denitrificating bacteria are required for this kind of approaches. In this also there are different methods of biometric methods. One is like MACPE, which we are working on at present now, and microbially induced calcite precipitation, EACP, enzymatically induced calcite, and MADP, where it is like desaturation happens. And so these are the broadly 3 different classifications. I'll just give you an overview of it, and anybody interested, please write to us. So we'll be very happy to have any sort of collaboration, or for any kind of internships as well. So in the MACP approach, there are 2 ways, like either it can be done through biostimulation or by augmentation method. In stimulation, what we have to do is, like, so we native bacteria, and in augmentation we introduction of a specific species, we do it. Okay, so and we use reagent solutions like urea, calcium chloride, and nutrient growth, we'll be providing it. And then the calcite crystals will be formed in between the grains, so that the voids between the grains can be closed, and the shear strength characteristics will be improved. And in the recent years, a lot of significance on this biological process of the soil has been identified, and the process of biomineralization has emerged as one of the very new technique, and it's a sustainable solution. And this can also be applied in the field, which we are also trying to explore it at present. And because of the time constraint, this is a short presentation, I'm not going to put it up. And this biogeochemical process, this is actually the overview of the entire process, okay, where urease process happens and the calcium carbonate crystals will be formed. Okay, and see, when the sand is like that, it has a kind of flow kind of characteristics, but when a treated sand, it becomes like a rock. Okay, so this is our samples from our lab. So we also done some kind of micro analysis like SEM analysis, XRD analysis, and so the key attributes that comes is like control and regulation of biology under the chemistry, which can accelerate or delay this complete biogeochemical process. And this can be monitored, process can be monitored, so that what we can find it out is like with the different kinds of the days of treatment and amount of treatment, we can see what is the percentage of treatment that can be achieved. And field application, yes, some research is going on in different parts of the country, or in different parts of the world on this particular problem. And in this biomeditative soil improvement, actually there can be 3 different ways. One is like mineralization, which we are working at present, where there is a calcium carbonate crystals form the voids, and biofilms along the grains, on the surface of the grains, or biogas generation. So there are any 3 can happen. So we are targeting only the process which can give us biomineralization. And the treatment, like which one suits well, depends upon the kind of soil. We have taken the Narmada sand because it's a granular material. So at present we are working on the river sand. And so hydrolysis hydrolyzed urea concentration as a function of the time. So we also studied that, because this is some of the factors, especially pH, the change in the pH, because as the process is treatment process goes on, there is a change in the pH because the calcium carbonate is forming, and urea concentration and electrical conductivity also will be various. So that can be monitored. So we also developed a small numerical model for monitoring these parameters. And in the microstructure, if you see here, as I said, like there may be bonding between the particles. This is the calcium carbonate that got binded. You can see in the CM images also white color things, and which can increase the angularity of these particles. As the angularity increases, obviously shear strength increases. So some more SEM images from our study, you can see here calcium carbonate crystals was formed here, and here also the white color patches here also, maybe in the bed also. So And micro beds have been observed. Calcium crystals again. See this micro beds. Okay. So, and we have used 3 different kinds of bacteria. So, for all the 3, we were trying to see which is more effective. And the first application I would like to present here is like this method for liquefaction mitigation of the sand. And the Narmada sand, which we are available in this region, the Madhya Pradesh, so extensively is a liquefaction susceptible sand. So then we try to use that particular sand so that the treated test has been carried out. So we also had done different kinds of tests in the lab, like UCS to find out the shear characteristics, friction angle, pore pressure response, and we also try to see what is the effect of freeze thaw on these treated samples. And we have try to use different kinds of samples for direct shear, UCS, and triaxial also we have carried out. So coming to the classification, the sand was behaving like a rock sample after its treatment, that I have shown you even in the image. And there is a reduction in the strength less than 5% and 10% of different freeze and thaw cycles in the treated samples, which is okay, well within the values. And the shear velocity showed a minimum precipitation of 3.25 calcite. The samples are liquefaction resistance even after 20 freeze and thaw cycles, which is a very, very good improvement. So similarly, UPV and shear modulus values were also been for the treated samples were almost like a sandstone material. So, and there are different applications of MICP, not only for the liquefaction is just one part, for oil recovery, enhancement of the recovery, reclamation of old structures, and like if there is any crack in the structures, like, some kind of stone column or something in temples or something, that can be, this method can be applied there also. And even for rock failures, rock fractures, for reducing of the permeability, and, as I said, liquefaction and landslide issues. So contamination, immobilization, which we are also having a paper on this particular part, erosion control, improving the bearing capacity for the foundation design, etc. So these are the different applications we have in MICP technique. And so this is one of the very sustainable and very interesting approach where we can use the natural process and activate that so that our engineering problems can be solved. So it's very, very cost effective and environment friendly. Thank you so much.
I would like to introduce myself. I am Dr. Pramod Deshpande. I am Senior Associate Professor in National Institute of Construction Management and Research. I am working in the field of risk management as a trainer, faculty, and researcher. Today, all of us are participating in this international online conference to discuss the strategies to restart and revamp the construction industry and its activities under post-COVID situation. Friends, I propose the risk assessment and risk management approach to deal with the post-COVID situation for the construction. Now, let us define what is the risk. The risk is simply defined as an uncertainty. If we identify the risk in business, the business activities, the success of business is assured. The uncertainties occur under certain situation. In fact, any activity which is taking place always have a uncertainty attached with it. This uncertainty occurs under specific situation. Now, if we try to consider the project as a construction as a project activity, where the time and cost are the factors or performance parameters which are being used to define the success and failure of the project. In today's situation, the projects are not able to perform to the standard because of the COVID situation. But under such situation, what risk exists if we try to find out the risk associated to carry out the construction activity, it will help to overcome the situation. To do this, let us understand what is risk. Now, risk is uncertainty. Uncertainty is attached with the activity, and this uncertainty is inherent. How? Whenever we do any activity, there are always results of that activity are either success, that is yes, or failure, that is no. Now, whenever we try to plan or design the activity, we try to see that this activity will lead to success. However, there is always a situation under which this activity is likely to fail, and that is what is the exactly the significance of risk. We will discuss this in the due course of time, under certain due course of time. This risk, if we see the construction project has a design activity or a design, planning, scheduling, estimation, budgeting. This is further supported with safety management system and quality management system. Now, in simple words, project as a whole can be considered as a set of activities. If we go into little microscopic way, the planning can be considered as a set of activities. Now, if this set of activities has been addressed, these activities being having a rate of success and which is indicated as chances of success in terms of probability, such as 90%, 95%, so on, so forth. Now, when you look at this probability of success as a positive part, there is a negative part attached with it, and that is nothing but the 5 to 10% chances of failure. Now, if we want to make the project as a success as a whole, there is a need to address the planning in terms of positive aspect as well as to address the likely situations which will lead to failure. In simple words, what it means is that if you take care of likely failure, there is a proficiency of the project will be much better. And that is what the concept of risk management. If we say that this risk to be handled, we will have to address this risk by a scientific method, and that scientific method consists of identification of risk, which is by a process. It is to be done with some context of a situation, which is followed by risk quantification. And to do the risk quantification, there are different methods, there are different terminologies like risk, calculating the risk exposure, calculating the risk priority number. And once you have calculated and identified the risk, then comes the risk analysis. That means prioritizing the risk. And once we do the prioritizing the risk, then it becomes obvious to find out the mitigating solution. Now, these kind of things can be explained in a simple way with an example, like there is a vendor and the project team is losing the vendor because he is not getting the payment in time. And if you want to say that I will make the payment in time, that is a conventional approach, people will say that why the payment is getting delayed. That becomes a situation, and there is a need to analyze the business process of preparing the purchase order till the payment of the bill. And in that process, what are the factors which are contributing to failure that needs to be listed? Once that has been listed, there are two solutions. Once you can modify the process and take rid of modify the process and address the update the system. There could be a situation in which you can identify those factors and take the corrective action. Similarly, if there are more than one factors, there is a need to see that which factors should be addressed first. In order to do this, one has to do the quantification by finding out its impact in terms of its risk exposure and then addressing the thing. Now, let us go further and try to understand that in this manner the risk exists in a project, and if we want to address the success of the project, if we address these risk related issues, the other things which we have planned, they are bound to give the success. And if we take care of these failure factors, then the success is assured. Similarly, if you go with a COVID kind of situation where the market response, the funding flow, the human behavior, the work environment, all these factors are becoming a risk. But out of these factors, which factors will lead to failure that needs to be addressed? If we try to address that factor, there could be a chance that in the process of identification itself, you will be able to eliminate those factors and come out of the situation. If still those factors exist, we can see that how it can be quantified and prioritized. Similarly, we can take a mitigating solution. And I think with this kind of details, this kind of methodology, a construction environment can be revamped for the post-COVID situation. Let us take another example. There is a government resolution saying that the force majeure clause will be considered as an extended time for extended time. What it means? It means that whatever the risk associated with the force majeure clause will not be get applicated for a certain period which is equivalent to a lockdown period. Now, these are the kind of policy decisions which has been made to overcome the risk of project deliverables. Now, this is what I am trying to explain, that risk management is an approach which will lead to what is called as handling the post-COVID situation for construction. Thank you.
सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन का ट्रेनिंग ले रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हम प्रैक्टिकल कर रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हमें अचार बनाना, जाम बनाना, जेली बनाना आदि सिखाया जाए।
A very warm welcome to all of you. My name is Abhijit Ganguly and I'm an associate professor and head of the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering at IIT Tirupati. The title of my talk today is Non-Destructive Testing and the Concrete Infrastructure Industry, and it's a real pleasure and honor to present before the India Construction Week and No Dig India show. So a big thanks to the organizers. So this is how I have organized my presentation. I'll be giving an academic background about myself. Then we will present some introduction of damage in various different kinds of damage in concrete structures. I'll be talking about industry practices and end the talk with advanced techniques on the way forward. So a little bit about my academic background. I did my PhD from Université Libre de Bruxelles in Belgium, and then followed up with postdoctoral experience at the University of Massachusetts Amherst and Northeastern University, and also I had industrial research experience with Schlumberger in Boston. In India, I have worked previously with IIT Delhi as assistant professor, and since 2017, I'm with IIT Tirupati as associate professor and head of the department. So a brief introduction now. We are aware of very high-profile structural collapse events that have been happening for quite a few years now. So on the top, you see the shots taken on a camera of the Taiwan bridge collapse, and we have had our own share of bridge collapses in India, such as the Kolkata bridge collapse, and also there was a collapse in Florida International University, all of which caused loss of lives. So the event in Genoa also caught media attention, and there have been several other events, which shows that the non-destructive testing is an extremely important activity that is necessary for long-term stability and performance of existing structures. So if we have to ensure long-term stability and performance, we need a good structural design, high quality of material, and good construction practices, which is like a combination of all of these three is quite challenging many a times. So therefore, it is necessary to check both the strength and the durability of the concrete structure. Typically, strength is assessed by applying structural health monitoring techniques, whereby we measure the dynamical response at various points of time. And if there's a marked change in the response, then we can attribute that to the existence of damage. Whereas when we are talking about durability, we do periodic non-destructive evaluation and also structural health monitoring. And these give useful information to us regarding whether we should demolish and construct or repair, retrofit, and rehabilitate. So a little bit of background why we require NDT of concrete structures. We have transitioned from low-grade concrete to higher-grade concrete in a very short span of 50 years. And there has been a very rapid addition of new concrete infrastructure to the tune of 2 billion per meter cube. And critical structures such as bridges and power plants need regular inspections. And the MORTH has inventoried almost 1,75,000 bridges in India. This is not the total list, which needs to be monitored. So there is a big market for this. And what do we do in structural health audit? It involves visual inspection. We conduct tapping tests, and then we follow it up with non-destructive evaluation. And this industry is expected to grow at the rate of 15% per year until 2023. That's, it's expected to grow by 15% by 2023. And NDT of concrete structures would constitute a big proportion of this growth. So when we know the structural condition, we can take our decisions related to demolition and construct or repair, retrofit, and rehabilitate. So these are the typical damages that are commonly observed in concrete structures. You may have debonding of the rebar, you may have delaminations, you may have debonding as well as surface breaking cracks. Corrosion is one of the major causes. And then you have these subsurface cracks, honeycombing, and surface breaking cracks. All of these are very problematic because they reduce the capacity of the member. It leads to increased ingress of moisture into the medium, and therefore leading to more corrosion, possibility of corrosion, and some defects are not detectable until it is very late. So for timely remedial measures, detection is extremely necessary in the incipient damage stage. So if we talk about the various vulnerabilities of concrete structures, I've already covered unsuitable materials, improper workmanship, environmental exposure, and structural deficiency. These lead to the creation of defects inside the concrete structures. Among these, environmental exposure and the durability aspects are the aspects that I am currently doing research on. So corrosion of steel is a major reason behind the aging of concrete structures. So what are the various industry practices? The most common is the ultrasonic pulse velocity, where we measure the velocity of the compressional wave through the medium. And if the velocity is higher than a threshold, we assume the concrete to be of good quality. We have the rebound hammer test that gives the surface condition, and an indirect method of measuring the strength of the concrete. And these are there in our IS 13311 parts 1 and 2. And following the ASTM C876, we have the half cell potential test, which gives us a qualitative idea about the vulnerability of the concrete to corrosion. Now, another technique is the impact echo test that is very suitable for measuring slab thickness, detection of delaminations in concrete, and test pile or foundation integrity. So these are some photos of some of the common tests that are adapted here. You can see a person is conducting UPV on a box girder bridge. And if we have to check the integrity of the deck, then chain drag and sounding, hammer sounding, these are the most common tests where the practitioner actually listens and tries to detect delaminations. So these are the various techniques that are adopted by the industry in order to ascertain whether there are defects in the concrete structure. So we come to the lecture on advanced techniques now. So I will be talking first about ultrasonic imaging, which can be used to detect rebar corrosion in concrete. And this, the process of ultrasonic imaging exploits the physics of the difference in the reflections of an incident ultrasonic wave when it encounters an intact rebar vis-a-vis when it encounters a deboarded or a damaged rebar. So using a time of flight based algorithm, which is known as the synthetic aperture focusing technique, we can create subsurface images of the concrete medium in various planes. And this is one typical ultrasonic measurement system, a very simple one, consisting of two contact ultrasonic transducers. One acts as a source and the other acts as a receiver, and they are excited by a pulsar receiver circuit, and the signal is also received through an oscilloscope. So this very simple system has been used extensively in our laboratory and has been the mainstay instrument and feature of our lab for several years. And we have used this technique, this instrumentation setup, to create ultrasonic images. So we applied the ultrasonic imaging technique on a corroding rebar. We simulated corrosion by accelerating the corrosion process of this rebar using a simple electrolysis-based experiment. And we corroded the rebar until the concrete slab cracked. And we took ultrasonic images. And so this is one plane, the image at the level of the rebar. So you can see the rebar image. And what we observed, interestingly, is that with the progress of corrosion, the rebar image actually disappears gradually. So that when the cracking happened, it was totally gone from the image. So we inferred that corrosion activity can be diagnosed if you are doing ultrasonic imaging and the rebar actually disappears from the image. And this was published in an American Society of Civil Engineering Journal of Materials in Civil Engineering very recently. And this has been the sum total of our research efforts from IIT Delhi and IIT Tirupati. Then we come to infrared thermography. Why I'm going into infrared thermography is because civil structures are typically very, very large, and contact-based imaging or contact-based testing has its limitations. You cannot cover large areas. However, if you use a non-contact technique like thermography, you'll be able to cover large areas in a short span of time. And then those hot spots, if you are able to detect, you can use more intensive contact-based techniques to do the diagnosis. So what is infrared? It's an electromagnetic wave, and it belongs to the spectrum between microwave and ultraviolet and visible light. And how does it work? So all objects which have a temperature above the absolute zero are going to emit infrared radiation, be it a human being or be it any other structure. So this is a very small depiction. If you wave your hand in front of the infrared camera, then an image is created in the digital display. And it has been used in building technology in colder countries to detect leakage of heat. It is used in medicine and military as a night vision equipment. So we have done some experiments. These are like only the initial stages of the work, but people across the world have been using it to detect problems in bridge decks. These are two thermograms, actually, or rather thermal thermographic images. So what we did in our experiment is that just to test, we embedded several cardboard sheets at various levels in a concrete slab. So this is a concrete slab and we are looking from the top. And after a few hours of experiments, after 1 hour, we saw that one of the images actually could locate the sheets. And after 2 hours, also another image was, showed the existence of the sheets. And so this is just preliminary work, and we are going to improve upon the existing work to find out whether this works or not in concrete. Then I come to ground penetrating radar. This is also another very popular technique, non-contact technique to detect problems in concrete structures. So this is a small diagram showing the principle of how it works. So you have a transmitting antenna over here and you have a receiving antenna. So the transmitting antenna sends electromagnetic waves into the medium in the gigahertz range, frequency range. And if there is a difference in the electromagnetic properties of a material, whether it's a layer is there or some embedded object is there, then there's a reflection back, which is received by the antenna, and using some signal processing algorithms, be it in time domain or frequency domain, we can kind of detect the location of the object. So it is used for NDT of concrete slabs, but this is still in its stage of infancy. It has been used in geotechnical applications, subsurface anomalies in archaeological sites, pavement thickness determination, depth to bedrock, and detecting subsurface moisture. So these are the various applications of this particular technique. And these are some photographs. You can have the antenna mounted on a cart, which is manually driven. You can have a truck driven antenna. This is becoming more common. Even in India, there are some agencies which are doing this. Military always does it because they have to detect the landmines. And utility mapping in urban settings. This is an upcoming, very hot field. So there will be a lot of applications of this particular equipment for utility mapping, underground pipes, underground drains, water leakage, all those kind of things. So these are two very new applications that have been developed involving robotics. So this one is the rabbit robot developed by Rutgers University. So it has a combination of different modes. It has ground penetrating radar, it has global positioning system, then it has a high resolution optical system camera basically, then it has surface waves, ultrasonic waves, and surface resistivity. So all modalities embedded in one platform, and this is being created to map damage in concrete bridge decks, because they're very crucial in cold countries and they're prone to damage because of de-icing salts that are used. And this is one underwater ROV created by IIT Madras and their startup Planis, which is an underwater drone, you can say, to detect problems in underwater marine structures. So a lot of different things are coming up. So the way forward, I see that imaging is going to play a major role as a tool of NDT in the very near future, and a lot of research is going to happen in this direction. And of course, since civil engineering structures are very large and we are adding to the inventory, we need to transition from contact to non-contact technologies. So there will be a thrust towards non-contact imaging. And then, of course, we will have sensor-based monitoring, because all these things are like related to NDE4, which involves more application of robotics and automation. And due to the application of sensor networks, you will have big data analytics and digital twins. So, of course, statistical pattern recognition and machine learning techniques are coming in a big way and becoming integral parts of NDE. So with this, I would like to end my talk. I acknowledge the support from the 2 Indian institutes of technology where I've worked, and the funding agencies and consultation projects, and also thank numerous students, colleagues, and friends who have come and helped me at various stages of my research. If you, I'm available for interacting with you. So these are my email ID, and I look forward to talking with you. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन का ट्रेनिंग ले रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हम प्रैक्टिकल कर रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हमें अचार बनाना, जाम बनाना, जेली बनाना आदि सिखाया गया है और उसके साथ यहाँ पे मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग की भी सिखाया गया है। हम जॉब कर सकते हैं या जॉब नहीं भी करें तो उसके द्वारा हम अपना बिजनेस शुरू कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए मैं CIDC और AI को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। वो हमें ये सिखाया, यह हमें अपने पैरों पर खुद खड़ा होना सिखाया। इसलिए थैंक यू।
मैं CIDC में ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए आया हूँ, जो कि बिनेश्वर ब्रह्मो इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में कराया जा रहा है, जो कि कोरल डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है, असम में। मैं जो ट्रेड लिया हुआ हूँ वो है जनरल वर्क सुपरवाइजर का।
ऑटो लेवल एक डिवाइस होता है जिसके जरिए लेवल जमीन का और दूसरी चीज़ों का लेवलिंग लिया जाता है। इस डिवाइस के मुख्य पार्ट्स हैं ये ट्राइपॉड स्टैंड में ये ट्राइपॉड स्क्रू होता है जिसके जरिए इसका हाइट एडजस्ट किया जाता है और हाइट के साथ साथ इसका लेवल भी एडजस्ट किया जाता है।
I belongs from Risu, Meghalaya. I first 10 class. My father is a farmer. He earns just rupees 300 daily for family. There is not sufficient. I heard about my son training. Started at Risu Velfara by CIDC. I got admission and learning a lot about house construction. I learned about foundation, cement, sand, etc. By taking this training, I can make my future is better way. Thanks a lot to CIDC.
आफ्टर 10 पास में बेरोजगार था तो मेरा दोस्त राज ने बताया CIDC के बारे में और मैं CIDC सेंटर गुलाघाट ट्रेड प्लम्बर में ज्वाइन किया।
हम लोग गांव में कोई भी काम नहीं मिला, इसलिए हम लोग जो सेंटर से हम लोग को बोला, इसलिए वो लोग दिल्ली से सब लोग आया और ऋषि बेलपारा में अच्छा काम करना मिलेगा बोला, इसलिए हम लोग ट्रेनिंग के लिए CIDC के आया और हम लोग ये CIDC ट्रेनिंग खत्म होने के बाद हम अच्छा काम चुनेगा।
यहाँ मैं सिधोली CIDC सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन की ट्रेड पे हम लोगों को आम के अचार, जाम, स्क्वायर बनाना सिखा रही है। तो यहाँ पे हम लोग यह बेल की स्क्वायर बना रही हूँ। तो ये सीखने के बाद हम लोग पैकेजिंग और मार्केटिंग भी सीखेंगे और सीख भी रही हूँ। और ये इसके लिए हमें तो फ्री में CIDC और AI हमें तो फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रही है। इसके लिए हम CIDC को और AI को थैंक यू बोलना चाहती हूँ जो हम लोगों को फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं। और मैं खुद ये सीखने के बाद मैं खुद के बिजनेस शुरू करूँगी, अगर मुझसे हो सके तो मैं जॉब भी करना चाहूँगी।
My father is a teacher. I'm taking training in Muslim trade at Longstone Center. I have learned about the construction material, measurement, the foundation, brick, masonry, extra from Pawan, from South Pawan. After studying, I can work this trade and earn my living.
हम लोग अभी पहले तो हम लोग 200 रुपया ऐसा मांगेगा। अभी हम लोग CIDC ट्रेनिंग लेने के बाद हम लोग जो काम उसको हम लोग सीखेगा, उसको हम लोग अभी 500, 600, 700 ऐसा मांगेगा।
मैं असम से आई हूँ, मेरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट गोलाघाट। मैं पहले से गोलाघाट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में CIDC पार्ट की सब्जेक्ट फूड प्रिजर्वेशन के लिए 3 मंथ की कोचिंग करने के लिए आई थी। वहाँ मैंने फूड प्रिजर्वेशन किया है, वो सीखा है। तो वहाँ पर मैंने सिधोली सेंटर में ट्रांसफ़र की गई है। यहाँ पहला दिन से मैं अचार, जैम, जेली कैसे बनाती है वो सब सीखा है। और उसके बाद मैंने मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग भी बहुत सारी बातें सीखने के मिले हैं। तो इसीलिए मैं जो भी जॉब और ना तो मैं अपनी बिजनेस शुरू करना चाहती हूँ।
सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन का ट्रेनिंग ले रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हम प्रैक्टिकल कर रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हमें अचार बनाना, जाम बनाना, जेली बनाना आदि सिखाया गया है और उसके साथ यहाँ पे मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग की भी सिखाया गया है। हम जॉब कर सकते हैं या जॉब नहीं भी करें तो उसके द्वारा हम अपना बिजनेस शुरू कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए मैं CIDC और AI को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। वो हमें ये सिखाया कि हमें अपने पैरों पर खुद खड़ा होना सिखाया, इसलिए थैंक यू।
मैं CIDC में ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए आया हूँ, जो कि मिनेश्वर ब्रह्मो इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में कराया जा रहा है, जो कि कोकराझार डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है, असम में। मैं जो ट्रेड लिया हुआ हूँ वो है जनरल वर्क सुपरवाइजर का।
ऑटो लेवल एक डिवाइस होता है जिसके जरिए लेवल जमीन का और दूसरी चीज़ों का लेवलिंग लिया जाता है। इस डिवाइस के मुख्य पार्ट्स है ये ट्राइपॉड स्टैंड में ये ट्राइपॉड स्क्रू होता है जिसके जरिए इसका हाइट एडजस्ट किया जाता है और हाइट के साथ साथ इसका लेवल भी एडजस्ट किया जाता है।
I belongs from Risu, Meghalaya. I first in class. My father is a farmer. He earns just rupees 300 daily for family. There is not sufficient. I heard about my son training. Started at Risu Welfare by CIDC. I got admission and learning a lot about house construction. I learned about foundation, cement, sand, etc. By taking this training, I can make my future is better way. Thanks a lot to CIDC.
आफ्टर 10 पास में बेरोजगार था, तो मेरा दोस्त राज ने बताया CIDC के बारे में, और मैं CIDC सेंटर गुलाघाट ट्रेड प्लम्बर में ज्वाइन किया।
हम लोग गांव में कोई भी काम नहीं मिला, इसलिए हम लोग जो सेंटर से हम लोग को बोला, इसलिए वो लोग दिल्ली से सब लोग आया और ऋषि वेलफेयर में अच्छा काम करना मिलेगा बोला, इसलिए हम लोग ट्रेनिंग के लिए CIDC के आया। और हम लोग ये CIDC ट्रेनिंग खत्म होने के बाद हम अच्छा काम चुनेगा।
यहाँ मैं सिधौली CIDC सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन में ट्रेड पे हम लोगों को आम के आसार, जाम, स्क्वायर बनाना सिखा रही है। तो यहाँ पे हम लोग यह बेल की स्क्वायर बना रही हूँ। तो ये सीखने के बाद हम लोग पैकेजिंग और मार्केटिंग भी सीखेंगे और सीख भी रही हूँ। और ये इसके लिए हमें तो फ्री में CIDC और AI हमें तो फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रही है। इसके लिए हम CIDC को और AAI को थैंक यू बोलना चाहती हूँ, जो हम लोग को फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं। और मैं खुद ये सीखने के बाद मैं खुद के बिजनेस शुरू करूँगी, अगर मुझसे हो सके तो मैं जॉब भी करना चाहूँगी।
My father is a teacher. I'm taking training in Muslim Trade at Nongstoin Center. I have learned about the construction material, measurement, the foundation, brick, masonry, extra from Pawan, from Sir Pawan. After training, I can work this trade and earn my living.
हम लोग अभी पहले तो हम लोग 200 रुपया ऐसा मांगेगा। अभी हम लोग CIDC ट्रेनिंग लेने के बाद हम लोग जो काम उसको हम लोग सीखेगा, उसको हम लोग अभी 500, 600, 700 ऐसा मांगेगा।
मैं असम से आई हूँ, मेरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट गोलाघाट। मैं पहले से गोलाघाट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में CIDC पार्ट की सब्जेक्ट फूड प्रिजर्वेशन के लिए 3 मंथ की कोचिंग करने के लिए आई थी। वहाँ मैंने फूड प्रिजर्वेशन क्या है वो सीखा है। तो वहाँ पर मैंने सिधौली सेंटर में ट्रांसफ़र की गई है। यहाँ पहला दिन से मैं आचार, जैम, जेली कैसे बनाती है वो सब सीखा है। और उसके बाद मैंने मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग भी बहुत सारी बातें सीखने के मिले हैं। तो इसीलिए मैं जो भी जॉब और ना तो मैं अपनी बिजनेस शुरू करना चाहती हूँ।
सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन का ट्रेनिंग ले रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हम प्रैक्टिकल कर रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हमें अचार बनाना, जाम बनाना, जेली बनाना आदि सिखाया गया है। और उसके साथ यहाँ पे मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग की भी सिखाया गया है। हम जॉब कर सकते हैं या जॉब नहीं भी करें तो उसके द्वारा हम अपना बिजनेस शुरू कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए मैं CIDC और AI को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। वो हमें ये सिखाया कि हमें अपने पैरों पर खुद खड़ा होना सिखाया, इसलिए थैंक यू।
मैं CIDC में ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए आया हूँ, जो कि मिनेश्वर ब्रह्मो इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में कराया जा रहा है, जो कि कोकराझार डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है, असम में। मैं जो ट्रेड लिया हुआ हूँ वो है जनरल वर्क वर्क सुपरवाइजर का।
ऑटो लेवल एक डिवाइस होता है जिसके जरिए लेवल जमीन का और दूसरी चीज़ों का लेवलिंग लिया जाता है। इस डिवाइस के मुख्य पार्ट्स हैं ये ट्राइपॉड स्टैंड में ये ट्राइपॉड स्क्रू होता है जिसके जरिए इसका हाइट एडजस्ट किया जाता है और हाइट के साथ साथ इसका लेवल भी एडजस्ट किया जाता है।
I belongs from Risu, Meghalaya. I first 10 class. My father is a farmer. He earns just rupees 300 daily for family. There is not sufficient. I heard about my son training. Started at Risu Welfare by CIDC. I got admission and learning a lot about house construction. I learned about foundation, cement, sand, etc. By taking this training, I can make my future is better way. Thanks a lot to CIDC.
आफ्टर 10 पास में बेरोजगार था तो मेरा दोस्त राज ने बताया CIDC के बारे में और मैं CIDC सेंटर गुलाघाट ट्रेड प्लम्बर में ज्वाइन किया।
हम लोग गांव में कोई भी काम नहीं मिला, इसलिए हम लोग जो सेंटर से हम लोग को बोला, इसलिए वो लोग दिल्ली से सब लोग आया और ऋषि वेलफेयर में अच्छा काम करना मिलेगा बोला, इसलिए हम लोग ट्रेनिंग के लिए CIDC के आया और हम लोग ये CIDC ट्रेनिंग खत्म होने के बाद हम अच्छा काम चुनेगा।
यहाँ मैं सिद्धोली CIDC सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन में ट्रेड पे हम लोगों को आम के आसार, जाम, स्क्वायर बनाना सिखा रही है। तो यहाँ पे हम लोग यह बेल की स्क्वायर बना रही हूँ। तो ये सीखने के बाद हम लोग पैकेजिंग और मार्केटिंग भी सीखेंगे और सीख भी रही हूँ। और ये इसके लिए हमें तो फ्री में CIDC और AI हमें तो फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रही है। इसके लिए हम CIDC को और AAI को थैंक यू बोलना चाहती हूँ जो हम लोगों को फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं। और मैं खुद ये सीखने के बाद मैं खुद के बिजनेस शुरू करूँगी, अगर मुझसे हो सके तो मैं जॉब भी करना चाहूँगी।
My father is a teacher. I'm taking training in Muslim trade at Longstone Center. I have learned about the construction material, measurement, the foundation, brick, masonry, extra from South Pawan. After training, I can work this trade and earn my living.
हम लोग अभी पहले तो हम लोग 200 रुपया ऐसा मांगेगा। अभी हम लोग CIDC ट्रेनिंग लेने के बाद हम लोग जो काम उसको हम लोग सीखेगा, उसको हम लोग अभी 500, 600, 700 ऐसा मांगेगा।
मैं असम से आई हूँ, मेरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट गोलाघाट। मैं पहले से गोलाघाट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में CIDC पार्ट की सब्जेक्ट फूड प्रिजर्वेशन के लिए 3 मंथ की कोचिंग करने के लिए आई थी। वहाँ मैंने फूड प्रिजर्वेशन क्या है वो सीखा है। तो वहाँ पर मैंने सिद्धोली सेंटर में ट्रांसफ़र की गई है। यहाँ पहला दिन से मैं आचार, जैम, जेली कैसे बनाती है वो सब सीखा है। और उसके बाद मैंने मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग भी बहुत सारी बातें सीखने के मिले हैं। तो इसीलिए मैं जो भी जॉब और ना तो मैं अपनी बिजनेस शुरू करना चाहती हूँ।
सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन का ट्रेनिंग ले रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हम प्रैक्टिकल कर रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हमें अचार बनाना, जाम बनाना, जेली बनाना आदि सिखाया गया है। और उसके साथ यहाँ पे मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग की भी सिखाया गया है। हम जॉब कर सकते हैं या जॉब नहीं भी करें तो उसके द्वारा हम अपना बिजनेस शुरू कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए मैं CIDC और AAI को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। वो हमें ये सिखाया कि हमें अपने पैरों पर खुद खड़ा होना सिखाया। इसलिए थैंक यू।
मैं CIDC में ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए आया हूँ जो कि इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में कराया जा रहा है, जो कि कोरापुट डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है, असम में। मैं जो ट्रेड लिया हुआ हूँ वो है जनरल वर्क सुपरवाइजर का।
ऑटो लेवल एक डिवाइस होता है जिसके जरिए लेवल जमीन का और दूसरी चीज़ों का लेवलिंग लिया जाता है। इस डिवाइस के मुख्य पार्ट्स हैं ये ट्राइपॉड स्टैंड में ये ट्राइपॉड स्क्रू होता है जिसके जरिए इसका हाइट एडजस्ट किया जाता है और हाइट के साथ साथ इसका लेवल भी एडजस्ट किया जाता है।
I belongs from Risu, Meghalaya. I first 10 class. My father is a farmer. He earns just rupees 200, 300 daily for family. There is not sufficient. I heard about my son training. Started at Risu Belpara by CIDC. I got admission and learning a lot about house construction. I learned about foundation, cement, sand, etc. By taking this training, I can make my future is better way. Thanks a lot to CIDC.
आफ्टर 10 पास में बेरोजगार था तो मेरा दोस्त राज ने बताया CIDC के बारे में और मैं CIDC सेंटर गोलाघाट ट्रेड प्लम्बर में ज्वाइन किया।
हम लोग गांव में कोई भी काम नहीं मिला, इसलिए हम लोग जो सेंटर से हम लोग को बोला, इसलिए वो लोग दिल्ली से सब लोग आया और ऋषि बेलपरा में अच्छा काम करना मिलेगा बोला, इसलिए हम लोग ट्रेनिंग के लिए CIDC के आया और हम लोग ये CIDC ट्रेनिंग खत्म होने के बाद हम अच्छा काम चुनेगा।
यहाँ मैं सिगोली CIDC सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन में ट्रेड पे हम लोगों को आम के अचार, जाम, स्क्वायर बनाना सिखा रही है। तो यहाँ पे हम लोग यह बेल की स्क्वायर बना रही हूँ। तो ये सीखने के बाद हम लोग पैकेजिंग और मार्केटिंग भी सीखेंगे और सीख भी रही हूँ। और ये इसके लिए हमें तो फ्री में CIDC और AI हमें तो फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रही है। इसके लिए हम CIDC को और AI को थैंक यू बोलना चाहती हूँ जो हम लोग को फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं। और मैं खुद ये सीखने के बाद मैं खुद के बिजनेस शुरू करूँगी, अगर मुझसे हो सके तो मैं जॉब भी करना चाहूँगी।
My father is a teacher. I'm taking training in Muslim trade at Nongstoin Center. I have learned about the construction material, measurement, the foundation, brick, masonry, extra from Pawan, from South Pawan. After training, I can work this trade and earn my living.
हम लोग अभी पहले तो हम लोग 200 रुपया ऐसा मांगेगा। अभी हम लोग CIDC ट्रेनिंग लेने के बाद हम लोग जो काम उसको हम लोग सीखेगा, उसको हम लोग अभी 500, 600, 700 ऐसा मांगेगा।
मैं असम से आई हूँ, मेरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट गोलाघाट। मैं पहले से गोलाघाट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में CIDC पार्ट की सब्जेक्ट फूड प्रिजर्वेशन के लिए 3 मंथ की कोचिंग करने के लिए आई थी। वहाँ मैंने फूड प्रिजर्वेशन क्या है वो सीखा है। तो वहाँ पर मैंने सिडोली सेंटर में ट्रांसफ़र की गई है। यहाँ पहला दिन से मैं अचार, जैम, जेली कैसे बनाती है वो सब सीखा है। और उसके बाद मैंने मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग भी बहुत सारी बातें सीखने के मिले हैं। तो इसीलिए मैं जो भी जॉब और ना तो मैं अपनी बिजनेस शुरू करना चाहती हूँ।
सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन का ट्रेनिंग ले रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हम प्रैक्टिकल कर रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हमें अचार बनाना, जाम बनाना, जेली बनाना आदि सिखाया गया है। और उसके साथ यहाँ पे मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग की भी सिखाया गया है। हम जॉब कर सकते हैं या जॉब नहीं भी करें तो उसके द्वारा हम अपना बिजनेस शुरू कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए मैं CIDC और AI को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। वो हमें ये सिखाया कि हमें अपने पैरों पर खुद खड़ा होना सिखाया। इसलिए थैंक यू।
मैं CIDC में ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए आया हूँ जो कि इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में कराया जा रहा है, जो कि कोरल डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है, असम में। मैं जो ट्रेड लिया हुआ हूँ वो है जनरल वर्क सुपरवाइजर का।
ऑटो लेवल एक डिवाइस होता है जिसके जरिए लेवल जमीन का और दूसरी चीज़ों का लेवलिंग लिया जाता है। इस डिवाइस के मुख्य पार्ट्स हैं ये ट्राइपॉड स्टैंड में ये ट्राइपॉड स्क्रू होता है जिसके जरिए इसका हाइट एडजस्ट किया जाता है और हाइट के साथ साथ इसका लेवल भी एडजस्ट किया जाता है।
I belongs from Risu, Meghalaya. I first 10 class. My father is a farmer. He earns just rupees 200, 300 daily for family. There is not sufficient. I heard about my son training. Started at Risu Belpara by CIDC. I got admission and learning a lot about house construction. I learn about foundation, cement, sand, etc. By taking this training, I can make my future is better way. Thanks a lot to CIDC.
आफ्टर 10 पास में बेरोजगार था तो मेरा दोस्त राज ने बताया CIDC के बारे में और मैं CIDC सेंटर गुलाघाट ट्रेड प्लम्बर में ज्वाइन किया।
हम लोग गांव में कोई भी काम नहीं मिला, इसलिए हम लोग जो सेंटर से हम लोग को बोला, इसलिए वो लोग दिल्ली से सब लोग आया और ऋषि बेलपारा में अच्छा काम करना मिलेगा बोला, इसलिए हम लोग ट्रेनिंग के लिए CIDC के आया और हम लोग ये CIDC ट्रेनिंग खत्म होने के बाद हम अच्छा काम चुनेगा।
यहाँ मैं सिगोली CIDC सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन में ट्रेड पे हम लोगों को आम के आसार, जाम, स्क्वायर बनाना सिखा रहे हैं। तो यहाँ पे हम लोग ये बेल की स्क्वायर बना रही हूँ। तो ये सीखने के बाद हम लोग पैकेजिंग और मार्केटिंग भी सीखेंगे और सीख भी रही हूँ। और ये इसके लिए हमें तो फ्री में CIDC और AI हमें तो फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रही है। इसके लिए हम CIDC को और AI को थैंक यू बोलना चाहती हूँ जो हम लोगों को फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं। और मैं खुद ये सीखने के बाद मैं खुद के बिजनेस शुरू करूँगी, अगर मुझसे हो सके तो मैं जॉब भी करना चाहूँगी।
My father is a teacher. I'm taking training in Master 3 at Nongstoin Center. I have learned about the construction material, measurement, the foundation, brick, masonry, extra from power, from self-power. After training, I can work this trade and earn my living.
हम लोग अभी पहले तो हम लोग 200 रुपया ऐसा मांगेगा। अभी हम लोग CIDC ट्रेनिंग लेने के बाद हम लोग जो काम उसको हम लोग सीखेगा, उसको हम लोग अभी 500, 600, 700 ऐसा मांगेगा।
मैं असम से आई हूँ, मेरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट गोलाघाट। मैं पहले से गोलाघाट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में CIDC पार्ट की सब्जेक्ट फूड प्रिजर्वेशन के लिए 3 मंथ की कोचिंग करने के लिए आई थी। वहाँ मैंने फूड प्रिजर्वेशन क्या है वो सीखा है। तो वहाँ पर मैंने सिडोली सेंटर में ट्रांसफ़र की गई है। यहाँ पहला दिन से मैं आचार, जैम, जेली कैसे बनाती है वो सब सीखा है। और उसके बाद मैंने मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग भी बहुत सारी बातें सीखने के मिले हैं। तो इसीलिए मैं जो भी जॉब ना तो मैं अपनी बिजनेस शुरू करना चाहती हूँ।
सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन का ट्रेनिंग ले रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हम प्रैक्टिकल कर रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हमें अचार बनाना, जाम बनाना, जेली बनाना आदि सिखाया गया है। और उसके साथ यहाँ पे मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग की भी सिखाया गया है। हम जॉब कर सकते हैं या जॉब नहीं भी करें तो उसके द्वारा हम अपना बिजनेस शुरू कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए मैं CIDC और AI को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। वो हमें ये सिखाया कि हमें अपने पैरों पर खुद खड़ा होना सिखाया। इसलिए थैंक यू।
मैं CIDC में ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए आया हूँ जो कि इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में कराया जा रहा है, जो कि कोरल डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है, असम में। मैं जो ट्रेड लिया हुआ हूँ वो है जनरल वर्क सुपरवाइजर का।
ऑटो लेवल एक डिवाइस होता है जिसके जरिए जमीन का और दूसरी चीज़ों का लेवलिंग लिया जाता है। इस डिवाइस के मुख्य पार्ट्स हैं ये ट्राइपॉड स्टैंड में ये ट्राइपॉड स्क्रू होता है जिसके ज़रिए इसका हाइट एडजस्ट किया जाता है और हाइट के साथ साथ इसका लेवल भी एडजस्ट किया जाता है।
I belongs from Risu, Meghalaya. I first 10 class. My father is a farmer. He earns just rupees 300 daily for family. There is not sufficient. I heard about my son training. Started at Risu Belpara by CIDC. I got admission and learning a lot about house construction. I learned about foundation, cement, sand, etc. By taking this training, I can make my future is better way. Thanks a lot to CIDC.
आफ्टर 10 पास में बेरोजगार था तो मेरा दोस्त राज ने बताया CIDC के बारे में और मैं CIDC सेंटर गुलाघाट ट्रेड प्लम्बर में ज्वाइन किया।
हम लोग गांव में कोई भी काम नहीं मिला, इसलिए हम लोग जो सेंटर से हम लोग को बोला, इसलिए वो लोग दिल्ली से सब लोग आया और ऋषि बेलपारा में अच्छा काम करना मिलेगा बोला, इसलिए हम लोग ट्रेनिंग के लिए CIDC के आया। और हम लोग ये CIDC ट्रेनिंग खत्म होने के बाद हम अच्छा काम चुनेगा।
यहाँ मैं सिगोली CIDC सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन में ट्रेड पे हम लोगों को आम के आसार, जाम, स्क्वायर बनाना सिखा रही है। तो यहाँ पे हम लोग यह बेल के स्क्वायर बना रही हूँ। तो ये सीखने के बाद हम लोग पैकेजिंग और मार्केटिंग भी सीखेंगे और सीख भी रही हूँ। और ये इसके लिए हमें तो फ्री में CIDC और AI हमें तो फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रही है। इसके लिए हम CIDC को और AAI को थैंक यू बोलना चाहती हूँ, जो हम लोगों को फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं। और मैं खुद ये सीखने के बाद मैं खुद के बिजनेस शुरू करूँगी, अगर मुझसे हो सके तो मैं जॉब भी करना चाहूँगी।
My father is a teacher. I'm taking training in Muslim trade at Nongstoin Center. I have learned about the construction material, measurement, the foundation, brick, masonry, extra from Pawan, from South Pawan. After training, I can work this trade and earn my living.
हम लोग अभी पहले तो हम लोग 200 रुपया ऐसा मांगेगा। अभी हम लोग CIDC ट्रेनिंग लेने के बाद हम लोग जो काम उसको हम लोग सीखेगा, उसको हम लोग अभी 500, 600, 700 ऐसा मांगेगा।
मैं आसाम से आई हूँ, मेरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट गोलाघाट। मैं पहले से गोलाघाट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में CIDC पार्ट की सब्जेक्ट फूड प्रिजर्वेशन के लिए 3 मंथ की कोचिंग करने के लिए आई थी। वहाँ मैंने फूड प्रिजर्वेशन क्या है वो सीखा है। तो वहाँ पर मैंने सिडोली सेंटर में ट्रांसफ़र की गई है। यहाँ पहला दिन से मैं आचार, जैम, जेली कैसे बनाती है वो सब सीखा है। और उसके बाद मैंने मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग भी बहुत सारी बातें सीखने के मिले हैं। तो इसीलिए मैं जो भी जॉब और ना तो मैं अपनी बिजनेस शुरू करना चाहती हूँ।
सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन का ट्रेनिंग ले रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हम प्रैक्टिकल कर रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हमें अचार बनाना, जाम बनाना, जेली बनाना आदि सिखाया गया है। और उसके साथ यहाँ पे मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग की भी सिखाया गया है। हम जॉब कर सकते हैं या जॉब नहीं भी करें तो उसके द्वारा हम अपना बिजनेस शुरू कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए मैं CIDC और AAI को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। वो हमें ये सिखाया, यह हमें अपने पैरों पर खुद खड़ा होना सिखाया। थैंक यू।
मैं CIDC में ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए आया हूँ, जो कि इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में कराया जा रहा है, जो कि कोरापुट डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है, असम में। मैं जो ट्रेड लिया हुआ हूँ वो है जनरल वर्क सुपरवाइजर का।
ऑटो लेवल एक डिवाइस होता है जिसके जरिए लेवल जमीन का और दूसरी चीज़ों का लेवलिंग लिया जाता है। इस डिवाइस के मुख्य पार्ट्स है ये ट्राइपॉड स्टैंड में ये ट्राइपॉड स्क्रू होता है जिसके जरिए इसका हाइट एडजस्ट किया जाता है और हाइट के साथ साथ इसका लेवल भी एडजस्ट किया जाता है।
I belongs from Risu, Meghalaya. I first 10 class. My father is a farmer. He earns just rupees 200, 300 daily for family. There is not sufficient. I heard about my son training. Started at Risu Belpara by CIDC. I got admission and learning a lot about house construction. I learned about foundation, cement, sand, etc. By taking this training, I can make my future is better way. Thanks a lot to CIDC.
आफ्टर 10 पास में बेरोजगार था तो मेरा दोस्त राज ने बताया CIDC के बारे में और मैं CIDC सेंटर गोलाघाट ट्रेड प्लम्बर में ज्वाइन किया।
हम लोग गांव में कोई भी काम नहीं मिला, इसलिए हम लोग जो सेंटर से हम लोग को बोला, इसलिए वो लोग दिल्ली से सब लोग आया और ऋषि बेलपारा में अच्छा काम करना मिलेगा बोला, इसलिए हम लोग ट्रेनिंग के लिए CIDC के आया। और हम लोग ये CIDC ट्रेनिंग खत्म होने के बाद हम अच्छा काम चुनेगा।
यहाँ में सिधोली CIDC सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन में ट्रेड पे हम लोगों को आम के आसार, जाम, स्क्वायर बनाना सिखा रहे हैं। तो यहाँ पे हम लोग यह बेल की स्क्वायर बना रही हूँ। तो ये सीखने के बाद हम लोग पैकेजिंग और मार्केटिंग भी सीखेंगे और सीख भी रही हूँ। और ये इसके लिए हमें तो फ्री में CIDC और AI हमें तो फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रही है। इसके लिए हम CIDC को और AI को थैंक यू बोलना चाहती हूँ, जो हम लोगों को फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं। और मैं खुद ये सीखने के बाद मैं खुद के बिजनेस शुरू करूँगी। अगर मुझसे हो सके तो मैं जॉब भी करना चाहूँगी।
My father is a teacher. I'm taking training in Muslim Trade at Nongstoin Center. I have learned about the construction material, measurement, the foundation, brick, masonry, extra from Pawan, from South Pawan. After training, I can work this trade and earn my living.
हम लोग अभी पहले तो हम लोग 200 रुपया ऐसा मांगेगा। अभी हम लोग CIDC ट्रेनिंग लेने के बाद हम लोग जो काम उसको हम लोग सीखेगा, उसको हम लोग अभी 500, 600, 700 ऐसा मांगेगा।
मैं आसाम से आई हूँ, मेरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट गोलाघाट। मैं पहले से गोलाघाट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में CIDC पार्ट की सब्जेक्ट फूड प्रिजर्वेशन के लिए 3 मंथ की कोचिंग करने के लिए आई थी। वहाँ मैंने फूड प्रिजर्वेशन क्या है वो सीखा है। तो वहाँ पर मैंने सिडोली सेंटर में ट्रांसफ़र की गई है। यहाँ पहला दिन से मैं आचार, जैम, जेली कैसे बनाती है वो सब सीखा है। और उसके बाद मैंने मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग भी बहुत सारी बातें सीखने के मिले हैं। तो इसीलिए मैं जो भी जॉब और ना तो मैं अपनी बिजनेस शुरू करना चाहती हूँ।
सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन का ट्रेनिंग ले रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हम प्रैक्टिकल कर रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हमें अचार बनाना, जाम बनाना, जेली बनाना आदि सिखाया गया है। और उसके साथ यहाँ पे मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग भी सिखाया गया है। हम जॉब कर सकते हैं या जॉब नहीं भी करें तो उसके द्वारा हम अपना बिजनेस शुरू कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए मैं CIDC और AI को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। वो हमें ये सिखाया, या हमें अपने पैरों पर खुद खड़ा होना सिखाया। इसलिए थैंक यू।
मैं CIDC में ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए आया हूँ, जो कि मिनेश्वर ब्रह्मो इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में कराया जा रहा है, जो कि कोरल डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है, असम में। मैं जो ट्रेड लिया हुआ हूँ वो है जनरल वर्क सुपरवाइजर का।
ऑटो लेवल एक डिवाइस होता है जिसके जरिए लेवल जमीन का और दूसरी चीज़ों का लेवलिंग लिया जाता है। इस डिवाइस के मुख्य पार्ट्स है ये ट्राइपॉड स्टैंड में ये ट्राइपॉड स्क्रू होता है जिसके जरिए इसका हाइट एडजस्ट किया जाता है और हाइट के साथ साथ इसका लेवल भी एडजस्ट किया जाता है।
I belongs from Risu, Meghalaya. I first 10 class. My father is a farmer. He earns just rupees 200, 300 daily for family. There is not sufficient. I heard about my son training. Started at Risu Belpara by CIDC. I got admission and learning a lot about house construction. I learned about foundation, cement, sand, etc. By taking this training, I can make my future is better way. Thanks a lot to CIDC.
आफ्टर 10 पास में बेरोजगार था तो मेरा दोस्त राज ने बताया CIDC के बारे में और मैं CIDC सेंटर गोलाघाट ट्रेड प्लम्बर में ज्वाइन किया।
हम लोग गांव में कोई भी काम नहीं मिला, इसलिए हम लोग जो सेंटर से हम लोग को बोला, इसलिए वो लोग दिल्ली से सब लोग आया और ऋषि बेलपरा में अच्छा काम करना मिलेगा बोला, इसलिए हम लोग ट्रेनिंग के लिए CIDC के आया। और हम लोग ये CIDC ट्रेनिंग खत्म होने के बाद हम अच्छा काम चुनेगा।
यहाँ मैं सिधोली CIDC सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन में ट्रेड पे हम लोगों को आम के आसार, जाम, स्क्वायर बनाना सिखा रहे हैं। तो यहाँ पे हम लोग यह बेल की स्क्वायर बना रही हूँ। तो ये सीखने के बाद हम लोग पैकेजिंग और मार्केटिंग भी सीखेंगे और सीख भी रही हूँ। और इसके लिए हमें तो फ्री में CIDC और AI हमें तो फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रही है। इसके लिए हम CIDC को और AAI को थैंक यू बोलना चाहती हूँ जो हम लोगों को फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं। और मैं खुद ये सीखने के बाद मैं खुद के बिजनेस शुरू करूँगी, अगर मुझसे हो सके तो मैं जॉब भी करना चाहूँगी।
My father is a teacher. I'm taking training in Muslim Trade at Nongstoin Center. I have learned about the construction material, measurement, the foundation, brick, masonry, extra from power, from sub power. After training, I can work this trade and earn my living.
हम लोग अभी पहले तो हम लोग 200 रुपया ऐसा मांगेगा। अभी हम लोग CIDC ट्रेनिंग लेने के बाद हम लोग जो काम उसको हम लोग सीखेगा, उसको हम लोग अभी 500, 600, 700 ऐसा मांगेगा।
मैं असम से आई हूँ, मेरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट गोलाघाट। मैं पहले से गोलाघाट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में CIDC पार्ट की सब्जेक्ट फूड प्रिजर्वेशन के लिए 3 मंथ की कोचिंग करने के लिए आई थी। वहाँ मैंने फूड प्रिजर्वेशन क्या है वो सीखा है। तो वहाँ का मैंने सिडोली सेंटर में ट्रांसफ़र की गई है। यहाँ पहला दिन से मैं अचार, जैम्स, जेली कैसे बनाती है वो सब सीखा है। और उसके बाद मैंने मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग भी बहुत सारी बातें सीखने के मिले हैं। तो इसीलिए मैं जो भी जॉब और ना तो मैं अपनी बिजनेस शुरू करना चाहती हूँ।
सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन का ट्रेनिंग ले रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हम प्रैक्टिकल कर रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हमें अचार बनाना, जाम बनाना, जेली बनाना आदि सिखाया गया है। और उसके साथ यहाँ पे मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग की भी सिखाया गया है। हम जॉब कर सकते हैं या जॉब नहीं भी करें तो उसके द्वारा हम अपना बिजनेस शुरू कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए मैं CIDC और AAI को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। वो हमें ये सिखाया कि हमें अपने पैरों पर खुद खड़ा होना सिखाया। इसलिए थैंक यू।
मैं CIDC में ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए आया हूँ जो कि इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में कराया जा रहा है, जो कि कोरल डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है, असम में। मैं जो ट्रेड लिया हुआ हूँ वो है जनरल वर्क सुपरवाइजर का।
ऑटो लेवल एक डिवाइस होता है जिसके जरिए लेवल जमीन का और दूसरी चीज़ों का लेवलिंग लिया जाता है। इस डिवाइस के मुख्य पार्ट्स हैं ये ट्राइपॉड स्टैंड में ये ट्राइपॉड स्क्रू होता है जिसके ज़रिए इसका हाइट एडजस्ट किया जाता है और हाइट के साथ साथ इसका लेवल भी एडजस्ट किया जाता है।
I belongs from Risu, Meghalaya. I first 10 class. My father is a farmer. He earns just rupees 200, 300 daily for family. That is not sufficient. I heard about my son training. Started at Risu Velpara by CIDC. I got admission and learning a lot about house construction. I learned about foundation, cement, sand, etc. By taking this training, I can make my future is better way. Thanks a lot to CIDC.
आफ्टर 10 पास में बेरोजगार था तो मेरा दोस्त राज ने बताया CIDC के बारे में। और मैं CIDC सेंटर गोलाघाट ट्रेड प्लम्बर में ज्वाइन किया।
हम लोग गांव में कोई भी काम नहीं मिला, इसलिए हम लोग जो सेंटर से हम लोग को बोला, इसलिए वो लोग दिल्ली से सब लोग आया और ऋषि वेलफेयर में अच्छा काम करना मिलेगा बोला, इसलिए हम लोग ट्रेनिंग के लिए CIDC के आया। और हम लोग ये CIDC ट्रेनिंग खत्म होने के बाद हम अच्छा काम चुनेगा।
यहाँ में सिधोली CIDC सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन में ट्रेड पे हम लोगों को आम के अचार, जाम, स्क्वायर बनाना सिखा रही है। तो यहाँ पे हम लोग यह बेल की स्क्वायर बना रही हूँ। तो ये सीखने के बाद हम लोग पैकेजिंग और मार्केटिंग भी सीखेंगे और सीख भी रही हूँ। और ये इसके लिए हमें तो फ्री में CIDC और AAI हमें तो फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रही है। इसके लिए हम CIDC को और AAI को थैंक यू बोलना चाहती हूँ जो हम लोगों को फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं। और मैं खुद ये सीखने के बाद मैं खुद के बिजनेस शुरू करूँगी, अगर मुझसे हो सके तो मैं जॉब भी करना चाहूँगी।
My father is a teacher. I'm taking training in Muslim Trade at Nongstoin Center. I have learned about the construction material, measurement, the foundation, brick, masonry, extra from Pawan, from Sir Pawan. After studying, I can work this trade and earn my living.
हम लोग अभी पहले तो हम लोग 200 रुपया ऐसा मांगेगा। अभी हम लोग CIDC ट्रेनिंग लेने के बाद हम लोग जो काम उसको हम लोग सीखेगा उसको हम लोग अभी 500, 600, 700 ऐसा मांगेगा।
मैं असम से आई हूँ, मेरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट गोलाघाट। मैं पहले से गोलाघाट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में CIDC पार्ट की सब्जेक्ट फूड प्रिजर्वेशन के लिए 3 मंथ की कोचिंग करने के लिए आई थी। वहाँ मैंने फूड प्रिजर्वेशन क्या है वो सीखा है। तो वहाँ पर मैंने सिडोली सेंटर में ट्रांसफ़र की गई है। यहाँ पहला दिन से मैं अचार, जैम्स, जेली कैसे बनाती है वो सब सीखा है। और उसके बाद मैंने मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग भी बहुत सारी बातें सीखने के मिले हैं। तो इसीलिए मैं जो भी जॉब और ना तो मैं अपनी बिजनेस शुरू करना चाहती हूँ।
सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन का ट्रेनिंग ले रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हम प्रैक्टिकल कर रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हमें अचार बनाना, जाम बनाना, जेली बनाना आदि सिखाया गया है। और उसके साथ यहाँ पे मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग की भी सिखाया गया है। हम जॉब कर सकते हैं या जॉब नहीं भी करें तो उसके द्वारा हम अपना बिजनेस शुरू कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए मैं CIDC और AI को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। वो हमें ये सिखाया कि हमें अपने पैरों पर खुद खड़ा होना सिखाया। इसलिए थैंक यू।
मैं CIDC में ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए आया हूँ, जो कि इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में कराया जा रहा है, जो कि कोकराझार डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है, असम में। मैं जो ट्रेड लिया हुआ हूँ वो है जनरल वर्क सुपरवाइजर का।
ऑटो लेवल एक डिवाइस होता है जिसके जरिए जमीन का और दूसरी चीज़ों का लेवलिंग लिया जाता है। इस डिवाइस के मुख्य पार्ट्स हैं ये ट्राइपॉड स्टैंड में ये ट्राइपॉड स्क्रू होता है जिसके ज़रिए इसका हाइट एडजस्ट किया जाता है और हाइट के साथ साथ इसका लेवल भी एडजस्ट किया जाता है।
I belongs from Risu, Meghalaya. I first 10 class. My father is a farmer. He earns just rupees 200, 300 daily for family. There is not sufficient. I heard about my son training. Started at Risu Welfare by CIDC. I got admission and learning a lot about house construction. I learned about foundation, cement, sand, etc. By taking this training, I can make my future is better way. Thanks a lot to CIDC.
आफ्टर 10 पास में बेरोजगार था तो मेरा दोस्त राज ने बताया CIDC के बारे में। और मैं CIDC सेंटर गोलाघाट ट्रेड प्लम्बर में ज्वाइन किया।
हम लोग गांव में कोई भी काम नहीं मिला, इसलिए हम लोग जो सेंटर से हम लोग को बोला, इसलिए वो लोग दिल्ली से सब लोग आया और ऋषि वेलफेयर में अच्छा काम करना मिलेगा बोला, इसलिए हम लोग ट्रेनिंग के लिए CIDC के आया। और हम लोग ये CIDC ट्रेनिंग खत्म होने के बाद हम अच्छा काम चुनेगा।
यहाँ मैं सिधोली CIDC सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन में ट्रेड पे हम लोगों को आम के अचार, जाम, स्क्वायर बनाना सिखा रही है। तो यहाँ पे हम लोग यह बेल की स्क्वायर बना रही हूँ। तो ये सीखने के बाद हम लोग पैकेजिंग और मार्केटिंग भी सीखेंगे और सीख भी रही हूँ। और ये इसके लिए हमें तो फ्री में CIDC और AI हमें तो फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रही है। इसके लिए हम CIDC को और AI को थैंक यू बोलना चाहते हूँ जो हम लोग को फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं। और मैं खुद ये सीखने के बाद मैं खुद के बिजनेस शुरू करूँगी। अगर मुझसे हो सके तो मैं जॉब भी करना चाहूँगी।
My father is a teacher. I'm taking training in Muslim Trade at Nongstoin Center. I have learned about the construction material, measurement, the foundation, brick, masonry, extra from Pawan, from Sir Pawan. After studying, I can work this trade and earn my living.
हम लोग अभी पहले तो हम लोग 200 रुपया ऐसा मांगेगा। अभी हम लोग CIDC ट्रेनिंग लेने के बाद हम लोग जो काम उसको हम लोग सीखेगा उसको हम लोग अभी 500, 600, 700 ऐसा मांगेगा।
मैं असम से आई हूँ, मेरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट गोलाघाट। मैं पहले से गोलाघाट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में CIDC पार्ट की सब्जेक्ट फूड प्रिजर्वेशन के लिए 3 मंथ की कोचिंग करने के लिए आई थी। वहाँ मैंने फूड प्रिजर्वेशन क्या है वो सीखा है। तो वहाँ का मैंने सिडोली सेंटर में ट्रांसफ़र की गई है। यहाँ पहला दिन से मैं अचार, जैम, जेली कैसे बनाती है वो सब सीखा है। और उसके बाद मैंने मार्केटिंग और पैकेटिंग भी बहुत सारी बातें सीखने के मिले हैं। तो इसीलिए मैं जो भी जॉब और ना तो मैं अपनी बिजनेस शुरू करना चाहती हूँ।
सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन का ट्रेनिंग ले रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हम प्रैक्टिकल कर रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हमें अचार बनाना, जाम बनाना, जेली बनाना आदि सिखाया गया है। और उसके साथ यहाँ पे मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग की भी सिखाया गया है। हम जॉब कर सकते हैं या जॉब नहीं भी करें तो उसके द्वारा हम अपना बिजनेस शुरू कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए मैं CIDC और AI को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। वो हमें ये सिखाया कि हमें अपने पैरों पर खुद खड़ा होना सिखाया। इसलिए थैंक यू।
मैं CIDC में ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए आया हूँ, जो कि इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में कराया जा रहा है, जो कि कोरापुट डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है, असम में। मैं जो ट्रेड लिया हुआ हूँ वो है जनरल वर्क सुपरवाइजर का।
ऑटो लेवल एक डिवाइस होता है जिसके जरिए लेवल जमीन का और दूसरी चीज़ों का लेवलिंग लिया जाता है। इस डिवाइस के मुख्य पार्ट्स है ये ट्राइपॉड स्टैंड में ये ट्राइपॉड स्क्रू होता है जिसके जरिए इसका हाइट एडजस्ट किया जाता है और हाइट के साथ साथ इसका लेवल भी एडजस्ट किया जाता है।
I belongs from Risu, Meghalaya. I first 10 class. My father is a farmer. He earns just rupees 300 daily for family. There is not sufficient. I heard about my son training. Started at Risu Welfare by CIDC. I got admission and learning a lot about house construction. I learned about foundation, cement, sand, etc. By taking this training, I can make my future is better way. Thanks a lot to CIDC.
आफ्टर 10 पास में बेरोजगार था तो मेरा दोस्त राज ने बताया CIDC के बारे में और मैं CIDC सेंटर गोलाघाट ट्रेड प्लम्बर में ज्वाइन किया।
हम लोग गांव में कोई भी काम नहीं मिला, इसलिए हम लोग जो सेंटर से हम लोग को बोला, इसलिए वो लोग दिल्ली से सब लोग आया और ऋषि वेलफेयर में अच्छा काम करना मिलेगा बोला, इसलिए हम लोग ट्रेनिंग के लिए CIDC के आया। और हम लोग ये CIDC ट्रेनिंग खत्म होने के बाद हम अच्छा काम चुनेगा।
यहाँ मैं सिधोली CIDC सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन में ट्रेड पे हम लोगों को आम के अचार, जाम, स्क्वायर बनाना सिखा रही है। तो यहाँ पे हम लोग यह बेल की स्क्वायर बना रही हूँ। तो ये सीखने के बाद हम लोग पैकेजिंग और मार्केटिंग भी सीखेंगे और सीख भी रही हूँ। और ये इसके लिए हमें तो फ्री में CIDC और AI हमें तो फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रही है। इसके लिए हम CIDC को और AI को थैंक यू बोलना चाहती हूँ जो हम लोग को फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं। और मैं खुद ये सीखने के बाद मैं खुद के बिजनेस शुरू करूँगी। अगर मुझसे हो सके तो मैं जॉब भी करना चाहूँगी।
My father is a teacher. I'm taking training in Muslim Trade at Nongstoin Center. I have learned about the construction material, measurement, the foundation, brick, masonry, extra from Pawan, from South Pawan. After training, I can work this trade and earn my living.
हम लोग अभी पहले तो हम लोग 200 रुपया ऐसा मांगेगा। अभी हम लोग CIDC ट्रेनिंग लेने के बाद हम लोग जो काम उसको हम लोग सीखेगा, उसको हम लोग अभी 500, 600, 700 ऐसा मांगेगा।
मैं असम से आई हूँ, मेरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट गोलाघाट। मैं पहले से गोलाघाट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में CIDC पार्ट की सब्जेक्ट फूड प्रिजर्वेशन के लिए 3 मंथ की कोचिंग करने के लिए आई थी। वहाँ मैंने फूड प्रिजर्वेशन क्या है वो सीखा है। तो वहाँ का मैंने सिडोली सेंटर में ट्रांसफ़र की गई है। यहाँ पहला दिन से मैं अचार जैम जेली कैसे बनाती है वो सब सीखा है। और उसके बाद मैंने मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग भी बहुत सारी बातें सीखने के मिले हैं। तो इसीलिए मैं जो भी जॉब और ना तो मैं अपनी बिजनेस शुरू करना चाहती हूँ।
सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन का ट्रेनिंग ले रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हम प्रैक्टिकल कर रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हमें अचार बनाना, जाम बनाना, जेली बनाना आदि सिखाया गया है। और उसके साथ यहाँ पे मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग की भी सिखाया गया है। हम जॉब कर सकते हैं या जॉब नहीं भी करें तो उसके द्वारा हम अपना बिजनेस शुरू कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए मैं CIDC और AAI को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। वो हमें ये सिखाया कि हमें अपने पैरों पर खुद खड़ा होना सिखाया। इसलिए थैंक यू।
मैं CIDC में ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए आया हूँ, जो कि मिनेशर इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में कराया जा रहा है, जो कि कोरापुट डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है, असम में। मैं जो ट्रेड लिया हुआ हूँ वो है जनरल वर्क सुपरवाइजर का।
ऑटो लेवल एक डिवाइस होता है जिसके जरिए लेवल जमीन का और दूसरी चीज़ों का लेवलिंग लिया जाता है। इस डिवाइस के मुख्य पार्ट्स हैं ये ट्राइपॉड स्टैंड में ये ट्राइपॉड स्क्रू होता है जिसके जरिए इसका हाइट एडजस्ट किया जाता है और हाइट के साथ साथ इसका लेवल भी एडजस्ट किया जाता है।
I belongs from Risu, Meghalaya. I first 10 class. My father is a farmer. He earns just rupees 300 daily for family. There is not sufficient. I heard about my son training. Started at Risu Welfare by CIDC. I got admission and learning a lot about house construction. I learned about foundation, cement, sand, etc. By taking this training, I can make my future is better way. Thanks a lot to CIDC.
आफ्टर 10 पास में बेरोजगार था तो मेरा दोस्त राज ने बताया CIDC के बारे में और मैं CIDC सेंटर गुलाघाट ट्रेड प्लम्बर में ज्वाइन किया।
हम लोग गांव में कोई भी काम नहीं मिला, इसलिए हम लोग जो सेंटर से हम लोग को बोला, इसलिए वो लोग दिल्ली से सब लोग आया और ऋषि वेलफेयर में अच्छा काम करना मिलेगा बोला, इसलिए हम लोग ट्रेनिंग के लिए CIDC के आया। और हम लोग ये CIDC ट्रेनिंग खत्म होने के बाद हम अच्छा काम चुनेगा।
यहाँ मैं सिगोली CIDC सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन की ट्रेड पे हम लोगों को आम के आचार, जाम, स्क्वायर बनाना सिखा रहे हैं। तो यहाँ पे हम लोग ये बेल की स्क्वायर बना रही हूँ। तो ये सीखने के बाद हम लोग पैकेजिंग और मार्केटिंग भी सीखेंगे और सीख भी रही हूँ। और ये इसके लिए हमें तो फ्री में CIDC और AAI हमें तो फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रही है। इसके लिए हम CIDC को और AAI को थैंक यू बोलना चाहते हूँ जो हम लोग को फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं। और मैं खुद ये सीखने के बाद मैं खुद के बिजनेस शुरू करूँगी। अगर मुझे हो सके तो मैं जॉब भी करना चाहूँगी।
My father is a teacher. I'm taking training in Master 3 at Nongstoin Center. I have learned about the construction material, measurement, the foundation, brick, masonry, extra from Pawan, from Sir Pawan. After training, I can work this trade and earn my living.
हम लोग अभी पहले तो हम लोग 200 रुपया ऐसा मांगेगा। अभी हम लोग CIDC ट्रेनिंग लेने के बाद हम लोग जो काम उसको हम लोग सीखेगा, उसको हम लोग अभी 500, 600, 700 ऐसा मांगेगा।
मैं असम से आई हूँ, मेरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट गोलाघाट। मैं पहले से गोलाघाट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में CIDC पार्ट की सब्जेक्ट फूड प्रिजर्वेशन के लिए 3 मंथ की कोचिंग करने के लिए आई थी। वहाँ मैंने फूड प्रिजर्वेशन क्या है वो सीखा है। तो वहाँ का मैंने सिडोली सेंटर में ट्रांसफ़र की गई है। यहाँ पहला दिन से मैं अचार, जैम, जेली कैसे बनाती है वो सब सीखा है। और उसके बाद मैंने मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग भी बहुत सारी बातें सीखने के मिले हैं। तो इसीलिए मैं जो भी जॉब और ना तो मैं अपनी बिजनेस शुरू करना चाहती हूँ।
सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन का ट्रेनिंग ले रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हम प्रैक्टिकल कर रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हमें अचार बनाना, जाम बनाना, जेली बनाना आदि सिखाया गया है और उसके साथ यहाँ पे मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग की भी सिखाया गया है। हम जॉब कर सकते हैं या जॉब नहीं भी करें तो उसके द्वारा हम अपना बिजनेस शुरू कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए मैं CIDC और AAI को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। वो हमें ये सिखाया कि हमें अपने पैरों पर खुद खड़ा होना सिखाया। इसलिए थैंक यू।
मैं CIDC में ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए आया हूँ, जो कि विनोद इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में कराया जा रहा है, जो कि कोरल डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है, असम में। मैं जो ट्रेड लिया हुआ हूँ वो है जनरल वर्क सुपरवाइजर का।
ऑटो लेवल एक डिवाइस होता है जिसके जरिए लेवल जमीन का और दूसरी चीज़ों का लेवलिंग लिया जाता है। इस डिवाइस के मुख्य पार्ट्स है ये ट्राइपॉड स्टैंड में ये ट्राइपॉड स्क्रू होता है जिसके जरिए इसका हाइट एडजस्ट किया जाता है और हाइट के साथ साथ इसका लेवल भी एडजस्ट किया जाता है।
I belongs from Risu, Meghalaya. I first 10 class. My father is a farmer. He earns just rupees 200, 300 daily for family. There is not sufficient. I heard about my son training. Started at Risu Welfare by CIDC. I got admission and learning a lot about house construction. I learned about foundation, cement, sand, etc. By taking this training, I can make my future is better way. Thanks a lot to CIDC.
आफ्टर 10 पास में बेरोजगार था तो मेरा दोस्त राज ने बताया CIDC के बारे में और मैं CIDC सेंटर गुलाघाट ट्रेड प्लम्बर में ज्वाइन किया।
हम लोग गांव में कोई भी काम नहीं मिला, इसलिए हम लोग जो सेंटर से हम लोग को बोला, इसलिए वो लोग दिल्ली से सब लोग आया और ऋषि वेलफेयर में अच्छा काम करना मिलेगा बोला, इसलिए हम लोग ट्रेनिंग के लिए CIDC के आया और हम लोग ये CIDC ट्रेनिंग खत्म होने के बाद हम अच्छा काम चुनेगा।
यहाँ मैं सिद्धोली CIDC सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन में ट्रेड पे हम लोगों को आम के आसार, जाम, स्क्वायर बनाना सिखा रहे हैं। तो यहाँ पे हम लोग ये बेल की स्क्वायर बना रही हूँ। तो ये सीखने के बाद हम लोग पैकेजिंग और मार्केटिंग भी सीखेंगे और सीख भी रही हूँ। और ये इसके लिए हमें तो फ्री में CIDC और AAI हमें तो फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रही है। इसके लिए हम CIDC को और AAI को थैंक यू बोलना चाहती हूँ जो हम लोगों को फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं। और मैं खुद ये सीखने के बाद मैं खुद के बिजनेस शुरू करूँगी। अगर मुझसे हो सके तो मैं जॉब भी करना चाहूँगी।
My father is a teacher. I'm taking training in Master 3 at Longstone Center. I have learned about the construction material, measurement, the foundation, brick, masonry, extra from power, from South Power. After training, I can work this trade and earn my living.
हम लोग अभी पहले तो हम लोग 200 रुपया ऐसा मांगेगा। अभी हम लोग CIDC ट्रेनिंग लेने के बाद हम लोग जो काम उसको हम लोग सीखेगा, उसको हम लोग अभी 500, 600, 700 ऐसा मांगेगा।
मैं असम से आई हूँ, मेरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट गोलाघाट। मैं पहले से गोलाघाट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में CIDC पार्ट की सब्जेक्ट फूड प्रिजर्वेशन के लिए 3 मंथ की कोचिंग करने के लिए आई थी। वहाँ मैंने फूड प्रिजर्वेशन क्या है वो सीखा है। तो वहाँ पर मैंने सिद्धोली सेंटर में ट्रांसफ़र की गई है। यहाँ पहला दिन से मैं आचार, जैम, जेली कैसे बनाती है वो सब सीखा है। और उसके बाद मैंने मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग भी बहुत सारी बातें सीखने के मिले हैं। तो इसीलिए मैं जो भी जॉब और ना तो मैं अपनी बिजनेस शुरू करना चाहती हूँ।
सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन का ट्रेनिंग ले रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हम प्रैक्टिकल कर रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हमें अचार बनाना, जाम बनाना, जेली बनाना आदि सिखाया गया है और उसके साथ यहाँ पे मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग की भी सिखाया गया है। हम जॉब कर सकते हैं या जॉब नहीं भी करें तो उसके द्वारा हम अपना बिजनेस शुरू कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए मैं CIDC और AAI को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। वो हमें ये सिखाया कि हमें अपने पैरों पर खुद खड़ा होना सिखाया, इसलिए थैंक यू।
मैं CIDC में ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए आया हूँ, जो कि बिनेश्वर ब्रह्मो इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में कराया जा रहा है, जो कि कोरल डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है, असम में। मैं जो ट्रेड लिया हुआ हूँ वो है जनरल वर्क सुपरवाइजर का।
ऑटो लेवल एक डिवाइस होता है जिसके जरिए लेवल जमीन का और दूसरी चीज़ों का लेवलिंग लिया जाता है। इस डिवाइस के मुख्य पार्ट्स हैं ये ट्राइपॉड स्टैंड में ये ट्राइपॉड स्क्रू होता है जिसके जरिए इसका हाइट एडजस्ट किया जाता है और हाइट के साथ साथ इसका लेवल भी एडजस्ट किया जाता है।
I belongs from Risu, Meghalaya. I first 10 class. My father is a farmer. He earns just rupees 300 daily for family. There is not sufficient. I heard about my son training. Started at Risu Belpara by CIDC. I got admission and learning a lot about house construction. I learned about foundation, cement, sand, etc. By taking this training, I can make my future is better way. Thanks a lot to CIDC.
आफ्टर 10 पास में बेरोजगार था तो मेरा दोस्त राज ने बताया CIDC के बारे में, और मैं CIDC सेंटर गोलाघाट ट्रेड प्लम्बर में ज्वाइन किया।
हम लोग गांव में कोई भी काम नहीं मिला, इसलिए हम लोग जो सेंटर से हम लोग को बोला, इसलिए वो लोग दिल्ली से सब लोग आया और ऋषि बेलपरा में अच्छा काम करना मिलेगा बोला, इसलिए हम लोग ट्रेनिंग के लिए CIDC के आया। और हम लोग ये CIDC ट्रेनिंग खत्म होने के बाद हम अच्छा काम चुनेगा।
यहाँ मैं सिधोली CIDC सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन में ट्रेड पे हम लोगों को आम के आसार, जाम, स्क्वायर बनाना सिखा रही है। तो यहाँ पे हम लोग यह बेल की स्क्वायर बना रही हूँ। तो ये सीखने के बाद हम लोग पैकेजिंग और मार्केटिंग भी सीखेंगे और सीख भी रही हूँ। और ये इसके लिए हमें तो फ्री में CIDC और AI हमें तो फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रही है। इसके लिए हम CIDC को और AAI को थैंक यू बोलना चाहती हूँ, जो हम लोगों को फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं। और मैं खुद ये सीखने के बाद मैं खुद के बिजनेस शुरू करूँगी, अगर मुझसे हो सके तो मैं जॉब भी करना चाहूँगी।
My father is a teacher. I'm taking training in Muslim trade at Nongstoin Center. I have learned about the construction material, measurement, the foundation, brick, masonry, extra from Pawan, from South Pawan. After studying, I can work this trade and earn my living.
हम लोग अभी पहले तो हम लोग 200 रुपया ऐसा मांगेगा। अभी हम लोग CIDC ट्रेनिंग लेने के बाद हम लोग जो काम उसको हम लोग सीखेगा, उसको हम लोग अभी 500, 600, 700 ऐसा मांगेगा।
मैं असम से आई हूँ, मेरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट गोलाघाट। मैं पहले से गोलाघाट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में CIDC पार्ट की सब्जेक्ट फूड प्रिजर्वेशन के लिए 3 मंथ की कोचिंग करने के लिए आई थी। वहाँ मैंने फूड प्रिजर्वेशन क्या है वो सीखा है। तो वहाँ का मैंने सिडोली सेंटर में ट्रांसफ़र की गई है। यहाँ पहला दिन से मैं आचार, जैम, जेली कैसे बनाती है वो सब सीखा है। और उसके बाद मैंने मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग भी बहुत सारी बातें सीखने के मिले हैं। तो इसीलिए मैं जो भी जॉब और ना तो मैं अपनी बिजनेस शुरू करना चाहती हूँ।
सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन का ट्रेनिंग ले रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हम प्रैक्टिकल कर रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हमें अचार बनाना, जाम बनाना, जेली बनाना आदि सिखाया गया है। और उसके साथ यहाँ पे मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग की भी सिखाया गया है। हम जॉब कर सकते हैं या जॉब नहीं भी करें तो उसके द्वारा हम अपना बिजनेस शुरू कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए मैं CIDC और AI को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। वो हमें ये सिखाया कि हमें अपने पैरों पर खुद खड़ा होना सिखाया, इसलिए थैंक यू।
मैं CIDC में ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए आया हूँ, जो कि बिनेश्वर ब्रह्मो इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में कराया जा रहा है, जो कि कोरल डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है, असम में। मैं जो ट्रेड लिया हुआ हूँ वो है जनरल वर्क सुपरवाइजर का।
ऑटो लेवल एक डिवाइस होता है जिसके जरिए लेवल जमीन का और दूसरी चीज़ों का लेवलिंग लिया जाता है। इस डिवाइस के मुख्य पार्ट्स हैं ये ट्राइपॉड स्टैंड में ये ट्राइपॉड स्क्रू होता है जिसके जरिए इसका हाइट एडजस्ट किया जाता है और हाइट के साथ साथ इसका लेवल भी एडजस्ट किया जाता है।
I belongs from Risu, Meghalaya. I first 10 class. My father is a farmer. He earns just rupees 300 daily for family. There is not sufficient. I heard about my son training. Started at Risu Welfare by CIDC. I got admission and learning a lot about house construction. I learned about foundation, cement, sand, etc. By taking this training, I can make my future is better way. Thanks a lot to CIDC.
आफ्टर 10 पास में बेरोजगार था तो मेरा दोस्त राज ने बताया CIDC के बारे में और मैं CIDC सेंटर गुलाघाट ट्रेड प्लम्बर में ज्वाइन किया।
हम लोग गांव में कोई भी काम नहीं मिला, इसलिए हम लोग जो सेंटर से हम लोग को बोला, इसलिए वो लोग दिल्ली से सब लोग आया और ऋषि वेलफेयर में अच्छा काम करना मिलेगा बोला, इसलिए हम लोग ट्रेनिंग के लिए CIDC के आया और हम लोग ये CIDC ट्रेनिंग खत्म होने के बाद हम अच्छा काम चुनेगा।
यहाँ मैं सिगोली CIDC सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन में ट्रेड पे हम लोगों को आम के आसार, जाम, स्क्वायर बनाना सिखा रहे हैं। तो यहाँ पे हम लोग ये बेल की स्क्वायर बना रही हूँ। तो ये सीखने के बाद हम लोग पैकेजिंग और मार्केटिंग भी सीखेंगे और सीख भी रही हूँ। और ये इसके लिए हमें तो फ्री में CIDC और AI हमें तो फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रही है। इसके लिए हम CIDC को और AAI को थैंक यू बोलना चाहते हैं जो हम लोगों को फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं। और मैं खुद ये सीखने के बाद मैं खुद के बिजनेस शुरू करूंगी, अगर मुझसे हो सके तो मैं जॉब भी करना चाहूंगी।
My father is a teacher. I'm taking training in Muslim Trade at Longstone Center. I have learned about the construction material, measurement, the foundation, brick, masonry, extra from South Power. After training, I can work this trade and earn my living.
हम लोग अभी पहले तो हम लोग 200 रुपया ऐसा मांगेगा। अभी हम लोग CIDC ट्रेनिंग लेने के बाद हम लोग जो काम उसको हम लोग सीखेगा, उसको हम लोग अभी 500, 600, 700 ऐसा मांगेगा।
मैं असम से आई हूँ, मेरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट गोलाघाट। मैं पहले से गोलाघाट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में CIDC पार्ट की सब्जेक्ट फूड प्रिजर्वेशन के लिए 3 मंथ की कोचिंग करने के लिए आई थी। वहाँ मैंने फूड प्रिजर्वेशन क्या है वो सीखा है। तो वहाँ पर मैंने सिडोली सेंटर में ट्रांसफ़र की गई है। यहाँ पहला दिन से मैं आचार, जैम, जेली कैसे बनाती है वो सब सीखा है। और उसके बाद मैंने मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग भी बहुत सारी बातें सीखने के मिले हैं। तो इसीलिए मैं जो भी जॉब और ना तो मैं अपनी बिजनेस शुरू करना चाहती हूँ।
सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन का ट्रेनिंग ले रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हम प्रैक्टिकल कर रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हमें अचार बनाना, जाम बनाना, जेली बनाना आदि सिखाया गया है। और उसके साथ यहाँ पे मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग की भी सिखाया गया है। हम जॉब कर सकते हैं या जॉब नहीं भी करें तो उसके द्वारा हम अपना बिजनेस शुरू कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए मैं CIDC और AAI को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। वो हमें ये सिखाया कि हमें अपने पैरों पर खुद खड़ा होना सिखाया। थैंक यू।
मैं CIDC में ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए आया हूँ जो कि मिनेश्वर इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में कराया जा रहा है, जो कि कोरल डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है, असम में। मैं जो ट्रेड लिया हुआ हूँ वो है जनरल वर्क सुपरवाइजर का।
ऑटो लेवल एक डिवाइस होता है जिसके जरिए जमीन का और दूसरी चीज़ों का लेवलिंग लिया जाता है। इस डिवाइस के मुख्य पार्ट्स हैं ये ट्राइपॉड स्टैंड में ये ट्राइपॉड स्क्रू होता है जिसके जरिए इसका हाइट एडजस्ट किया जाता है और हाइट के साथ साथ इसका लेवल भी एडजस्ट किया जाता है।
I belongs from Risu, Meghalaya. I first 10 class. My father is a farmer. He earns just rupees 200, 300 daily for family. There is not sufficient. I heard about my son training. Started at Risu Welfare by CIDC. I got admission and learning a lot about house construction. I learned about foundation, cement, sand, etc. By taking this training, I can make my future is better way. Thanks a lot to CIDC.
आफ्टर 10 पास में बेरोजगार था तो मेरा दोस्त राज ने बताया CIDC के बारे में और मैं CIDC सेंटर गुलाघाट ट्रेड प्लम्बर में ज्वाइन किया।
हम लोग गांव में कोई भी काम नहीं मिला, इसलिए हम लोग जो सेंटर से हम लोग को बोला, इसलिए वो लोग दिल्ली से सब लोग आया और ऋषि वेलफेयर में अच्छा काम करना मिलेगा बोला, इसलिए हम लोग ट्रेनिंग के लिए CIDC के आया और हम लोग ये CIDC ट्रेनिंग खत्म होने के बाद हम अच्छा काम चुनेगा।
यहाँ मैं सिगोली CIDC सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन में ट्रेड पे हम लोगों को आम के आसार, जाम, स्क्वायर बनाना सिखा रहे हैं। तो यहाँ पे हम लोग ये बेल की स्क्वायर बना रही हूँ। तो ये सीखने के बाद हम लोग पैकेजिंग और मार्केटिंग भी सीखेंगे और सीख भी रही हूँ। और ये इसके लिए हमें तो फ्री में CIDC और AI हमें तो फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रही है। इसके लिए हम CIDC को और AAI को थैंक यू बोलना चाहती हूँ जो हम लोगों को फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं। और मैं खुद ये सीखने के बाद मैं खुद के बिजनेस शुरू करूँगी, अगर मुझसे हो सके तो मैं जॉब भी करना चाहूँगी।
My father is a teacher. I'm taking training in Master 3 at Longstone Center. I have learned about the construction material, measurement, the foundation, brick, masonry, extra from power, from sub power. After training, I can work this trade and earn my living.
हम लोग अभी पहले तो हम लोग 200 रुपया ऐसा मांगेगा। अभी हम लोग CIDC ट्रेनिंग लेने के बाद हम लोग जो काम उसको हम लोग सीखेगा, उसको हम लोग अभी 500, 600, 700 ऐसा मांगेगा।
मैं असम से आई हूँ, मेरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट गोलाघाट। मैं पहले से गोलाघाट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में CIDC पार्ट की सब्जेक्ट फूड प्रिजर्वेशन के लिए 3 मंथ की कोचिंग करने के लिए आई थी। वहाँ मैंने फूड प्रिजर्वेशन क्या है वो सीखा है। तो वहाँ का मैंने सिडोली सेंटर में ट्रांसफ़र की गई है। यहाँ पहला दिन से मैं आचार, जैम, जेली कैसे बनाती है वो सब सीखा है। और उसके बाद मैंने मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग भी बहुत सारी बातें सीखने के मिले हैं। तो इसीलिए मैं जो भी जॉब और ना तो मैं अपनी बिजनेस शुरू करना चाहती हूँ।
सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन का ट्रेनिंग ले रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हम प्रैक्टिकल कर रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हमें अचार बनाना, जाम बनाना, जेली बनाना आदि सिखाया गया है। और उसके साथ यहाँ पे मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग की भी सिखाया गया है। हम जॉब कर सकते हैं या जॉब नहीं भी करें तो उसके द्वारा हम अपना बिजनेस शुरू कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए मैं CIDC और AAI को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। वो हमें ये सिखाया कि हमें अपने पैरों पर खुद खड़ा होना सिखाया। इसलिए थैंक यू।
मैं CIDC में ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए आया हूँ जो कि इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में कराया जा रहा है, जो कि कोरल डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है, असम में। मैं जो ट्रेड लिया हुआ हूँ वो है जनरल वर्क सुपरवाइजर का।
ऑटो लेवल एक डिवाइस होता है जिसके जरिए लेवल जमीन का और दूसरी चीज़ों का लेवलिंग लिया जाता है। इस डिवाइस के मुख्य पार्ट्स है ये ट्राइपॉड स्टैंड में ये ट्राइपॉड स्क्रू होता है जिसके जरिए इसका हाइट एडजस्ट किया जाता है और हाइट के साथ साथ इसका लेवल भी एडजस्ट किया जाता है।
I belongs from Risu, Meghalaya. I first 10 class. My father is a farmer. He earns just rupees 200, 300 daily for family. There is not sufficient. I heard about my son training. Started at Risu Welfare by CIDC. I got admission and learning a lot about house construction. I learn about foundation, cement, sand, etc. By taking this training, I can make my future is better way. Thanks a lot to CIDC.
आफ्टर 10 पास में बेरोजगार था तो मेरा दोस्त राज ने बताया CIDC के बारे में और मैं CIDC सेंटर गोलाघाट ट्रेड प्लम्बर में ज्वाइन किया।
हम लोग गांव में कोई भी काम नहीं मिला, इसलिए हम लोग जो सेंटर से हम लोग को बोला, इसलिए वो लोग दिल्ली से सब लोग आया और ऋषि बेलपारा में अच्छा काम करना मिलेगा बोला, इसलिए हम लोग ट्रेनिंग के लिए CIDC के आया और हम लोग ये CIDC ट्रेनिंग खत्म होने के बाद हम अच्छा काम चुनेगा।
यहाँ मैं सिधोली CIDC सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन में ट्रेड पे हम लोगों को आम के आचार, जाम, स्क्वायर बनाना सिखा रही है। तो यहाँ पे हम लोग यह बेल की स्क्वायर बना रही हूँ। तो ये सीखने के बाद हम लोग पैकेजिंग और मार्केटिंग भी सीखेंगे और सीख भी रही हूँ। और ये इसके लिए हमें तो फ्री में CIDC और AI हमें तो फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रही है। इसके लिए हम CIDC को और AAI को थैंक यू बोलना चाहती हूँ, जो हम लोगों को फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं। और मैं खुद ये सीखने के बाद मैं खुद के बिजनेस शुरू करूँगी, अगर मुझसे हो सके तो मैं जॉब भी करना चाहूँगी।
My father is a teacher. I'm taking training in Muslim trade at Nongstoin Center. I have learned about the construction material, measurement, the foundation, brick, masonry, extra from Pawan, from South Pawan. After training, I can work this trade and earn my living.
हम लोग अभी पहले तो हम लोग 200 रुपया ऐसा मांगेगा। अभी हम लोग CIDC ट्रेनिंग लेने के बाद हम लोग जो काम उसको हम लोग सीखेगा, उसको हम लोग अभी 500, 600, 700 ऐसा मांगेगा।
मैं आसाम से आई हूँ, मेरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट गोलाघाट। मैं पहले से गोलाघाट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में CIDC पार्ट की सब्जेक्ट फूड प्रिजर्वेशन के लिए 3 मंथ की कोचिंग करने के लिए आई थी। वहाँ मैंने फूड प्रिजर्वेशन क्या है वो सीखा है। तो वहाँ का मैंने सिडोली सेंटर में ट्रांसफ़र की गई है। यहाँ पहला दिन से मैं आचार, जैम, जेली कैसे बनाती है वो सब सीखा है। और उसके बाद मैंने मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग भी बहुत सारी बातें सीखने के मिले हैं। तो इसीलिए मैं जो भी जॉब और ना तो मैं अपनी बिजनेस शुरू करना चाहती हूँ।
सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन का ट्रेनिंग ले रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हम प्रैक्टिकल कर रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हमें अचार बनाना, जाम बनाना, जेली बनाना आदि सिखाया गया है। और उसके साथ यहाँ पे मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग की भी सिखाया गया है। हम जॉब कर सकते हैं या जॉब नहीं भी करें तो उसके द्वारा हम अपना बिजनेस शुरू कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए मैं CIDC और AAI को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। वो हमें ये सिखाया कि हमें अपने पैरों पर खुद खड़ा होना सिखाया। थैंक यू।
मैं CIDC में ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए आया हूँ, जो कि इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में कराया जा रहा है, जो कि कोरापुट डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है, असम में। मैं जो ट्रेड लिया हुआ हूँ वो है जनरल वर्क सुपरवाइजर का।
ऑटो लेवल एक डिवाइस होता है जिसके जरिए लेवल जमीन का और दूसरी चीज़ों का लेवलिंग लिया जाता है। इस डिवाइस के मुख्य पार्ट्स है ये ट्राइपॉड स्टैंड में ये ट्राइपॉड स्क्रू होता है जिसके जरिए इसका हाइट एडजस्ट किया जाता है और हाइट के साथ साथ इसका लेवल भी एडजस्ट किया जाता है।
I belongs from Risu, Meghalaya. I first 10 class. My father is a farmer. He earns just rupees 200, 300 daily for family. There is not sufficient. I heard about my son training. Started at Risu Belpara by CIDC. I got admission and learning a lot about house construction. I learn about foundation, cement, sand, etc. By taking this training, I can make my future is better way. Thanks a lot to CIDC.
आफ्टर 10 पास में बेरोजगार था तो मेरा दोस्त राज ने बताया CIDC के बारे में और मैं CIDC सेंटर गोलाघाट ट्रेड प्लम्बर में ज्वाइन किया।
हम लोग गांव में कोई भी काम नहीं मिला, इसलिए हम लोग जो सेंटर से हम लोग को बोला, इसलिए वो लोग दिल्ली से सब लोग आया और ऋषि बेलपारा में अच्छा काम करना मिलेगा बोला, इसलिए हम लोग ट्रेनिंग के लिए CIDC के आया और हम लोग ये CIDC ट्रेनिंग खत्म होने के बाद हम अच्छा काम चुनेगा।
यहाँ मैं सिधोली CIDC सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन में ट्रेड पे हम लोगों को आम के अचार, जाम, स्क्वायर बनाना सिखा रहे हैं। तो यहाँ पे हम लोग यह बेल की स्क्वायर बना रही हूँ। तो ये सीखने के बाद हम लोग पैकेजिंग और मार्केटिंग भी सीखेंगे और सीख भी रही हूँ। और ये इसके लिए हमें तो फ्री में CIDC और AI हमें तो फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रही है। इसके लिए हम CIDC को और AI को थैंक यू बोलना चाहती हूँ, जो हम लोग फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं। और मैं खुद ये सीखने के बाद मैं खुद के बिजनेस शुरू करूंगी, अगर मुझसे हो सके तो मैं जॉब भी करना चाहूंगी।
My father is a teacher. I'm taking training in Muslim Trade at Nongstoin Center. I have learned about the construction material, measurement, the foundation, brick, masonry, extra from Pawan, from South Pawan. After training, I can work this trade and earn my living.
हम लोग अभी पहले तो हम लोग 200 रुपया ऐसा मांगेगा। अभी हम लोग CIDC ट्रेनिंग लेने के बाद हम लोग जो काम उसको हम लोग सीखेगा, उसको हम लोग अभी 500, 600, 700 ऐसा मांगेगा।
मैं आसाम से आई हूँ, मेरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट गोलाघाट। मैं पहले से गोलाघाट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में CIDC पार्ट की सब्जेक्ट फूड प्रिजर्वेशन के लिए 3 मंथ की कोचिंग करने के लिए आई थी। वहाँ मैंने फूड प्रिजर्वेशन क्या है वो सीखा है। तो वहाँ पर मैंने सिडोली सेंटर में ट्रांसफ़र की गई है। यहाँ पहला दिन से मैं अचार, जैम, जेली कैसे बनाती है वो सब सीखा है। और उसके बाद मैंने मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग भी बहुत सारी बातें सीखने के मिले हैं। तो इसीलिए मैं जो भी जॉब और ना तो मैं अपनी बिजनेस शुरू करना चाहती हूँ।
सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन का ट्रेनिंग ले रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हम प्रैक्टिकल कर रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हमें अचार बनाना, जाम बनाना, जेली बनाना आदि सिखाया गया है। और उसके साथ यहाँ पे मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग की भी सिखाया गया है। हम जॉब कर सकते हैं या जॉब नहीं भी करें तो उसके द्वारा हम अपना बिजनेस शुरू कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए मैं CIDC और AI को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। वो हमें ये सिखाया कि हमें अपने पैरों पर खुद खड़ा होना सिखाया। इसलिए थैंक यू।
मैं CIDC में ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए आया हूँ, जो कि विनेश्वर इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में कराया जा रहा है, जो कि कोरला डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है, असम में। मैं जो ट्रेड लिया हुआ हूँ वो है जनरल वर्क सुपरवाइजर का।
ऑटो लेवल एक डिवाइस होता है जिसके जरिए जमीन का और दूसरी चीज़ों का लेवलिंग लिया जाता है। इस डिवाइस के मुख्य पार्ट्स है ये ट्राइपॉड स्टैंड में ये ट्राइपॉड स्क्रू होता है जिसके जरिए इसका हाइट एडजस्ट किया जाता है और हाइट के साथ साथ इसका लेवल भी एडजस्ट किया जाता है।
I belongs from Risu, Meghalaya. I first 10 class. My father is a farmer. He earns just rupees 200, 300 daily for family. There is not sufficient. I heard about my son training. Started at Risu Belpara by CIDC. I got admission and learning a lot about house construction. I learned about foundation, cement, sand, etc. By taking this training, I can make my future is better way. Thanks a lot to CIDC.
आफ्टर 10 पास में बेरोजगार था तो मेरा दोस्त राज ने बताया CIDC के बारे में और मैं CIDC सेंटर गोलाघाट ट्रेड प्लम्बर में ज्वाइन किया।
हम लोग गांव में कोई भी काम नहीं मिला, इसलिए हम लोग जो सेंटर से हम लोग को बोला, इसलिए वो लोग दिल्ली से सब लोग आया और ऋषि बेलपारा में अच्छा काम करना मिलेगा बोला, इसलिए हम लोग ट्रेनिंग के लिए CIDC के आया और हम लोग ये CIDC ट्रेनिंग खत्म होने के बाद हम अच्छा काम चुनेगा।
यहाँ मैं सिगोली CIDC सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन की ट्रेड पे हम लोगों को आम के अचार, जाम, स्क्वायर बनाना सिखा रही है। तो यहाँ पे हम लोग यह बेल की स्क्वायर बना रही हूँ। तो ये सीखने के बाद हम लोग पैकेजिंग और मार्केटिंग भी सीखेंगे और सीख भी रही हूँ। और ये इसके लिए हमें तो फ्री में CIDC और AI हमें तो फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रही है। इसके लिए हम CIDC को और AAI को थैंक यू बोलना चाहती हूँ, जो हम लोगों को फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं। और मैं खुद ये सीखने के बाद मैं खुद के बिजनेस शुरू करूँगी। अगर मुझसे हो सके तो मैं जॉब भी करना चाहूँगी।
My father is a teacher. I'm taking training in Master 3 at Nongstoin Center. I have learned about the construction material, measurement, the foundation, brick, masonry, extra from power, from power. After training, I can work this trade and earn my living.
हम लोग अभी पहले तो हम लोग 200 रुपया ऐसा मांगेगा। अभी हम लोग CIDC ट्रेनिंग लेने के बाद हम लोग जो काम उसको हम लोग सीखेगा, उसको हम लोग अभी 500, 600, 700 ऐसा मांगेगा।
मैं असम से आई हूँ, मेरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट गोलाघाट। मैं पहले से गोलाघाट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में CIDC पार्ट की सब्जेक्ट फूड प्रिजर्वेशन के लिए 3 मंथ की कोचिंग करने के लिए आई थी। वहाँ मैंने फूड प्रिजर्वेशन क्या है वो सीखा है। तो वहाँ का मैंने सिडोली सेंटर में ट्रांसफ़र की गई है। यहाँ पहला दिन से मैं अचार, जैम, जेली कैसे बनाती है वो सब सीखा है। और उसके बाद मैंने मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग भी बहुत सारी बातें सीखने के मिले हैं। तो इसीलिए मैं जो भी जॉब और ना तो मैं अपनी बिजनेस शुरू करना चाहती हूँ।
सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन का ट्रेनिंग ले रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हम प्रैक्टिकल कर रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हमें अचार बनाना, जाम बनाना, जेली बनाना आदि सिखाया गया है। और उसके साथ यहाँ पे मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग की भी सिखाया गया है। हम जॉब कर सकते हैं या जॉब नहीं भी करें तो उसके द्वारा हम अपना बिजनेस शुरू कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए मैं CIDC और AAI को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। वो हमें ये सिखाया कि हमें अपने पैरों पर खुद खड़ा होना सिखाया। इसलिए थैंक यू।
मैं CIDC में ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए आया हूँ, जो कि इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में कराया जा रहा है, जो कि कोरल डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है, असम में। मैं जो ट्रेड लिया हुआ हूँ वो है जनरल वर्क सुपरवाइजर का।
ऑटो लेवल एक डिवाइस होता है जिसके जरिए लेवल जमीन का और दूसरी चीज़ों का लेवलिंग लिया जाता है। इस डिवाइस के मुख्य पार्ट्स हैं ये ट्राइपॉड स्टैंड में ये ट्राइपॉड स्क्रू होता है जिसके जरिए इसका हाइट एडजस्ट किया जाता है और हाइट के साथ साथ इसका लेवल भी एडजस्ट किया जाता है।
I belongs from Risu, Meghalaya. I first 10 class. My father is a farmer. He earns just rupees 300 daily for family. That is not sufficient. I heard about my son training. Started at Risu Welfare by CIDC. I got admission and learning a lot about house construction. I learned about foundation, cement, sand, etc. By taking this training, I can make my future is better way. Thanks a lot to CIDC.
आफ्टर 10 पास में बेरोजगार था तो मेरा दोस्त राज ने बताया CIDC के बारे में। और मैं CIDC सेंटर गोलाघाट ट्रेड प्लम्बर में ज्वाइन किया।
हम लोग गांव में कोई भी काम नहीं मिला, इसलिए हम लोग जो सेंटर से हम लोग को बोला, इसलिए वो लोग दिल्ली से सब लोग आया और CIDC वेलफेयर में अच्छा काम करना मिलेगा बोला, इसलिए हम लोग ट्रेनिंग के लिए CIDC के आया। और हम लोग ये CIDC ट्रेनिंग खत्म होने के बाद हम अच्छा काम चुनेगा।
यहाँ मैं सिगोली CIDC सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन की ट्रेड पे हम लोगों को आम के अचार, जाम, स्क्वायर बनाना सिखा रही है। तो यहाँ पे हम लोग यह बेल की स्क्वायर बना रही हूँ। तो ये सीखने के बाद हम लोग पैकेजिंग और मार्केटिंग भी सीखेंगे और सीख भी रही हूँ। और इसके लिए हमें तो फ्री में CIDC और AI हमें तो फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रही है। इसके लिए हम CIDC को और AAI को थैंक यू बोलना चाहती हूँ, जो हम लोगों को फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं। और मैं खुद ये सीखने के बाद मैं खुद के बिजनेस शुरू करूँगी, अगर मुझसे हो सके तो मैं जॉब भी करना चाहूँगी।
My father is a teacher. I'm taking training in Muslim Trade at Nongstoin Center. I have learned about the construction material, measurement, the foundation, brick, masonry, extra from Pawan, from Sir Pawan. After training, I can work this trade and earn my living.
हम लोग अभी पहले तो हम लोग 200 रुपया ऐसा मांगेगा। अभी हम लोग CIDC ट्रेनिंग लेने के बाद हम लोग जो काम उसको हम लोग सीखेगा, उसको हम लोग अभी 500, 600, 700 ऐसा मांगेगा।
मैं असम से आई हूँ, मेरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट गोलाघाट। मैं पहले से गोलाघाट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में CIDC पार्ट की सब्जेक्ट फूड प्रिजर्वेशन के लिए 3 मंथ की कोचिंग करने के लिए आई थी। वहाँ मैंने फूड प्रिजर्वेशन क्या है वो सीखा है। तो वहाँ पर मैंने सिडोली सेंटर में ट्रांसफ़र की गई है। यहाँ पहला दिन से मैं अचार, जैम, जेली कैसे बनाती है वो सब सीखा है। और उसके बाद मैंने मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग भी बहुत सारी बातें सीखने के मिले हैं। तो इसीलिए मैं जो भी जॉब और ना तो मैं अपनी बिजनेस शुरू करना चाहती हूँ।
सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन का ट्रेनिंग ले रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हम प्रैक्टिकल कर रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हमें अचार बनाना, जाम बनाना, जेली बनाना आदि सिखाया गया है। और उसके साथ यहाँ पे मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग की भी सिखाया गया है। हम जॉब कर सकते हैं या जॉब नहीं भी करें तो उसके द्वारा हम अपना बिजनेस शुरू कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए मैं CIDC और AAI को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। वो हमें ये सिखाया कि हमें अपने पैरों पर खुद खड़ा होना सिखाया। इसलिए थैंक यू।
मैं CIDC में ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए आया हूँ, जो कि बिनेश्वर ब्रह्मो इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में कराया जा रहा है, जो कि कोरल डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है, असम में। मैं जो ट्रेड लिया हुआ हूँ वो है जनरल वर्क सुपरवाइजर का।
ऑटो लेवल एक डिवाइस होता है जिसके जरिए जमीन का और दूसरी चीज़ों का लेवलिंग लिया जाता है। इस डिवाइस के मुख्य पार्ट्स हैं ये ट्राइपॉड स्टैंड में ये ट्राइपॉड स्क्रू होता है जिसके ज़रिए इसका हाइट एडजस्ट किया जाता है और हाइट के साथ साथ इसका लेवल भी एडजस्ट किया जाता है।
I belongs from Risu, Meghalaya. I first 10 class. My father is a farmer. He earns just rupees 200, 300 daily for family. There is not sufficient. I heard about my son training. Started at Risu Belpara by CIDC. I got admission and learning a lot about house construction. I learned about foundation, cement, sand, etc. By taking this training, I can make my future is better way. Thanks a lot to CIDC.
आफ्टर 10 पास में बेरोजगार था तो मेरा दोस्त राज ने बताया CIDC के बारे में, और मैं CIDC सेंटर गोलाघाट ट्रेड प्लम्बर में ज्वाइन किया।
हम लोग गांव में कोई भी काम नहीं मिला, इसलिए हम लोग जो सेंटर से हम लोग को बोला, इसलिए वो लोग दिल्ली से सब लोग आया और ऋषि बेलपरा में अच्छा काम करना मिलेगा बोला, इसलिए हम लोग ट्रेनिंग के लिए CIDC के आया। और हम लोग ये CIDC ट्रेनिंग खत्म होने के बाद हम अच्छा काम चुनेगा।
यहाँ मैं सिधोली CIDC सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन में ट्रेड पे हम लोगों को आम के अचार, जाम, स्क्वायर बनाना सिखा रही है। तो यहाँ पे हम लोग यह बेलची स्क्वायर बना रही हूँ। तो ये सीखने के बाद हम लोग पैकेजिंग और मार्केटिंग भी सीखेंगे और सीख भी रही हूँ। और ये इसके लिए हमें तो फ्री में CIDC और AAI हमें तो फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रही है। इसके लिए हम CIDC को और AAI को थैंक यू बोलना चाहती हूँ, जो हम लोगों को फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं। और मैं खुद ये सीखने के बाद मैं खुद के बिजनेस शुरू करूँगी, अगर मुझसे हो सके तो मैं जॉब भी करना चाहूँगी।
My father is a teacher. I'm taking training in Muslim Trade at Nongstoin Center. I have learned about the construction material, measurement, the foundation, brick, masonry, extra from Pawan, from Sir Pawan. After studying, I can work this trade and earn my living.
हम लोग अभी पहले तो हम लोग 200 रुपया ऐसा मांगेगा। अभी हम लोग से जैसे ट्रेनिंग लेने के बाद हम लोग जो काम उसको हम लोग सीखेगा, उसको हम लोग अभी 500, 600, 700 ऐसा मांगेगा।
मैं असम से आई हूँ, मेरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट गोलाघाट। मैं पहले से गोलाघाट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में CIDC पार्ट की सब्जेक्ट फूड प्रिजर्वेशन के लिए 3 मंथ की कोचिंग करने के लिए आई थी। वहाँ मैंने फूड प्रिजर्वेशन क्या है वो सीखा है। तो वहाँ का मैंने सिडोली सेंटर में ट्रांसफ़र की गई है। यहाँ पहला दिन से मैं अचार, जैम, जेली कैसे बनाती है वो सब सीखा है। और उसके बाद मैंने मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग भी बहुत सारी बातें सीखने के मिले हैं। तो इसीलिए मैं जो भी जॉब और ना तो मैं अपनी बिजनेस शुरू करना चाहती हूँ।
My dear professional colleagues of India and all over the world, this is Dr. Surendra Manjrekar wishing you good health and safety. It is my privilege to share a few thoughts with you in the capacity of Chair of Concrete Technology Stream of India Construction Week 2020, which is deliberating on reviving construction industry in post-COVID world from 1st December to 5th of December 2020. Construction industry is one of the biggest manpower employer as well as the indicator of a growth machine in any geography. Current unprecedented pandemic situation has brought the global economy to grinding halt since March 2020. Pandemic is once in a century crisis and unfortunately had to happen in our lifetime, a current living generation. While we bear the brunt of pandemic, we must remember that the history bears testimony to the fact that out of crisis only emerges the opportunity to recreate. In my opinion, this is the time to build more durable model of prosperity that elevates the economy of all the nations. This is the time to adopt more sustainable solutions, sharing knowledge and study from the regional experiences of all the geographies. With this in view, we approach experts from all over the world with a single point agenda: how to revive construction industry when we enter post-pandemic times. And the international response is spontaneous and unprecedented. The global attitude also is, when we are united, we stand and survive against the economic and otherwise devastations. Fellow practitioners in India and abroad, we have the participation of this conference from more than 24 countries from all the time zones, and we will have their invaluable know-hows to enable us to collate the white paper. It is expected that the white paper would be useful for all the countries. We are the best of experts from USA, Canada, UK, Germany, Italy, Ireland, Turkey, Australia, Mexico, Singapore, Venezuela, Netherlands, Ecuador, Malaysia, Brazil, Spain, Qatar, Panama, Guatemala, Colombia, Costa Rica, and India. More to follow. The support has also been offered by personnel attached to various associations and organizations
For example, World Bank, Indo-Canadian joint ventures, peer-reviewed journals like Alcon Patriviesta, European Ready-Mix Concrete Organization, Concrete Sustainability Council Switzerland, and many others. We have lined up a galaxy of about 50 plus international and national experts in the short time of last few weeks. We are in a hurry to be ready for post-pandemic. My friends and colleagues, your participation is of utmost importance as we are wanting to come out with the best options, plans in every stream of construction industry with intense deliberations on how to ride over this cruel pandemic. Come one, come all, and join this important movement with your colleagues. Be part of this brainstorming and result-producing exercise with many opportunities for international networking, technology transfers, and sharing economic solutions for walk on post-pandemic recovery path. Thank you, friends. Take care and be safe.
Warm welcome to all of you. Myself Sanjay Nirmal, Assistant Engineer MCGM, like to provide information on how online platform developed by MCGM help to construction industry in getting the different permissions in post-COVID situation. We are very much thankful for providing this opportunity to share our reforms and update to all stakeholders. We are happy to share how it helped in surface and subsurface construction activities during and post-COVID situation. During this presentation, we will put light on following topics: the situation prior to atomization, reforms implemented, and how technology helped us in upgradation of the services. Prior to implementation, there are three major hurdles. The whole process was dependent on physical communication. It was not possible to get approval clearances from the authority without physical persuasion. Each case needs follow-up to provide momentum to momentum, which demonetize time, effort, and cost. The different departments work in silo. They have their different set of regulations and methodology. There are multiple input parameters regarding fee calculation, their own mechanism regarding challenge generation and payment acceptance also. No certainty and surety regarding the results of the approval. In process re-engineering, we have identified three parameters, that is simplification of the procedures, allocations of the resources, and technology involvement. We targeted in reducing the number of procedures, cost, and time required of each procedures. We also ensured quality of our regulations so that output shall be of high quality. The requirements which are not provided any value addition are eliminated permanently. All the procedures are defined with specific timeline. The duties and responsibilities of officers are well defined. The MIS of subordinates are provided at all levels. Provisions of auto-escalation made in application. Each approval, procedures, and its requirement are clearly defined, publicized, so that applicants and officials both are aware about requirements and approvals. We have taken maximum help of technology while doing this process and less human interventions. This was helped us during atomization of approvals, remarks, and NOCs related to different departments and authorities. The departments geographically far are integrated along with the requisite payment calculations, their logics, challenge generation, and acceptance of the payment also through different mode of payments like NFT, RTGS, debit card, credit card. More logics are implemented than perception. As regards to creation of awareness, we have used hard communication, social media, in-person communication. So all channels we have used. Leading newspapers, booklets, brochures, handbills are posted. Also, some hoardings and standees are put in our office premises at prime locations so that our officials as well as the visitors and applicants will get aware about the procedures and reforms. Social media like WhatsApp, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube channels we have used a lot. Hands-on training, regular meetings, seminars, webinars with the officials and stakeholders also carried out at large. Public interface. So this was helped us a lot to improve ourselves. All submissions, documents, photographs are instantly available on public domain. There is 100% transparency which results into instant audit of each submission and approval by public at large, resulting in prompt quality services. There is a remarkable reduction in number of grievances and RTI applications. The institutional requirements such as statistical data for budgeting, policies, resource allocation, quality analysis and interdepartmental requirement becomes very easy. We have taken COVID as an opportunity to improve city infrastructure. About 1,000 plus works of improvements and infrastructure works related to hospital, school, market, bridges, sewage, etc. are awarded during this period. Huge labor force were deployed with care during this period. Major junctions and roads which are otherwise very busy due to heavy traffic are successfully developed. As we all are aware, construction industry is soul of our city development. These days, everyone facing a painful situation. The industry got lot of relief due to working from home concept and online approval system. Also, the financial support, like in case of contracting, work relief providing by reducing the retention money and security deposits. To burst the construction industries, substantial relief provided in paying development charges and premium to be paid to the authority. We can see from the dashboard that during this pandemic period, that is from 22nd March up till this date, about 3,051 different applications for concessions, IOD, CC, commencement certificate, occupation certificates and monsoon permissions we have received, out of which 1,502 are approved and 308 are in process, remaining reverted for compliances. It could only possible due to adoption of technology and substantial support from construction industry peoples. Thank you very much.
सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन का ट्रेनिंग ले रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हम प्रैक्टिकल कर रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हमें अचार बनाना, जाम बनाना, जेली बनाना आदि सिखाया गया है और उसके साथ यहाँ पे मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग की भी सिखाया गया है। हम जॉब कर सकते हैं या जॉब नहीं भी करें तो उसके द्वारा हम अपना बिजनेस शुरू कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए मैं CIDC और AI को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। वो हमें ये सिखाया कि हमें अपने पैरों पर खुद खड़ा होना सिखाया। इसलिए थैंक यू।
मैं CIDC में ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए आया हूँ, जो कि मिनेश्वर ब्रह्मो इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में कराया जा रहा है, जो कि कोरल डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है, असम में। मैं जो ट्रेड लिया हुआ हूँ वो है जनरल वर्क सुपरवाइजर का।
ऑटो लेवल एक डिवाइस होता है जिसके जरिए लेवल जमीन का और दूसरी चीज़ों का लेवलिंग लिया जाता है। इस डिवाइस के मुख्य पार्ट्स हैं ये ट्राइपॉड स्टैंड में ये ट्राइपॉड स्क्रू होता है जिसके ज़रिए इसका हाइट एडजस्ट किया जाता है और हाइट के साथ साथ इसका लेवल भी एडजस्ट किया जाता है।
I belongs from Risu, Meghalaya. I first 10 class. My father is a farmer. He earns just rupees 300 daily for family. There is not sufficient. I heard about my son training. Started at Risu Belpara by CIDC. I got admission and learning a lot about house construction. I learned about foundation, cement, sand, etc. By taking this training, I can make my future is better way. Thanks a lot to CIDC.
आफ्टर 10 पास में बेरोजगार था तो मेरा दोस्त राज ने बताया CIDC के बारे में और मैं CIDC सेंटर गुलाघाट ट्रेड प्लम्बर में ज्वाइन किया।
हम लोग गांव में कोई भी काम नहीं मिला, इसलिए हम लोग जो सेंटर से हम लोग को बोला, इसलिए वो लोग दिल्ली से सब लोग आया और ऋषि बेलपारा में अच्छा काम करना मिलेगा बोला, इसलिए हम लोग ट्रेनिंग के लिए CIDC के आया और हम लोग ये CIDC ट्रेनिंग खत्म होने के बाद हम अच्छा काम चुनेगा।
यहाँ मैं सिद्धोली CIDC सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन में ट्रेड पे हम लोगों को आम के अचार, जाम, स्क्वायर बनाना सिखा रहे हैं। तो यहाँ पे हम लोग ये बेल की स्क्वायर बना रही हूँ। तो ये सीखने के बाद हम लोग पैकेजिंग और मार्केटिंग भी सीखेंगे और सीख भी रही हूँ। और ये इसके लिए हमें तो फ्री में CIDC और AI हमें तो फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रही है। इसके लिए हम CIDC को और AI को थैंक यू बोलना चाहते हैं।
Ladies and gentlemen, greetings. I'm presenting this to you today on behalf of the World Bank Group, Corporate Real Estate. My name is Jagdish Rele, and I'm a Senior Project Manager based in Washington, D.C. The novel coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic has caught us all unawares. We all know that the pandemic is once in a century crisis, and in this particular case, how should we be viewing it? As only a calamity or an opening to reevaluate? I believe that out of all crisis comes an opportunity, and hence this is a time for us to take bold action, build a more durable model of prosperity that lifts the entire country and all its citizens using sustainable solutions, sharing knowledges and experiences. We all know that construction is a large employer and a major avenue for economic growth. The World Bank Group response to the pandemic was swift. $160 billion financing capacity was made available immediately, along with emergency support operations to help over 100 developing countries. The bank group also helped countries access the critically needed medical supplies. The crisis response was in 3 stages, namely relief, restructuring, and resilient recovery, focusing on saving lives, protecting the poor and vulnerable people, ensuring sustainable business growth and job creation, strengthening policies, institutions, and investments. The IFC also deployed $8 billion in fast-track financing for sustaining businesses and preserving jobs. They also launched a $4 billion global health platform initiative. MEGA has provided $6.5 billion facility to support private sector investors and lenders. Along with dealing with its member states, the World Bank Group also had to deal with the welfare of its own staff. This paper addresses the method in which this was managed by the corporate real estate. We managed about 150 offices in the field and about 10 offices in the HQ in Washington, D.C. Like everyone else, we also had to quickly gear up to address this crisis, and with the help of our management, we were able to do so. Our offices were closed in March 2020 and resorted to home-based working. Some of these offices have been reopened in the East, but again, due to the second and the third wave of the virus, we are revisiting this status. The pandemic has had a great impact on all our lives and also in the workplace. We have dramatically shifted how to do business, and at the same time, we don't know what the future holds. The corporate real estate department worked with industry experts to develop workplace guidelines, at the same time ensuring the core values are maintained, which is a safe and healthy workplace, adopting sustainability designs, providing equitable standards, and at the same time dealing with agility in our operations and flexibility in planning. The main requirement was to adopt the best practices in the industry, design the workplace to reduce the spread of pathogens, and implement the workplaces not only for today, but also for the future. We had to deal with both the existing offices and the ongoing projects, and assist the emergency management team in reopening the offices, ensuring that proper guidelines are given for the staff welfares, and a checklist is prepared, spreadsheet in detail for this purpose. The signage is most important, as I mentioned earlier, and this was developed in 7 languages. In the case of the new and ongoing project, we developed new workplace guidelines, which was done in consultation with our health and safety experts, IT colleagues, and security colleagues. As I mentioned in the previous slide, we have developed new workplace guidelines to adjust the existing offices and ongoing projects, which would be the requirement to take care of the wellness concerns raised by this pandemic. In the case of the next stage, we are piloting some projects taking into account these workplace guidelines developed. And in the third stage, we are working with our management to see what would be the impact of the workings and see how we can adjust and adapt to the fast changing environment. It is important to lay down the guiding principles for the new workplaces. Obviously, health and safety are the most important. You need to take cognizance of the home-based work, and that technology is something which we are now using to our fullest extent. We also needed to reevaluate the comforts and assumptions and protocols that we were working with so far, embrace the new challenges, and experiment boldly towards a new outcome, which deals with flexibility in work arrangements. All of this leads to a positive effect on the carbon footprint and climate change. And finally, we decided to adopt one standard for all our offices in the field and in HQ. As I mentioned earlier, we have had extensive dialogue with the industry expert to understand their best practices and adopt the same. We have seen that increased home-based work is considered extensively, including in financial sector institutions, tech companies like Google, and even IBM, who had earlier adopted home-based working, then shifted strategy as a back to office, and now again shifted to home-based works. We feel that office attendance is required to drive by collaboration and not necessarily on performing every individual's work. We also feel that in doing so, we could adopt what we are terming as safe unassigned seating approaches, or shall I say floating seating for various staff. In consultation with other departments within the World Bank Group and extensive dialogue within the corporate real estate team members, we have adopted the following recommendations. 6 feet safe physical distancing between every staff, the layout planning with zonings, which I'll explain in greater detail as we go along, and offset the demand for increased office space by standardizing office space, which is we have 8 feet by 8 feet, could be thereabouts for other organizations, and adopting safe unassigned seating for staff who are on home-based works for X or more days per week and who are traveling for X percentage of the work week. We decided to leverage the new project with material changes to upgrade the building systems, focusing on indoor air quality, finishes which are easy to maintain and keep clean, and touchless devices. As I mentioned earlier, we are piloting some projects with these new design guidelines and recommendations. The World Bank Group has decided to adopt the office reopening timeline in 4 tiers. Tier 4, when the office is completely closed. Tier 3, with a 10% cap on staff in the office. Tier 2, 25% cap, and Tier 1 with a 50% cap. The facilities actions for dealing with this COVID was in 3 stages. First one being reopening, second one adjust, and the third transform. In the case of the first one, reopening, it is implementation of the reopening guidelines which need to be completed prior to the reopening. In the second one, which is adjust, it comprises of changes to the existing workplaces. And the third one, transform, is design improvements to ongoing projects, which is the design guidelines that I spoke to you about earlier. For the reopening, perhaps the most important is communications to the staff, for which a video is prepared with simplified signage. For implementing of these guidelines, the facilities managers worked with the country officers, and for which we provided pre-assigned focal points. And as I mentioned earlier, a reopening checklist. Regional briefings were given to senior management at regular intervals, and there is an implementation team working with the facilities team for this purpose. In the case of the adjust sequence, this being especially important for open workstations, and we followed the usual checkerboard fashion, allowing 50% attendance and a tier 1 workforce rotation. In case of moving to tier 0, additional adjustments would be required, including widening the aisles, raising face-to-face panels, and in some cases even reconfiguring the furniture layout. In the case of transform, as I mentioned earlier, we developed design guidelines to address the multiple design trends which are unfolding and with an increased wellness concerns. I'll explain these in greater detail as we go forward. And of course, implementing these guidelines, we have to take into consideration the impact to schedule, cost, most important of which being the behavioral changes and requiring endorsement from the senior management for the changes. The next few slides are self-explanatory, and in the interest of time, I shall go through these quickly. Here we deal with the explanation of the social distancing protocol, communications, facility preparedness, and contracts and other services. Systems are explained in greater detail in this slide. Here are some examples of the physical distancing protocols and the signage developed by the World Bank Group. This slide shows the checkerboard fashion utilized in the conference rooms. This is the facilities checklist spreadsheet that I was talking about. Unfortunately, it is too small for you to see. These next set of slides shows the adjustments made in the open plan and other such situations. Here you can see the before and after of the add-on panels to provide safe physical distancing. This is adjustment made to the shared spaces and the cafeteria. This slide shows the responsibility matrix between the corporate real estate and the country office focal points, and also involvement of other units. The next two slides talk about the decision-making process adopted by the emergency management team. This slide shows how we tackle the various regions of the bank group. Here are the considerations laid down for transformation, which is namely home-based work, experiment boldly and radically, adapt and embrace with behavioral changes, health and safety requirement for the finishes, materials, contactless features, indoor air quality, agility and flexibility in planning, reconfiguration, cost effectiveness, and working with landlords. This slide talks about the guideline for transformation, again, principally working on social distancing, safe requirements. The next set of slides talks about the actions required to transform, namely the health and safety, space planning, dealing with conference and meeting rooms. Similarly, how to address the workspaces, cafeterias, and the ancillary functions in an office. This is again a continuation of the actions to transform. The same, please note about the cost and schedule, which is again an important factor in all cases. Now I'm going to talk about a test case to show you how we have implemented these transformation guidelines and actions in some of our projects. This is the floor plan for one of our projects. As you can see, it's been colored in three. The hot zone in pink, which is where the visitors and public are allowed. The warm zone, where only authorized visitors are allowed to enter, and which are primarily conference rooms and kept close to the entry points. And then the cold or cool zones, where only the WBG staff are allowed. This slide shows the segregation between staff and visitors. The green zone, as the warm zone, is where the authorized visitors and public conferences are there, and the staff zone is the cold zone. This slide explains the staff entry and exit discipline, starting from the awareness area, the waiting room, checking testing area, and an exit corridor in case they are not permitted to enter for any reason whatsoever and access is denied. The same thing for the visitors. Similar access protocol is followed for the visitors as well. This slide shows the staff circulation in the office, and you can see that we have drawn a 6-foot wide circle around each staff to show the safe physical distancing around them. There are one-way corridors which are 6 feet wide, and there are two-way corridors which are 12 feet wide. This is the concept of the safe unassigned seating, which I spoke about earlier, the one shaded blue. The staff, when they come in, they can go to their caddy and locker position, pick up their belongings, and pick up any seat that is available and has to be pre-booked on an app. This shows the diagram of the assigned seating, where staff are always going to be present at the offices, such as the support staff and the head of office, again with directional signage. And the offices, you can see, are all equal, approximately 8 feet square. So what is the impact of COVID-19 in this region? Firstly, the informal economy has been hard hit. The containment measures and the reverberations from the global recession has hit the many unorganized workers, self-employed, and micro enterprises, which have experienced a large drop in earnings. The poor have also suffered severely, and the informal workers in the middle of the income group distribution have all seen the greatest drop in earnings. Many of them are not covered by social insurance. The crisis actually lays bare the complicated structural problems in the informal sectors, which needed to be addressed to prevent the breakdown of social cohesion. Construction industry, we know, has a complex equation with unorganized workers. Today, in all governments, there's a tension between containing the disease, providing relief, and promoting recovery and growth for tomorrow. So what can we do? We need to reflect on the key takeaways. We need to share the lessons learned and foster sustainable change. We need to establish strong partnerships across all sectors and increase support to those who are exposed to these fragilities, the low and the middle income strata, and boost resilience. Again, construction, we know, is a huge driver to enable all of these. Here I have listed the construction positives, which is education reform, vocational training, adopting sustainability practices, using certified sustainable materials, support a resilient recovery, maintain good housekeeping and efficient waste management, and opportunity for cross-pollination. And with all of this, leapfrog into the next era. The World Bank Group has a large real estate portfolio, as I mentioned, in the headquarters and in the field. To deal with this, we have prepared the new design guidelines. And we feel that these guidelines can be emulated for offices worldwide with suitable modifications and also some other modifications for residential and commercial complexes as well. In the following slides, I am describing these design requirements. First, the corporate role requirements have been listed. Again, the safe and healthy workplace, sustainability principle, reevaluate the comforts, assumptions, and protocols, deal with flexibility in planning, flexible work arrangement, using technology, having a positive effect on the collective carbon footprint and climate change, and respond not only to the crisis today, but steps towards the future. The COVID mitigation measures, as I said, communication is the key. Health and safety is important. Zoning, hot, warm, cold, I've already described earlier. The space planning requirements are mentioned on this slide. Again, this is a repeat of what I mentioned earlier. These are the guidelines for workplaces and designing of the individual spaces, including the safe unassigned spaces. Here we talk about the individual spaces, starting from the entrance lobby, the conference meeting room, ancillary spaces, and the storage facilities. This is for restrooms. Here we talk about the finishes for the floors, as I mentioned, which are easy to keep clean, the walling and the ceiling, including sound attenuation products. Signage we spoke about earlier, and the signage package developed by the World Bank Group. Indoor air quality, we know, is perhaps the most important, and this needs to be dealt with quite carefully with proper mitigation measures. Facilities management is perhaps the most important to ensure proper upkeep of any facility, and therefore due importance needs to be given to this requirement. Thank you.
Welcome to India Construction Week 2020 segment on Agro-Tech. भारत एक कृषि प्रधान देश है. In number terms, 65% of Indian population lives in rural India, which is defined as technically defined as non-urban areas. We are talking about 88 crore people. 50% of India's workforce works directly in the agriculture. It also contributes 18% of the GDP. We are looking at a paradigm where the entire agricultural sector was controlled by a few forces. The entire history of this is that in APMC Act of 1903, introduced by the British, carried on even after independence. The act was designed to divert Indian raw materials to the mills of Manchester and other places and give us in India only the finished products. So we became consumers of the finished products rather than the manufacturers, which we were earlier, and we made some very good stuff, you know that. The new bills have removed the evils which in the act. In other words, the controls which the entire machinery of the government and allied entities had over the agro-tech segment. I mean, imagine for example, nowadays, something which is bought at 7 rupees, I'm talking about onions, is available to us at 70 rupees. And where does the money go? I mean, 7 rupees given to the farmer. So those ills are there, and if there are hitches, I'm sure we will find a way across them. ICW is designed basically to look at the current problems, find current situation, find problems, and find solutions for the way forward, in which we need a lot of development. To do this, National Steering Group was formed under the chairmanship of Dr. Brahma Singh. He's a Padma Shri and he has many laurels. And who joined us, the young entrepreneurs in agriculture, plus a major player was URC Construction, a very big construction company. Their chairman will be also making a present because they have a vast interest in agriculture and have done a lot of mechanizations themselves. Now, ever since these three agri bills were introduced, CIDC started research on the implications. What we did was we did a lot of number crunching. What number crunching? All the construction which will be required in a mechanized agriculture industry is and we found the numbers were really, really huge. Most likely, they will far exceed even the existing conventional construction. The report will be given to you not very far from now. And what we do, we are talking about the staging posts, we are talking about silos and other storage spaces, we are talking about rural roads, we are talking about housing for the people who will be involved in the mechanization. We are even talking about absolutely ultra modern technology for monitoring the production, which is, for example, through drones. Welcome to this segment. You will find a lot of new things which are consonant with the future. Thank you, and please give us your feedback. Thank you.
मुझे पढ़ना है, मैं उसको खोल लेता हूँ।
रिकॉर्डिंग स्टार्ट हो गई, स्टार्ट कीजिए सर।
Greetings, friends from the globe. Myself, Professor Brahm Singh, Chairman, Professor Brahm Singh Horticulture Foundation, BSHF, New Delhi, India. Member Planning Board, Union Territory Ladakh, and Padam Shri awardee. Congratulate you, particularly the organizers of online international conference and exhibition, that is India Construction Week 2020 Digital, with the theme of reviving construction industry in post-COVID world. As you know, the conference is jointly organized by Construction Industry Development Council, that is CIDC, and Indian Society for Trenchless Cultivation, Trenchless Technology. I wish grand success to the event. I am thankful to the organizers to provide me an opportunity to briefly put the views of steering committee on agrotechnology and infrastructure construction as its chairman. Allow me to explain agrotechnology, which means technological processes used in promoting and progressing agriculture to create an understanding of how processes, equipment, and structures are used with people, soil, plants, animals, and their products to sustain and maintain quality of life and to promote economic, aesthetic, and sound cultural values, mainly, if not exclusively, in rural areas. Friends, in India, we are aiming to become a $5 trillion economy by 2024 or 2025. To achieve it, the country needs to grow at 9% in real terms from 2020 to 2025. We are serious to be more than Atmanirbhar, that is self-reliant. To reboot the economy, the government of India has announced a package of rupees 20 lakh crores. We consider rural revitalization is potential area for becoming a $5 trillion economy, as well as Atmanirbhar Bharat as the share of rural economy in GDP is 25 to 30%, which is substantial and needs to be helped to enhance its percentage. Rural sector in India is mainly agriculture and is major source of employment. Today, rural sector requires a transformative approach to be a better place to live and work. This is possible by using modern technology in agriculture, industry, and most importantly, to improve much needed infrastructure for it. Needless to emphasize that lack of infrastructure in rural sector is major lacunae in the desired progress of the sector. No technology or technologies could give desired result without appropriate infrastructure and facilities. In agriculture, we have received Atmanirbharta, that is self-sufficiency in food, due to green revolution technologies developed by world-class agriculture scientists, disseminated by extension services of the country, and practiced by receptive farmers. Despite all this, rural sector economy and environment have not improved but have become non-preferred sector to work and live with. This, according to me, is due to lack of required or suitable infrastructure such as availability of power, basic requirement for a profession. Power is inadequate in rural sector and not dependable also, making the people unwilling to work in villages. Due to this factor, people, as their financial condition improves, they move to urban or city areas to progress further. Then the another factor is lack of connectivity. Connectivity in terms of roads, rail, communication, electronic, etc. and dissemination of information, e-marketing, etc. are very poor and are not dependable in rural areas. Next one is lack of agro-industries or value addition to the agro product or secondary agriculture. Due to the lack of power and connectivity, agro-industries which have great potential to transform economy of rural sector are all there in the urban areas, affecting both adversely. Urban area also and the rural sector also. Rural sector is deprived of and urban sector is becoming polluted. Agro processing, pack houses, cold chain, cold storage, warehouses and alike are not there in rural areas. This necessitates rural sector as agro produce raw material supplier. Agro produce raw material supplier only, not the value added products or finished products. Production of value-added products in rural sector has numerous advantages both to the producers and consumers. I advocate creation of infrastructure to have rural agro-based economic zones with required facilities. Agriculture infrastructure fund creation by the present government is a welcome step. Agro-based ventures on the pattern of Amul and Safal, where infrastructure development has played key role in handling perishable commodities, would boost rural economy and rural sector. Farmers produce organizations are multiplying in the country. Provisioning of required infrastructure to these FPOs would boost their economic activity efficiency and output to the betterment of rural sector. In the past, many programs and projects under different names with similar approach have been tried to improve rural economy. I would like to mention the two whose objective match with that what I stated above. These two have impressed me a lot, and I think that with such objectives we can transform the rural economy. The first one is Pura, provision of urban amenities in rural areas. The concept given by my mentor and former President of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. It emphasizes for urban infrastructure and services to be developed in rural hubs to create economic opportunities there at par with the urban areas. These include better road network, education, health, drinking water, power, sanitation, and social safety net. In most of these, role of construction engineers can hardly be overemphasized. The second one is silage. The concept being promoted by Dr. Anil Kakhodkar, the Padma Vibhushan awardee, former chief of Bhabha Atomic Research Center, Mumbai. The concept of a silage that incorporates the best of a city in a village. Whatever the best in the city, that should be available in the village. A silage is a knowledge-based ecosystem for integrated education, research, technology development, and deployment, as well as capacity building in rural areas. The focus of research work at a silage is on regional problems. Silage people in the neighborhood for demonstration and deployment of relevant technologies through a number of advanced knowledge-based rural technology initiative. In brief, they can be called Akruti centers located in the neighborhood, and the silage should thus become a center of innovation in rural areas to solve the problems of the region and disseminate the developed technologies as the region through Akruti centers. Akruti involves construction, and creation of befitting infrastructure. In fact, what I said, both the programs are relevant and potential, provided infrastructure support is created or provided in rural sector. I'm happy that CIDC sees prospect for construction industry in the rural area also, though late, but better late than never. Time has come that we see now agriculture as an enterprise. I consider it only way to improve economy and environment in the rural areas are farmers' prosperity. Entrepreneurship is a must. For this, I emphasize on secondary agriculture concept, i.e., for example, addition of value to the agriculture produce locally in the villages. Here, I think construction agencies and agro industries both jointly help the rural sector. We need to create lot of infrastructure for these agriculture produces, and that is where both are concerned. Rural people should be the part of corporate, or they should become the corporate, or they should be executive and beneficiary from this exercise. Success in the venture would lead to better improve rural economy. Climate change, another problem, enforces adoption of protected cultivation, vertical farming, indoor farming, etc., which are all dependent mainly on certain type of infrastructure for production of crops and appropriate production technologies. The recently enacted Act for Agriculture Reforms envisages a paradigm shift in the way of Indian agriculture sector has performed till date, where the corporate sector shall have prominent role to play, whereas this shall open new opportunities of work for our construction industry to build a whole set of physical infrastructures. It would also open new avenue of employment for our youth, especially from rural sector. According to a report appeared in Financial Times dated 19 October 2020 by Dr. P.K. Joshi and Dr. Padi, following areas require concentration to revitalize rural sector. According to them, first one is promote a modern agriculture that is driven by technology and market. Number two, create infrastructure for rural industrialization by investment in post-harvest rural activities such as agro-processing, packaging, cold chains, cold storage, transport, and others. Develop agro-based special economic zones. Third one, a strong linkage between farm and non-farm sectors on the basis of just Amun and the Safal I mentioned above. The role of micro, small, and micro enterprises will be very critical in developing rural industrialization. I endorse the views of Dr. Joshi and Dr. Padi. To conclude, in rural transformation, the role of urban linkages will be a key driver. The conference, I emphasize, should recommend development of a document for the Government of India on the subject involving agro sector or agro scientist and construction industry in the country, aiming for rural reconstruction and revitalization to boost rural economy and environment. Jai Hind.
Dear friends, I am C. Devarajan, Managing Director of URC Construction, and we are a long-standing construction company. Basically, I am from an agricultural family and we continue to practice agricultural activities. Nowadays we say it is not anymore agriculture, it is going to be agri-business. There is a lot of value addition. There is not a lot of new practices we are learning from many countries across the world, and in every village of India a lot of youngsters who have been educated but they want to work in agricultural field. It's no more an activity which is not a proud or pride activity. I personally feel agriculture is one of the most important activity for the world and for human being. So saying that, how do we practice it, or how are we prepared to face the new situation and opportunity? As our country has visualized very early in the stages and built the Golden Quadrilateral National Highway, very importantly when it was initiated, Dear friends, I am C. Devarajan, Managing Director of URC Construction, and we are a long-standing construction company. Basically, I am from an agricultural family and we continue to do practice agricultural activities. Nowadays we say it is not anymore agriculture, it is going to be agri-business. There is a lot of value addition. There is not a lot of new practices we are learning from many countries across the world, and in every village of India a lot of youngsters who have been educated but they want to work in agricultural field. It's no more an activity which is not a proud or pride activity. I personally feel agriculture is one of the most important activity for the world and for human being. So saying that, how do we practice it, or how are we prepared to face the new situation and opportunity? As our country has visualized very early in the stages and built the Golden Quadrilateral National Highway, very importantly when it was initiated by our then Prime Minister Vajpayee, it was told that every village in India can easily be connected to a national highway with a distance of 25 kilometers. So if you are living in a village and there is a national highway, for you to reach in 25 kilometer away, then naturally you will have a feeling to connect with any of the market. Now after this new policy of agriculture, you can send all your products to anywhere in India, to any market. There is no restriction. So under this circumstance, how the construction industry and agricultural activity can go together. Agriculture is the most important and the larger job provider to all the Indians. Even today, more than 65 to 70% of our population depends on the agricultural activity, and even the other 35% are partially involved in agricultural activity. As a country, we have planned to give houses to everyone. We have planned to create social infrastructure like college, hospital and many other things. But now only we are all thinking about creating the right infrastructure for the agricultural activity. Like our former President Dr. Abdul Kalam said, the Pura scheme, providing the urban facilities at rural areas. So that is where we are now looking at. As construction industry, one statistic by some of our friends is saying that every year there is going to be a huge infrastructure which is going to be developed looking at agriculture industry as an opportunity, like the grain storage facilities, like the warehousing facility, like the grading facility, or ripening of fruits and storage of fruits. There are so many things. If it is developed in the rural area, in every district, almost 650 districts are there in India, every district should become a vibrant, viable and very strong district, for which agriculture has to become strong. The agricultural sector now has developed the wherewithal to understand all these things. The rural youth, if they are encouraged to involve with this kind of intervention, they will definitely do a very good contribution to the development of our nation. We are talking about 5 trillion economy. We are talking about providing job opportunities and giving a better life to every individual. How can it happen? Definitely the urban cities alone cannot provide all these facilities. Like we are discussing about smart cities, all villages has to become smart village. Smart means the storage facility has to be smart, the harvesting methodology has to be smart, the other infrastructure which is created in the rural area should be world class, for which the construction industry definitely should understand this and develop the right methods, technologies, model of funding or financing these facilities and come out with different solutions. Always we should not look at the government for everything. It is in our hands to make it happen. As a company, we are creating a facility in the state of Punjab for the benefit of the village farmers to convert their straw from the paddy or from wheat into a biogas or methane gas. A German company is giving this effort as a pilot project. This is the first project in India. If it succeeds, there will be so many such facilities which is going to be created in all the paddy growing areas. Similarly, there can be methodologies to store the turmeric or to extract various inputs from every agricultural produce for medicinal use and other purposes. So these are all some of the coming opportunities in construction industry, like a software company making a civil engineer or a mechanical engineer or a chemical engineer or everybody to become a software professional to serve their domain in the field of construction or in any other field. We as construction professionals also should start understanding the needs of the agricultural industry and start creating facilities and start working towards this particular area to make India a better place to live and make India a very powerful nation. So friends, please understand, this is going to be a great opportunity in the years to come. More people can be made to stay in the villages if there are good facilities, if it is modern and if it uses all the modern technologies, then educated youth will remain in the village and become very strong or very comfortable and happy taking care of many things. This way we can reduce the burden on the urban cities. There are situations where many people without much of opportunity somehow try to lead a life in urban areas. This can be avoided by creating better and stronger villages. So now I urge every one of you to look at the opportunity in agriculture as an opportunity in the construction sector. Thank you.
Hello everyone. I am Prasanna with Habitat for Humanity. I'm pleased to be speaking to you all as part of India Construction Week. And on behalf of Habitat for Humanity, I welcome you all to the conference, which is happening virtual this time, and to this session where I'm going to talk about skilling needs of rural construction labor. Before I jump into the topic, I would really like to thank the organizers, CIDC and Indian Society for Branchless Technology, for giving me this opportunity to share some of the ideas and the work that I've been doing in the last couple of years. Let me just share my screen. As I said, I am with Habitat for Humanity, and within Habitat, we have a department called Terwilliger Center for Innovation in Shelter. And as part of the center, I lead the construction services and labor vertical. Habitat for Humanity is an international housing organization that's been working to improve housing conditions for people across the world. And over the last, since 1976, we have improved houses for 29 million plus people. But if you look at the global scenario of housing demand, there are more than 1.6 billion people living in inadequate shelter. To bridge that kind of a gap, the traditional approach of philanthropic fund helping families to build houses may not be sufficient. And that's why we set up Terwilliger Center for Innovation and Shelter, which is looking at market-based solutions to solve the housing needs. And the scenario is not very different in India. India has one of the largest housing deficits in the world, and we need 46 million houses by 2022. And most of this demand is expected to come from the low-income families. And these are families who are economically active. So these are your plumbers, Uber drivers, and people who are employed in farms. They are actively looking for solutions in the market, and they build their houses incrementally. And they depend on local construction labor, who is their go-to person for construction advice and building their homes. So that's why we are looking at construction labor as one of the key verticals in our program. How big is this segment? So are we aware that this is a huge segment? Because when we talk about construction labor, the image that comes to our mind is the workers working in real estate and commercial projects in cities. But this segment is huge. In fact, the construction employment boom that happened between 2000 and 2012 was also largely fueled by rural construction employment. And as per NSSO data and the analysis by EPW, it was found that there was widespread minor incremental house constructions that happened in rural areas during the time period, which contributed heavily to construction labor employment. Contrary to public perception, which goes like the infrastructure boom and the service sector boom in urban areas, coupled with real estate demand that created more employment. But in reality, rural construction employment grew nearly 2.5 times that of urban construction employment, and they constitute roughly about 35 million workers. And if you look at these workers, 80 to 90% of them are working in rural peri-urban residential construction. I'm talking about small independent houses built by families, not high-rise apartments. So that's the kind of potential the market has. And enhancing their skills and service offerings can lead to significant improvements in housing quality. And not just that, it opens up market at the low income segment for increased adoption of new products, materials, and technology. How do they build homes? What are the construction practices in this segment? And what are the norms, and how skill is acquired by labor in this segment? So if you look at rural or peri-urban home construction, it is largely driven by local contractors who we call as mestris or rajmistris, and their team of laborers, skilled, semi-skilled, and casual laborers. And how are they hired by the customers? They're typically hired through referrals, through their friends, family, and neighbors, and not through a verification of their skills or through certification process. So it's a very informal hiring process. And how do these people acquire skill? If you look at India, we have a strong artisanal tradition in construction, and people have traditionally been acquiring skills on the job by apprenticing under a senior, and occasionally they also get to work on commercial projects in the villages or bigger houses where they get to learn from architects and engineers who get involved in such projects. So that's how they've been building their knowledge and skill. And in our analysis, we spoke to, in the last couple of years, more than hundreds of households and construction workers in Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, and Orissa, and we find that they possess adequate basic skills. So they don't need basic training, but their skill gaps are pretty different compared to what is taught. So they typically have gaps in terms of using new materials such as M-sand. Tamil Nadu, we saw a huge reluctance among labor to adopt to M-sand when river sand was banned. And they're also not quite aware of waterproofing and how it is applied. But these are new products which can make significant improvements to quality of housing. But we do see that there is a skill gap preventing labor from using that. The second important skill gap that we see is one of soft skills. In the labor-household relationship, we often see houses getting incomplete or people overspending their budget and people under-engineer or over-engineer the houses. This happens due to lack of communication. The contractors are not able to play the kind of an advisor consultant that he is expected to play by the household. And this also is because there is an information asymmetry. So they don't understand, there are myths about certain products and their uses. They don't have an opportunity to verify that. So, and finally, they lack design input. So how to site a house, how to build with proper ventilation. So those are some design related skill gaps that they have. Let's see how the construction skilling landscape has been working and how it tried to address some of these problems. Since 2015, the new skill development policy, so the push for construction skilling or skill development happens from the union government through NSDC and sector skill councils. And then there is a nodal agency in each state, a state skill development council or corporation. And the priority has largely been, job creation for youth. Which is centered around the short-term training program for 3 to 4 months. And they onboarded a lot of private training providers in addition to some of the existing legacy training providers in the market. As I said, the focus was on youth skill development with the hope that, as more youth are skilled, we can create more employment and reap demographic dividend that India has. But in reality, it did not work as expected, at least in construction skilling. We saw that, there is a low aspiration for construction jobs among youth, so not many of them were turning up for skill development programs. And if you look at construction sector, most of the people who are employed in construction sector are people who drop out of school at the age of 14, 15, and they already start earning a decent amount of wage by the time they turn 18 when they are qualifying for a skill development program. So for them, it's an opportunity cost to sacrifice the wage and come and attend training program for 3 to 4 months. So that also prevented people from attending program. Eventually, what happened? The state skill corporations were not able to sort of meet the targets they set out to achieve, and a lot of new training providers were not able to mobilize people, train them, and even if they trained them, they were not able to find formal employment opportunities for these people. As a result, they were not able to make any return out of the investment they made for construction skilling, and eventually most of them dropped out. So only the legacy reputed training providers like L&T, CIDC, and some of the other training providers are surviving in this market. As I said, there is an entrenched informality in construction employment, be it in rural areas, urban areas. All hiring happens through referrals and a long contracting chain. Where people are hired not based on certification or skill, but through their networks. In parallel, if you look at some of the building material firms like cement, steel, or waterproofing companies, they were trying to reach out to the current workforce and see how they can improve their skills or information so that current workforce are becoming influencers to the end consumers so that they are able to increase their market penetration and sell their products. Even some of the building material firms tried skill development programs and they met with a similar fate in terms of all these barriers came in the way, but they are able to successfully run information sessions or marketing sessions with masons, plumbers, painters, where they try to market their products and also share some information about usage. So it's a good measure and it's been working across India. We found that not many construction workers find value from this. They see this as a marketing event and they attend this event mainly to please some of the dealers or hardware stores and not really taking away much value from this. So what can we learn from this? How can we marry some of these efforts has been our thinking. So we reimagine the landscape in such a way that some of these forces can come together for a greater effect. So we feel that moving away from short-term training, the skill development corporations can prioritize RPL program where they assess existing skills and provide some minor quick upskilling just to target the skill gaps these people have. They don't need basic training. And can the building material firms and the hardware stores take part in the skill development process so that we solve a couple of other problems? So we saw that training providers have difficulty in mobilizing and retaining people. Now we are not targeting youth, we are targeting current workforce. And hardware stores and building material firms have a network of construction workers, be it masons, plumbers, or painters. They can help in mobilizing them. And these building material firms are at the forefront of technology development. So they can provide the necessary content, upskilling, or training of trainers to the existing training providers so that the training providers have improved capacity to impart upskilling on what is needed in the market. And not just that, so we have construction welfare boards across the country who have a district presence, who have registered workers. Of course, more can be done there, who also have a fund that is allocated for partly towards skilling. So if these boards are also involved in the process, we can augment funding, we can also augment mobilization of resources, eventually leading to more skilled and certified workers in the market. However, that's not it, right? So this is still a supply side of things. So we also need to engage the demand side in the skill development initiatives. So what are consumers thinking? Are they benefiting from that? Is something that is needed. So only when there is a pull from the demand side, skill development and certification will gain its recognition and value. For that to happen, we largely need to have a good feedback system, a good reward and sanctioning system. So like your Ubers and urban clubs where workers are certified and rated. So if worker is doing well and rated, he gets more business. If he's rated poor, so he's not going to improve his business. So he's forced to get himself upskilled and get himself up to the market's requirements. However, this feedback mechanism and formalization of services has been lacking, which we think more market-based solutions need to come there. So this is the way we see it, and we are happy that we are working with CIDC and building material firm Ardex to try out a particular RPL bridge program in Tamil Nadu under the aegis of Tamil Nadu Skill Development Corporation, and we look forward to sharing more results as the program gets implemented post. The program has been on hold because of COVID. We expect it to restart, and there is some good progress we have seen in that front by bringing a training provider and a material firm together. So what are the key takeaways if I have to summarize quickly? So the policy shift in skilling should prioritize RPL plus upskilling for construction firms, construction skilling. And we do see a huge opportunity and a win-win for both building material firms and training providers to collaborate. And this also offers an opportunity for building material firms to offer more embedded services through their retail network and increase their market penetration and sales and brand value. And most importantly, training providers also need to augment their capacity and focus on training methodology and training content that adds immediate value to the labor so that more people are willing to take part in the training and take away the benefits. Thank you. Given the short time, I try to keep it on the rural construction labor focus. I'd be very happy to answer any queries that you may have, and you can also email me if you're interested to explore some of these ideas further with us.
Welcome everyone to this session on training and skilling at ICW-2020. My name is Sunny Surlakar. I'm a civil engineer and a concrete technologist by profession, and also training is one of my passions. So which is why today I'm here to talk to you about modern technical training. So this is kind of a new model, new concept based on a practical approach that we have been developing over the past couple of years, and it leads kind of a new dimension in the skilling industry for professionals, especially in the construction industry. Construction is an industry that runs a little bit different. It's a much more physical industry, and the models can't solely be online or can't solely be on the field. So pretty much we have to find a good balance between the two, and that is what we are here to talk to you about. So when we talk about why modern technical training, so little bit we'll start off with the introduction to what we are talking about, why it's needed, what are the problems seen on the site, and so on. Then we'll talk a little bit about the model, about who will benefit, like who can attend or who can work in these kind of trainings. And then we'll show you some practical ideas for execution, and then finally conclude. So just introducing the concept to you, when this thought came about, like even for ICW 2020, like what are the problems? So basically, the thing always started off with uh, why are we doing this? So when we talk about the modern technology in construction, so and that is where the problem pretty much starts off. Like the main issue is that a lot of these modern technologies are not finding their way onto the regular job site. For example, topics like modern concrete technology, say making self-compacting concretes, for example, how to use local materials more efficiently, how to make green, low CO2 footprint concrete, for example. Like all those kind of technologies are still not found mainstream applications today. Although the world is doing it, but we in India, except for maybe the bigger projects, the regular mainstream construction is not yet seeing a lot of these technologies. Also, same areas and fields like waterproofing, repair and restoration, flooring. Like there are so many mysteries. There are so many thoughts, or there are so many doubts about waterproofing and repair and flooring and how to do it right. There are so many concepts. There are so many modern materials. There are so many issues over there, but these are not being addressed, I would say, in terms of field applications. Also, areas like construction management or material technology, the Internet of Things or BIM modeling. These are often things talked about only at conferences. But why are we not seeing much more mainstream adoption of these kind of technologies, especially in a post-COVID world? These kind of things really help make our construction better. They help make it faster. They help make it cheaper, and they really help to improve the skill level of the people associated with the project. So why are we not seeing this? Even specialty areas like arbitration contracts or design, it's going means it's not yet that widespread. I mean, the professionals are still a few and far in between. So there are some problems also for the adoption of modern technology, and these range right from like these topics are not covered adequately in academic syllabi. So even at the graduate level, not many students know or are fluent with these kind of ideas. They're not popular, of course, in mainstream technology because they're also coming through or permeating very slowly. But one of the key problems in this has been the reluctance to accept modern technology. That being said, also there is a minimal exposure to these kind of modern methods. And since people don't know about it, they're very reluctant to accept it at times. So also, say lack of codal provisions is what I would say is part of the problem, because we also work with BIS, but the codal provisions for new and modern methods are coming in. Of course, they're coming in, but they're coming in a lot slower. So the adoption over time, like from the time the code is made to the time it's adopted, is the time lag is pretty much pretty high. And because of this, like professionals such as graduates, designers, or site engineers, or even like at the supervisor or the labor level, then they're affected because a lot of them don't know how to deal with these new things. Another problem that normally comes up is that or say in the construction industry, we are not taking a look at what are the initial costs versus the life cycle costs. Oftentimes, people just ask, "Arey, kitna padta hai?" So, initial cost is often the basis for making long-term decisions too. But somewhere we have to kind of look into the life cycle costing of a lot of the modern technologies. So the outcome of the problem that since these technologies are not adopted on a mass level, the problem that come up is that the constructors don't understand modern methods. Many of them actually consider the adoption of technology as a risk. What that leads to, of course, is less durability, slower construction. The construction is not as eco-friendly or doesn't have the green credits. You cannot reduce carbon dioxide footprints. So all these problems come in. Oftentimes, we've seen in practice, especially from the side of materials, that people want state-of-the-art systems. Like they want the best and the best of modern technology, but with a 20-year work history. So that is simply not possible, because the more you innovate, the newer the material is, and at some point in time, these materials need to permeate into the mainstream construction. So this is what is also hampering the entry of startup culture in construction. Today we talk about startup only in terms of software engineering, but why not startups in construction? So lack of application of engineering principles, like that again is one problem. Rely on hearsay or blind adoption of technology. These are really serious problems that the construction industry has to consult with. and because of that, there has been, I would say, minimal visible improvements in construction over a long-term period of time. So I mean, construction in most, like, even the rural areas, it's pretty much the same like what it did about 20 years ago. So when we started talking or discussing about this thing, so we said, what does the training model actually need? So we start off with a defined syllabus. Then we look. The second part is the most important part, is development of practical study material. So study material simply does not mean a printout of the slides that you're going to be talking about. A practical study material should be like an in-depth manual, maybe 200, 250 pages, depending on what kind of course you're doing. But it should give a student or it should give a trainee complete insight into what kind of training or what kind of professional development he's looking at. Then, of course, since we are in construction, online has its limitations, so we do need classroom and practical sessions, classroom as well as industry interactions and practicals. Because without the last two parts, it is like the training or training is incomplete. We are a physical industry. Construction is a physical industry. We need to see everything. We need to see, touch, and see how it works in practice. And without that, any training remains incomplete. So, like I said, the course materials would take a look at the syllabus. So, basically, your syllabus can go across any of the topics that we saw, modern construction topics that we saw early on. And the study materials is something that a lot of development actually goes through, development work. So, for example, it has to be a combination of presentation notes, your custom detailed manual, then also, of course, other suggested reading and online resources. So you have to pretty much cover all bases when it comes to the study materials itself. In the classroom, we can cover, of course, things like theory, principles, methods, and experiences, like case studies or things like that. But along with that, the key part is the industry interaction and the practicals. This has to be done on site or in the laboratory. So in the laboratory or application labs is one place where you can demonstrate a lot of the materials. On site is where we see the actual application. But also industry interaction is important because it lets the seniors, discuss and narrate their experiences with regards to materials or design or the application part of it. So of course the formats has to be a combination of online and on-site. So online can be done for all the classroom sessions, but on-site I would say is becomes a must for the course. So, who can attend or who benefits from this kind of a modern training methodology? I would think that this is equally applicable to academia and professionals. Like based on our experience, what we think about this kind of a course is that it can supplement engineering courses in the college. For example, civil engineering courses. So it just becomes another coursework for the students to follow. It's an excellent thing for short-term training programs. Like I think that's a TechWhip or TEQUIP initiative by AICTE. So it really helps training program for educators who can in turn they can improve education levels for their students. For postgraduate training or for finishing school, for example, whenever a graduate comes out of engineering, out of an engineering college, then we are not sure whether he's, they're normally a little bit rough around the edges. So this kind of a training course can lead them to a specific line. For example, if somebody does a course on waterproofing, he can follow that as a career path, and the finishing school allows him to develop skills which are very suitable for that particular line. For example, of course, we can also work with internship support. So as far as professional goes, of course, it gives them exposure to modern materials, and we have already done and taken care of these kind of courses for specifiers, for supervisors, and even for the skilled laborers, for example. But we are also working at the other level with unskilled labor. So we kind of work with them to get special regional courses, which are much more in their language, used to the materials, done with the materials that they are used to, and they are much more practical. So it has to be kind of tailor made to the kind of application that we are going to see. But the base or the aim of this entire agenda and exercise is basically training as well as certification. It's not only that okay, you come, you attend a series, and you go away, and people don't know what to do with it. So basically, we need to get into the certification of training. So it also really helps in the skill upgradation or in continuing education, because once you have the certificate means you need an evaluation, and once you have an evaluation means you have really understood the topic. It's kind of going through college all over again. So as an idea for execution, for example, we have already tried this with the IITD assess model. Like we've developed a lot of these courses, and we have kind of delivered a lot of this kind of courses. Of course, modules of it, not the whole ones. But along with like those are the manuals that I actually saw. So they're very very healthy, like about 250 260-page manuals. Along with that, we have developed facilities, for example, whereby both the classroom training, the laboratories, as well as the application labs are there. So people can both take a look at the theory part of it, see how it's applied, and then apply it themselves. Of course, we also follow other like say in practice things or online modules, but we really prefer to work with the people. This, for example, is one of the trainings which we had, whereby people are actually testing out all the different products, like how they look in a mixture, how it is to be, say, for example, injection resins, how they're to be injected, how do you mix a waterproofing system, how do you apply it, and so on. And we take it up onto an international level as well. So with that, we can see, like with our international industry partners, so people can get a first-hand knowledge about how the machinery works, how the material works, and how we have to do it both together. We also do it on site for specific companies. This, for example, is with a known cement company in Mumbai. So we did a training course on admixtures for them. So in conclusion, like the training methodology, so what it has to look at is the development of sustainable programs, and these programs have to be accredited through a recognized institution. So what that leads to, the next step is that you're looking at CPD programs, which means continuing professional development programs. And that is the kind of model it has to follow in the long run. But to do that, also, we need a lot of other things. A lot of work goes into making one course, because you need the proper manuals, you need space for practical training, you need facilities for that one, lab training, lab testing. So you need detailed or high quality laboratories. Along with that, we have also done, and we need to take a look at professional interactions and site visits and something like that, and that has to be a mandatory part or a compulsory part of the course. Of course, a lot of these things can be tailor-made based on the level of has to be tailor-made based on the level of the people attending it. And last but not least, the certification and registry of it is a need. Like without the certification part of it, all the training, I would say, really doesn't do much, because once somebody knows that they're going to be certified for it and the certification has a value, that is where the training and the skill development or the continuing professional development will see value on its own. So with that, I would say, with this model, I would say thank you very much.
Let me start with congratulating to Construction Industry Development Council CIDC team for organizing online international conference and India Construction Week 2020. I also extend my gratitude to Mr. P.R. Swaroop and Mr. Raju Jain to include me in steering committee of skilling and providing me opportunity to speak my mind. Friends, we all know when it comes to economic empowerment strategies in India, skilling is one of the most significant aspects to consider. The proportion of skilled workforce in India is very low. It is 4.64% compared to China, United States, United Kingdom, Germany, and few other developed countries. It is estimated that by 2022, there will be a requirement of 104 million skilled workforce in India. Currently, we produce 5.5 million skilled workforce yearly, while we target 8.1 million people. Currently, when the entire globe is grappling with pandemic COVID-19, it has changed the entire state of skilling affairs in India. After health advisory by Government of India and other state in early March 2020, most of skill institutions and centers had to shut down. Because of lockdown in the last week of March 2020, many industries, organized and unorganized sectors were shut, which resulted in massive reverse migration towards small towns. It has created unemployment as well as a skilled workforce imbalance. As when industries started restoration of operation, they had a workforce crisis too. While reverse migrant had nothing to earn or suitable employment at their native places, the situation forced the skilling organization to think afresh and evolve new skilling ecosystem post-pandemic through integrating digital and e-learning environment in their conventional approach. We also witnessed change in industrial working patterns as many started exploring or invented technological solutions to overcome from this crisis. This has brought to light a two-pronged challenge to skilling organization. One, developing digital or e-learning platforms to implement training, and second, customization or alignment of skilling course modules and content with new workforce work pattern demands. And I must say that most of skilling organization, including NSDC, done a good work in this direction. On one side, organizations have developed learning management system based digital e-learning training models. On the other side, for people who could not access digital e-learning or human connect, have developed a blended training models which are mix of digital and physical training with a strategy to ensure health safety. In terms of the courses and content, skilling organization have converted its modules in digital contents which are more attractive and easy to learn. Also, new contents are customized and aligned with the new demands that come up in the industries post-pandemic. In my opinion, the new skilling ecosystem which has emerged out of COVID-19 situation is going to be a long-term skilling approach, which is going to increase its community outreach because of the technological interventions and will be better synchronized with the industry demand. It will also improve the annual skilling targets which we lack every year. My submission to all construction skilling organization to leverage out of this situation, and they can use this technological interventions based training models and the blended training models to scale their trainings and also create aspiration around it. With this submission, I thank to all my co-panelists and chairman of steering committee of skilling, Dr. Mundra. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, and joining in. Let me start by introducing myself. My name is Dipender Virk. I am the product manager for tool services for Hilti India Private Limited. Firstly, I'd like to start by thanking CIDC for organizing the Indian Construction Week with a clear focus on reviving construction industry in post-COVID world. Now, I firmly agree that this is an absolute need of the hour. There has never been such a productivity as it is required today. Again, it's an absolute pleasure to be able to present our skilling initiative that we've been able to deliver to the construction industry in India. Earlier, as part of our CSR activity, our corporate social responsibility, we partnered with CIDC and delivered some of our tools which are today used in the various training programs that are run by CIDC to upskill our construction workforce in India. But today, I'm here to talk to you about another skilling initiative that we've just started. So before I jump into our skilling initiative about our health trainings, I'd like to introduce Hilti to you. And now, who is Hilti? Hilti as an organization was founded in 1941. It was founded in Liechtenstein. We have close to 25,000 employees all across the globe. We are active in more than 120 countries, and we consider ourselves a partner of the professional construction industry. What really distinguishes us? Now, there are three major things here. First is, of course, our strength, which is innovation. 6% of our sales are invested in research and development. We are embedded towards delivering the most productive solutions to the construction industry. And that is why we are able to come out with 60 innovative products annually. Secondly, our passion, our customers. Hilti is a direct sales company. And that means that we have close to 230,000 customer contacts daily. Our success, the third major factor, is our employees. We have 446 sales representatives all across India. No matter where you are in India, there's always somebody there from Hilti. And not just that, we've been rated as one of the best places to work in India. So, starting off, health and safety service, our initiative. Why do we today? Accidents on construction sites do not just happen, right? They are caused through different factors. But I can tell you that as a matter of fact, 2/3 of all these accidents happen because of human behavior. Why? Uh, Simple, because the construction sector employs a high percentage of unskilled or untrained labor. Risks can easily be misjudged or simply ignored. It is of great importance that the workers are properly and effectively trained. With all this in mind, we place a strong focus on supporting the prevention of accidents on job sites. Accidents have emotional as well as economic consequences. We want everyone to feel safe and work safely on the job site as much as our customers do. Ultimately, a good work environment geared towards improved workers' health and safety results in higher productivity and peace of mind for all stakeholders. Today, health and safety is becoming a key area of concern for our customers. Our customers' concern is also our concern. We support construction companies in creating positive changes in healthy and safe behavior. Since 2014, we have trained tens of thousands of workers worldwide exclusively on health and safety. So what do we do today is we bring our basic health and safety training service to India. So I hope you liked our skilling initiative, right? It's a much needed demand of our construction industry. So if you feel tomorrow that this is something that you're looking out for, feel free to get in touch. There's a toll-free number there, and you see an email ID there as well. Looking forward to bring about this initiative to your organization as well. This is Deepinder signing off. Thank you so much, and thanks for listening to me.
Namaskar, my name is Pramod Kumar Mishra. working as GM Training and Development in GR Infra Projects Limited, Gurugram, Haryana, India. Friends, I am going to present a paper on skill development programs of GR Infra Projects Limited. As we know that construction industry in India is the ninth largest market in the world, accounting for approx 3.3% of global market share and is growing very fast. It is also the second largest employment generator after agriculture. In this industry, skill, knowledge and are the driving force of economic growth and social development. The economy becomes more productive, innovative and competitive through of development of skilled human capital. There is always difference between required and present knowledge and performance, and this gap is explained by inadequacy of skill. Skill development therefore means that all the efforts that allow the individual to learn to do something better than before or to do something new that the person has not done before and which results in concrete change in their livelihood. Scarcity of technical skill of their workforce is one of the major problems faced by the construction industry in India and the world over, and the tremendous shortage can be expected in the coming years. Inadequate or inappropriate skills affect the planning, quality and productivity, which results in time and cost overrun and underutilization of plant and machinery at the project site, and this generally results lower profitability. Mostly corporates conduct training programs as per their need, and in turns employees are trained followed by evaluation. But this is not sufficient until unless they undergo the process of development. No individual can be termed as a trained person unless he or she undergoes the development process. Existing institutional framework are there, which I'm going to present before you. That is for vocational education, training and skill formation in various construction trade, as well as which is inadequate. The country has a network of polytechnics and industrial training institutes for imparting courses in engineering and technical and non-engineering trades. NSDC, which we call as National Skill Development Council, a PPP body under the Ministry of Finance, has a target of skilling or training 500 million skilled workers by 2022 through sector skill councils. There are few industries and associations who have also taken this responsibility, but all of them are focusing on training, not on the development process. Now, GR Infra Projects, GRIL, has a approach towards the development process, the program which I'm going to present before you. So, GR Infra Projects is one of the fastest growing infrastructure companies in India. The company mission is to develop its human resource, especially workers, operators, supervisors, and other employees to enhance their personal effectiveness. The employee's personal effectiveness can be enhanced if the knowledge is increased, skill is developed, and change brought in the mindset that we call an attitude. Mr. Vinod Agarwal, the managing director of the organization, is a firm believer in the development process of employees. He believes that each employee, whether he or she is manager, engineer, officer, assistant, supervisor, foreman, or worker, they all must undergo the development programs so that they can do proper planning, produce quality work, and ensure safety. Special attention has been given to the workers, operators, and supervisory programs. To achieve the mission and objective of development successfully, a unique and innovative model has been introduced for the program of supervisor, foreman, as well as workers. This innovative approach has been thought of because it is different from the traditional approach where the weightage is given more to theory rather than the practical. Under this innovative approach, GRI has started two unique programs. One for supervisors and foremen, and second for the operators and workers. Let me brief you about the supervisory development programs in GRIL. It has been designed for the highway and structure supervisor and foreman who never got an opportunity to develop themselves in the past. This is basically a 20-day program in which 30% has been taught as theoretical subject and 70% is taught through hands-on experience, that is a practical. The main focus is given on hands-on experience. The project sites are training centers where necessary arrangements for the training have been made. The trainers are all in-house staff as they have the knowledge in their own domain. The program is run through a planned and systematic way, starting at 9 a.m. in the morning and continues till 5:30 p.m. in the evening. Each day the participants are given some assignments which they complete and submit the same to the trainer next day. During the 20 days program, they are taught civil related subjects such as well as behavioral skills. At the end of the program, they undergo a written test to assess their evaluation and the knowledge level. This innovative approach has given a thrust to the project site, and the trained supervisors are giving the desired result by applying their learning and skill in the workplace. Till date, more than 60 supervisors and foremen have been trained and process is still going on. The second program, innovative and unique model which is going on, is for the operators, drivers and workers. The construction sites aim to improve the productivity and quality of work and safety, which can only be ensured if a site worker and operators are skilled, and skill can be improved only through proper training and systematic development. In India, approximately 80% construction workers and drivers, operators are unskilled, illiterate, semi-literate, and they get trained in their respective trades. Most of the training in the job commencing at very young age as a helper to a staff, that is a master trainer, and this training lasts roughly about 2 to 5 years on ground. The trainee inherits all good and bad practices adopted by the trainer without reasoning. But now the modern construction technologies and methods are a deviation from the past. Even the most experienced traditional construction operators unable to fit in the new scenario are facing problem at site, are unable to deliver the desired productivity. Therefore, to make operators, drivers, workers aware about the new methods and techniques and different trends, GRIL decided to start the training and development programs for the operators, drivers and workers. Although the target is to achieve 100% skilled drivers and operators, even if 70 and 80% drivers, operators, workers are trained, a tremendous change can be seen at the project site. Apart from these two unique models, there are other programs are also being conducted and they are being regularly being run. Those are like contract management development program for the managers and engineers, construction quality programs for the civil engineers and lab technician, health safety environment program for managers, engineers, supervisor, foremen, operators and workers, and most important is the behavioral skill program, that is a soft skill program on communication skill, motivation, leadership, stress management for all levels of employee. So finally, to conclude here, in my paper, that many organizations, individual, other perception for training and development is that it is a cost. However, they forget everything has a cost and return also. So training is an investment and return are known through the increase in knowledge, development, skills and change in the attitude. The innovative program we started in GRIL is an investment, and the first positive result has experienced in the change of attitude. A positive attitude itself is a success, and therefore the programs going in GRIL are yielding positive results as of date and will keep on this trend in future also. Thank you very much. ये है हापुड़ स्थित धौलाना में CIDC यानी कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री डेवलपमेंट काउंसिल का कौशल विकास केंद्र। और अपनी तकदीर बदलने के लिए कड़ी धूप में मशक्कत करते ये बच्चे इन सब का सपना ये है हापुड़ स्थित धौलाना में CIDC यानी कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री डेवलपमेंट काउंसिल का कौशल विकास केंद्र। और अपनी तकदीर बदलने के लिए कड़ी धूप में मशक्कत करते ये बच्चे, इन सब का सपना है एक बेहतर जिंदगी। और इनके इस सपने को उड़ान दी है एयरपोर्ट अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया यानी AAI ने।
CSR की एक्टिविटीज
ये है हापुड़ स्थित धौलाना में CIDC यानी कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री डेवलपमेंट काउंसिल का कौशल विकास केंद्र। और अपनी तकदीर बदलने के लिए कड़ी धूप में मशक्कत करते ये बच्चे, इन सब का सपना है एक बेहतर जिंदगी। और इनके इस सपने को उड़ान दी है एयरपोर्ट अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया यानी AAI ने।
CSR की एक्टिविटीज़ हैं पूरे देश में, वो करने के लिए बहुत ही प्रतिबद्ध हैं, अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं। एक चीज़ आप ये देखें कि पिछले 2 साल में तकरीबन 6000 बेरोज़गार बच्चों के लिए उन्होंने हमको जिम्मेदारी दी अलग अलग जगह पर।
AAI को साथ मिला CIDC यानी कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री डेवलपमेंट काउंसिल का। CIDC को स्किल डेवलपमेंट में लंबा अनुभव है।
CIDC के ऑल ओवर इंडिया में बहुत से सेंटर्स हैं और कई सेंटर्स में मैं खुद विजिट किया है।
इसने अब तक पूरे देश में तकरीबन 5 लाख लोगों को उनका हुनर बढ़ाने और संवारने में मदद की है। AAI ने पहली बार 2015-16 में CIDC को 1000 बच्चों के कौशल विकास की जिम्मेवारी दी। पहले बैच के तकरीबन सारे बच्चों को अलग अलग कंपनियों में नौकरी मिली। तो 2016-17 में 2000 बच्चों को प्रशिक्षित करने का काम दिया। इनका भी प्रशिक्षण पूरा हो गया और ये बच्चे अलग अलग कंस्ट्रक्शन कंपनियों में काम कर रहे हैं। कुछ लोग स्वरोजगार भी कर रहे हैं। AAI ने चालू वर्ष में भी 2000 बच्चों को प्रशिक्षित करने की जिम्मेवारी CIDC को दी है। इन्हें धौलाना के अलावा CIDC के फरीदाबाद, गोरखपुर, रांची, डाल्टेनगंज, सिधौली, रमसापुर और चापागुड़ी स्थित कौशल विकास केंद्रों पर भी प्रशिक्षण दिया जा रहा है।
सैलरी स्ट्रक्चर अगेन इट डिपेंड्स कि जो नियोक्ता कंपनी है उनके पास किस तरीके का उनका अपना एक सिस्टम है, बट एवरेज मैं कह सकता हूं कि स्टार्टिंग जो होती है करीब 10,000 रुपये से स्टार्ट होती है और अभी तक हमने देखा है कि करीब 17-18 हज़ार रुपये तक की स्टार्टिंग भी बच्चों को मिली।
PF और ESI की सुविधा अलग से 2-3 सालों में इनमें अच्छी खासी बढ़ोतरी हो जाती है। इस तरह AAI हजारों परिवारों के सपनों को साकार करने में उनकी मदद कर रहा है।
Up above the world so high and down on the grounds, the advancements that you see in India's aviation is the success saga of the excellence shown by Airports Authority of India. AAI is constructing, operating and maintaining world-class airport. Along with that, AAI has a side that's down to earth and close to the people. One that's clearly visible in its CSR programs and activities. Through its CSR activities, AAI has keenly focused on skill development, to generate livelihood opportunities in backward and remote areas. AAI has tied up with Construction Industry Development Council for skill development of unemployed youth and people belonging to economically weaker sections.
In construction industry, there is a huge shortage of skilled manpower. At the same time, there is a unemployed youth. So if we provide them a skill, it will be a win-win situation for both.
Through this skill development training, the student gets theoretical knowledge and practical knowledge in construction-related subjects like land survey, electrical wireman, general work supervisor, site accountant and storekeeper, etc.
Actually, here we are providing trainings to the unskilled youth of India who are unemployed. We distribute pamphlets at the different locations of UP, Bihar, West Bengal to get the unskilled manpower. Then we can make them skilled. So we are providing them 3 months training.
More than 5,000 students have been trained with this skill development training program since 2015.
जब मैं यहाँ पे आया था तो इस सब्जेक्ट से रिलेटेड मेरे पास कुछ ज़्यादा नॉलेज नहीं थी, लेकिन यहाँ आने के बाद इस फील्ड में मुझे काफ़ी नॉलेज मिली है।
हमारे 2 महीने हो गए ट्रेनिंग के और 1 महीना बाकी रहा, हमने काफ़ी कुछ सीख लिया 2 महीने के अंदर।
यहाँ से मतलब सीख के जाएंगे तो हम दुकान खोल सकते हैं अपने घर पे जाके, मतलब हम अपना कोई भी बिजनेस फैला सकते हैं।
ये बहुत अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी दे रहा है एयरपोर्ट और CIDC, जिससे कि बच्चे अपना आगे का फ्यूचर बना सकें।
With this skill development training, AAI has generated employment for many of underprivileged and uneducated youth. And on the other side, AAI and other PSUs got a skilled worker for their construction sites.
ट्रेनिंग से हमको मतलब बहुत लाभ हुआ है। मैं आज यहाँ पे जॉब पे हूँ और मेरा काम यहाँ पे जो है प्लांट को चलाने का है। मतलब जो बाहर से ऑर्डर आता है कंक्रीट का, मैं डिस्पैच स्लिप से उसे यहाँ से बना के मतलब माल को बनवा के और वहाँ पे साइट पे भेजना होता है हमको।
पहले मुझे कंप्यूटर की बिल्कुल भी नॉलेज नहीं थी, फिर धीरे धीरे मैं 3 महीने में इतना सीख गई कि वो लोग मेरा कॉन्फिडेंस देख के मुझे यहाँ पे एम्प्लॉय रख लिए।
Our motto by doing all CSR activity in Airports Authority of India is to make the difference and feel the difference.
Airports Authority of India has come to lend a new and distinct prominence to India on global aviation map. And we share this pride with every Indian. And we shall continue to serve them and enrich lives of Indians everywhere.
सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन का ट्रेनिंग ले रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हम प्रैक्टिकल कर रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हमें अचार बनाना, जाम बनाना, जेली बनाना आदि सिखाया गया है और उसके साथ यहाँ पे मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग की भी सिखाया गया है। हम जॉब कर सकते हैं या जॉब नहीं भी करें तो उसके द्वारा हम अपना बिजनेस शुरू कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए मैं CIDC और AAI को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। वो हमें ये सिखाया कि हमें अपने पैरों पर खुद खड़ा होना सिखाया। इसलिए थैंक यू।
मैं CIDC में ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए आया हूँ, जो कि विनोद इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में कराया जा रहा है, जो कि कोरापुट डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है, असम में। मैं जो ट्रेड किया हुआ हूँ वो है जनरल वर्क सुपरवाइजर का।
ऑटो लेवल एक डिवाइस होता है जिसके जरिए लेवल ज़मीन का और दूसरी चीज़ों का लेवलिंग लिया जाता है। इस डिवाइस के मुख्य पार्ट्स है ये ट्राइपॉड स्टैंड में ये ट्राइपॉड स्क्रू होता है जिसके ज़रिए इसका हाइट एडजस्ट किया जाता है और हाइट के साथ साथ इसका लेवल भी एडजस्ट किया जाता है।
I belongs from Risu, Meghalaya. I first 10 class. My father is a farmer. He earns just rupees 300 daily for family. There is not sufficient. I heard about my son training. Started at Risu Welfare by CIDC. I got admission and learning a lot about house construction. I learned about foundation, cement, sand, etc. By taking this training, I can make my future is better way. Thanks a lot to CIDC.
आफ्टर 10 पास में बेरोजगार था तो मेरा दोस्त राज ने बताया CIDC के बारे में और मैं CIDC सेंटर गोलाघाट ट्रेड प्लम्बर में ज्वाइन किया।
हम लोग गांव में कोई भी काम नहीं मिला, इसलिए हम लोग जो सेंटर से हम लोग को बोला, इसलिए वो लोग दिल्ली से सब लोग आया और CIDC वेलफेयर में अच्छा काम करना मिलेगा बोला, इसलिए हम लोग ट्रेनिंग के लिए CIDC के आया और हम लोग ये CIDC ट्रेनिंग खत्म होने के बाद हम अच्छा काम चुनेगा।
यहाँ मैं सिद्धौली CIDC सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन के ट्रेड पे हम लोगों को आम के आसार, जाम, स्क्वायर बनाना सिखा रहे हैं। तो यहाँ पे हम लोग ये बेल की स्क्वायर बना रही हूँ। तो ये सीखने के बाद हम लोग पैकेजिंग और मार्केटिंग भी सीखेंगे और सीख भी रही हूँ। और ये इसके लिए हमें तो फ्री में CIDC और AI हमें तो फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रही है। इसके लिए हम CIDC को और AAI को थैंक यू बोलना चाहते हूँ, जो हम लोगों को फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं। और मैं खुद ये सीखने के बाद मैं खुद के बिजनेस शुरू करूँगी, अगर मुझसे हो सके तो मैं जॉब भी करना चाहूँगी।
My father is a teacher. I'm taking training in Muslim Trade at Nongstoin Center. I have learned about the construction material, measurement, the foundation, brick, masonry, extra from Pawan, from South Pawan. After training, I can work this trade and earn my living.
हम लोग अभी पहले तो हम लोग 200 रुपया ऐसा मांगेगा। अभी हम लोग CIDC ट्रेनिंग लेने के बाद हम लोग जो काम उसको हम लोग सीखेगा, उसको हम लोग अभी 500, 600, 700 ऐसा मांगेगा।
मैं असम से आई हूँ, मेरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट गोलाघाट। मैं पहले से गोलाघाट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में CIDC पार्ट की सब्जेक्ट फूड प्रिजर्वेशन के लिए 3 मंथ की कोचिंग करने के लिए आई थी। वहाँ मैंने फूड प्रिजर्वेशन क्या है वो सीखा है। तो वहाँ का मैंने सिद्धौली सेंटर में ट्रांसफ़र की गई है। यहाँ पहला दिन से मैं आचार, जैम, जेली कैसे बनाती है वो सब सीखा है। और उसके बाद मैंने मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग भी बहुत सारी बातें सीखने के मिले हैं। तो इसीलिए मैं जो भी जॉब और ना तो मैं अपनी बिजनेस शुरू करना चाहती हूँ।
केंद्रीय लोक निर्माण विभाग यानी CPWD नेशनल एकेडमी गाजियाबाद का ये सारा तामझाम उत्सव जैसा माहौल निर्माण श्रमिकों के लिए है। और हो भी क्यों ना, CPWD ने निर्माण उद्योग विकास परिषद यानी CIDC की सहायता से पहली बार विभिन्न विधाओं के निर्माण श्रमिकों के लिए 28 सितंबर से 2 अक्टूबर 2019 तक के लिए मेगा स्किलिंग, टेस्टिंग एंड सर्टिफिकेशन कैंप का आयोजन किया। ये कार्यक्रम माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के स्किलिंग इंडिया कार्यक्रम के अनुरूप राष्ट्र निर्माण के यज्ञ में CPWD CIDC की ओर से आहुति है।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो कार्यक्रम बनाया है उसके तहत हम लोगों ने CIDC के साथ एक MOU साइन किया हुआ है और पूरे देश में हम लोग जो हमारे वर्कर्स हैं उनको ट्रेनिंग देने का हमने एक प्रोग्राम बनाया हुआ है। और सोशल कॉज की तरह हमने सोचा है कि जो हमारे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट के तहत जो 20% जो वर्कर्स होते हैं वो स्किल कैटेगरी के तो कंपलसरी हैं, लेकिन उसके अलावा करीब 30% वर्कर्स को हम लोग अपने खर्चे से उनको ट्रेनिंग देंगे।
इस मेगा स्किलिंग, टेस्टिंग एंड सर्टिफिकेशन कैंप ने NCR के निर्माण श्रमिकों में एक नई ऊर्जा भर दी। आमतौर पर अधिकांश निर्माण श्रमिक समाज के कमजोर तबके से आते हैं और प्रायः औपचारिक शिक्षा की दहलीज तक नहीं पहुंच पाते हैं।
और मैं यहाँ कैंप लगा हुआ था और यहाँ मैं इंटरव्यू के लिए आया, अपना फार्म भरा है, फिर इंटरव्यू हुआ। इंटरव्यू में मुझसे मेरे क्वेश्चन पूछे गए इलेक्ट्रिशियन के कि मैं क्या वर्क करता हूँ और जो हमारे कार्य के बारे में, सेफ्टी कैसे होनी चाहिए हमारे इलेक्ट्रिशियन की और क्या हमें करना चाहिए, कौन सी तार हमें यूज करनी चाहिए या करते समय किन किन बातों का हमें ध्यान रखना चाहिए।
मेरे को अनुभव तो काफ़ी है, लेकिन मेरे पास प्रमाण पत्र नहीं था, तो इसलिए मैं यहाँ पे आया हूँ कैंप में। तो मेरे को उम्मीद है कि मेरे को यहाँ से प्रमाण पत्र मिल जाएगा।
इस मेगा टेस्टिंग एंड सर्टिफिकेशन कैंप ने केवल उनके आत्मबल को ही नहीं बढ़ाया, बल्कि सफल प्रतिभागियों को प्रमाण पत्र देकर उनका गौरव भी बढ़ाया।
आगे आने वाले समय में ये प्रशिक्षण प्राप्त श्रमिकों की संख्या बढ़ेगी। इससे उनको एम्प्लॉयमेंट में, उनको रोजगार में सहायता मिलेगी और जो उनको रोजगार देने वाले हैं उनको भी उनके बारे में एक मानकीकृत जानकारी प्राप्त हो सकेगी।
CPWD भारत सरकार की सर्वोच्च निर्माण एजेंसी है। उसके काम करने के तौर तरीकों का अनुसरण केवल सरकारी एजेंसियां ही नहीं, बल्कि निजी क्षेत्र की कंपनियां भी करती हैं। निर्माण कर्मियों के पूर्व ज्ञान के परीक्षण और प्रमाणीकरण के कार्य को CPWD ने अपने निविदा अनुबंध में भी शामिल किया है।
इसमें अहम रोल जो है CIDC का है। हमारे जनरल कंडीशन ऑफ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में क्लॉज 19K है, जिसके तहत हर एक कंस्ट्रक्शन साइट पे 20% जो है कुशल कारीगर एम्प्लॉय होने हैं। तो ये बेसिकली मैं समझता हूँ कॉन्ट्रैक्टर के लिए भी अच्छा है, उनके ओर से भी समाज सेवा का ही काम होगा।
CPWD देश भर में इस तरह के कई मेगा स्किलिंग, टेस्टिंग एंड सर्टिफिकेशन कैंप आयोजित करेगी। गाजियाबाद का ये कैंप इस श्रृंखला में पहला है। शिविर का उद्घाटन श्री प्रभाकर सिंह, महानिदेशक CPWD ने किया। उन्होंने शिविर में आए निर्माण श्रमिकों से कहा कि वो कड़ी मेहनत से नए कौशल सीखें और जीवन में आगे बढ़ने के इस अवसर का लाभ उठाएं।
ये मैसेज पूरे भारतवर्ष में जाना चाहिए कि किस तरीके से हम लोगों का कौशल विकास कर रहे हैं। पूरे हिंदुस्तान में कोने कोने में हम लोग कर रहे हैं, उसके मैसेज हमारे पास आ रहे हैं और लोग बहुत ही उत्साहित हैं। तो ये हमारा जीवन है, जीवन की कर्म भूमि है। इसमें हमें हमेशा सीखते रहना पड़ता है। हम स्टूडेंट की तरह पूरे लाइफ में जीते हैं। ये नहीं कि हमने एक सीख गया तो यहाँ पे काम खत्म हो गया ना, उसके आगे में बढ़ना है और जीवन के अंत तक हमें, तभी जीवन हमारा सार्थक है।
इस अवसर पर CIDC के महानिदेशक डॉक्टर PR स्वरूप ने सभी वरिष्ठ कामगारों से आग्रह किया कि वो प्रशिक्षक और गुरु बनकर वर्तमान कार्यबल के साथ अपने ज्ञान को साझा करें।
इनमें से जो वृद्ध कारीगर हैं, जिनकी शारीरिक क्षमता अब नहीं है काम करने की, लेकिन वो पढ़ा सकते हैं और बता सकते हैं लोगों को कि कैसे अच्छा काम किया जाए, उनको प्रमाणीकरण करके शिक्षक का भी दर्जा दिया जाए ताकि वो आगे आने वाली नस्लों को तैयार करें।
इस मेगा टेस्टिंग एंड सर्टिफिकेशन कैंप में CIDC की 18 परीक्षण टीमों ने लगभग 1000 निर्माण श्रमिकों के कौशल का परीक्षण किया। इस कैंप की सफलता से उत्साहित होकर CPWD और CIDC ने लखनऊ, कोलकाता, गुवाहाटी, चेन्नई और मुंबई में भी इस तरह के कैंप लगाने की योजना बनाई है।
ये है हापुड़ स्थित धौलाना में CIDC यानी कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री डेवलपमेंट काउंसिल का कौशल विकास केंद्र। और अपनी तकदीर बदलने के लिए कड़ी धूप में मशक्कत करते ये बच्चे, इन सब का सपना है एक बेहतर जिंदगी, और इनके इस सपने को उड़ान दी है एयरपोर्ट अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया यानी AAI ने।
CSR की एक्टिविटीज़ हैं पूरे देश में, वो करने के लिए बहुत ही प्रतिबद्ध हैं, अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं। एक चीज़ आप ये देखें कि पिछले 2 साल में तकरीबन 6000 बेरोज़गार बच्चों के लिए उन्होंने हमको जिम्मेदारी दी अलग अलग जगह पर।
AAI को साथ मिला CIDC यानी कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री डेवलपमेंट काउंसिल का। CIDC को स्किल डेवलपमेंट में लंबा अनुभव है।
CIDC के ऑल ओवर इंडिया में बहुत से सेंटर्स हैं और कई सेंटर्स में मैं खुद विजिट किया है।
इसने अब तक पूरे देश में तकरीबन 5 लाख लोगों को उनका हुनर बढ़ाने और संवारने में मदद की है। AAI ने पहली बार 2015-16 में CIDC को 1000 बच्चों के कौशल विकास की जिम्मेवारी दी। पहले बैच के तकरीबन सारे बच्चों को अलग अलग कंपनियों में नौकरी मिली, तो 2016-17 में 2000 बच्चों को प्रशिक्षित करने का काम दिया। इनका भी प्रशिक्षण पूरा हो गया और ये बच्चे अलग अलग कंस्ट्रक्शन कंपनियों में काम कर रहे हैं। कुछ लोग स्वरोजगार भी कर रहे हैं। AAI ने चालू वर्ष में भी 2000 बच्चों को प्रशिक्षित करने की जिम्मेवारी CIDC को दी है। इन्हें धौलाना के अलावा CIDC के फरीदाबाद, गोरखपुर, रांची, डाल्टेनगंज, सिधौली, रमसापुर और चापागुड़ी स्थित कौशल विकास केंद्रों पर भी प्रशिक्षण दिया जा रहा है।
सैलरी स्ट्रक्चर अगेन इट डिपेंड्स कि जो नियोक्ता कंपनी है उनके पास किस तरीके का उनका अपना एक सिस्टम है, बट एवरेज मैं कह सकता हूं कि स्टार्टिंग जो होती है करीब 10,000 रुपये से स्टार्ट होती है और अभी तक हमने देखा है करीब 17-18 हज़ार रुपये तक की स्टार्टिंग भी बच्चों को मिली।
PF और ESI की सुविधा अलग से 2-3 सालों में इनमें अच्छी खासी बढ़ोतरी हो जाती है। इस तरह AAI हजारों परिवारों के सपनों को साकार करने में उनकी मदद कर रहा है।
Up above the world so high and down on the grounds, the advancements that you see in India's aviation is the success saga of the excellence shown by Airports Authority of India. AAI is constructing, operating and maintaining world-class airport. Along with that, AAI has a side that's down to earth and close to the people. One that's clearly visible in its CSR programs and activities. Through its CSR activities, AAI has keenly focused on skill development to generate livelihood opportunities in backward and remote areas. AAI has tied up with Construction Industry Development Council for skill development of unemployed youth and people belonging to economically weaker sections.
In construction industry, there is a huge shortage of skilled manpower. At the same time, there is a unemployed youth. So if we provide them a skill, it will be a win-win situation for both.
Through this skill development training, the student gets theoretical knowledge and practical knowledge in construction-related subjects like land survey, electrical wireman, general work supervisor, site accountant and storekeeper, etc.
Actually, here we are providing trainings to the unskilled youth of India who are unemployed. We distribute pamphlets at the different locations of UP, Bihar, West Bengal to get the unskilled manpower. Then we can make them skilled. So we are providing them 3 months training.
More than 5,000 students have been trained with this skill development training program since 2015.
जब मैं यहाँ पे आया था तो इस सब्जेक्ट से रिलेटेड मेरे पास कुछ ज़्यादा नॉलेज नहीं थी, लेकिन यहाँ आने के बाद इस फील्ड में मुझे काफ़ी नॉलेज मिली है।
हमारे 2 महीने हो गए ट्रेनिंग के और 1 महीना बाकी रहा, हमने काफ़ी कुछ सीख लिया 2 महीने के अंदर।
यहाँ से मतलब सीख के जाएंगे तो हम दुकान खोल सकते हैं अपने घर पे जाके, मतलब हम अपना कोई भी बिजनेस फैला सकते हैं।
ये बहुत अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी दे रहा है एयरपोर्ट और CIDC, जिससे कि बच्चे अपना आगे का फ्यूचर बना सकें।
With this skill development training, AAI has generated employment for many of underprivileged and uneducated youth. And on the other side, AAI and other PSUs got a skilled worker for their construction sites.
ट्रेनिंग से हमको मतलब बहुत लाभ हुआ है। मैं आज यहाँ पे जॉब पे हूँ और मेरा काम यहाँ पे जो है प्लांट को चलाने का है। मतलब जो बाहर से ऑर्डर आता है कंक्रीट का, मैं डिस्पैच स्लिप से उसे यहाँ से बना के मतलब माल को बनवा के और वहाँ पे साइट पे भेजना होता है हमको।
पहले मुझे कंप्यूटर की बिल्कुल भी नॉलेज नहीं थी, फिर धीरे धीरे मैं 3 महीने में इतना सीख गई कि वो लोग मेरा कॉन्फिडेंस देख के मुझे यहाँ पे एम्प्लॉय रख लिए।
Our motto by doing all CSR activity in Airports Authority of India is to make the difference and feel the difference.
Airports Authority of India has come to lend a new and distinct prominence to India on global aviation map. And we share this pride with every Indian. And we shall continue to serve them and enrich lives of Indians everywhere.
सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन का ट्रेनिंग ले रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हम प्रैक्टिकल कर रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हमें अचार बनाना, जाम बनाना, जेली बनाना आदि सिखाया गया है और उसके साथ यहाँ पे मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग की भी सिखाया गया है। हम जॉब कर सकते हैं या जॉब नहीं भी करें तो उसके द्वारा हम अपना बिजनेस शुरू कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए मैं CIDC और AAI को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। वो हमें ये सिखाया कि हमें अपने पैरों पर खुद खड़ा होना सिखाया। थैंक यू।
मैं CIDC में ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए आया हूँ, जो कि मिनिस्टर ब्रह्मो इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में कराया जा रहा है, जो कि कोकराझार डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है, असम में। मैं जो ट्रेड लिया हुआ हूँ वो है जनरल वर्क सुपरवाइजर का।
ऑटो लेवल एक डिवाइस होता है जिसके जरिए लेवल ज़मीन का और दूसरी चीज़ों का लेवलिंग लिया जाता है। इस डिवाइस के मुख्य पार्ट्स है ये ट्राइपॉड स्टैंड में ये ट्राइपॉड स्क्रू होता है जिसके ज़रिए इसका हाइट एडजस्ट किया जाता है और हाइट के साथ साथ इसका लेवल भी एडजस्ट किया जाता है।
I belongs from Risu, Meghalaya. I first 10 class. My father is a farmer. He earns just rupees 300 daily for family. There is not sufficient. I heard about my son training. Started at Risu Welfare by CIDC. I got admission and learning a lot about house construction. I learned about foundation, cement, sand, etc. By taking this training, I can make my future is better way. Thanks a lot to CIDC.
आफ्टर 10 पास में बेरोजगार था तो मेरा दोस्त राज ने बताया CIDC के बारे में और मैं CIDC सेंटर गोलाघाट ट्रेड प्लम्बर में ज्वाइन किया।
हम लोग गांव में कोई भी काम नहीं मिला, इसलिए हम लोग जो सेंटर से हम लोग को बोला, इसलिए वो लोग दिल्ली से सब लोग आया और CIDC वेलफेयर में अच्छा काम करना मिलेगा बोला, इसलिए हम लोग ट्रेनिंग के लिए CIDC के आया और हम लोग ये CIDC ट्रेनिंग खत्म होने के बाद हम अच्छा काम चुनेगा।
यहाँ मैं सिधोली CIDC सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन की ट्रेड पे हम लोगों को आम के अचार, जाम, स्क्वायर बनाना सिखा रही है। तो यहाँ पे हम लोग यह बेल की स्क्वायर बना रही हूँ। तो ये सीखने के बाद हम लोग पैकेजिंग और मार्केटिंग भी सीखेंगे और सीख भी रही हूँ। और ये इसके लिए हमें तो फ्री में CIDC और AAI हमें तो फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रही है। इसके लिए हम CIDC को और AAI को थैंक यू बोलना चाहती हूँ जो हम लोग को फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं। और मैं खुद ये सीखने के बाद मैं खुद के बिजनेस शुरू करूँगी, अगर मुझसे हो सके तो मैं जॉब भी करना चाहूँगी।
My father is a teacher. I'm taking training in Muslim Tree at Longstone Center. I have learned about the construction material, measurement, the foundation, brick, masonry, extra from Pawan, from South Pawan. After training, I can work this trade and earn my living.
हम लोग अभी पहले तो हम लोग 200 रुपया ऐसा मांगेगा। अभी हम लोग CIDC ट्रेनिंग लेने के बाद हम लोग जो काम उसको हम लोग सीखेगा, उसको हम लोग अभी 500, 600, 700 ऐसा मांगेगा।
मैं असम से आई हूँ, मेरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट गोलाघाट। मैं पहले से गोलाघाट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में CIDC पार्ट की सब्जेक्ट फूड प्रिजर्वेशन के लिए 3 मंथ की कोचिंग करने के लिए आई थी। वहाँ मैंने फूड प्रिजर्वेशन क्या है वो सीखा है। तो वहाँ पर मैंने सिडोली सेंटर में ट्रांसफ़र की गई है। यहाँ पहला दिन से मैं अचार, जैम, जेली कैसे बनाती है वो सब सीखा है। और उसके बाद मैंने मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग भी बहुत सारी बातें सीखने के मिले हैं। तो इसीलिए जो भी जॉब और ना तो मैं अपनी बिजनेस शुरू करना चाहती हूँ।
केंद्रीय लोक निर्माण विभाग यानी CPWD नेशनल एकेडमी गाजियाबाद का ये सारा तामझाम उत्सव जैसा माहौल निर्माण श्रमिकों के लिए है। और हो भी क्यों ना, CPWD ने निर्माण उद्योग विकास परिषद यानी CIDC की सहायता से पहली बार विभिन्न विधाओं के निर्माण श्रमिकों के लिए 28 सितंबर से 2 अक्टूबर 2019 तक के लिए मेगा स्किलिंग टेस्टिंग एंड सर्टिफिकेशन कैंप का आयोजन किया। ये कार्यक्रम माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के स्किलिंग इंडिया कार्यक्रम के अनुरूप राष्ट्र निर्माण के यज्ञ में CPWD CIDC की ओर से आहुति है।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो कार्यक्रम बनाया है उसके तहत हम लोगों ने CIDC के साथ एक MOU साइन किया हुआ है और पूरे देश में हम लोग जो हमारे वर्कर्स हैं उनको ट्रेनिंग देने का हमने एक प्रोग्राम बनाया हुआ है। और सोशल कॉज की तरह हमने सोचा है कि जो हमारे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट के तहत जो 20% जो वर्कर्स होते हैं वो स्किल कैटेगरी के तो कंपलसरी हैं, लेकिन उसके अलावा करीब 30% वर्कर्स को हम लोग अपने खर्चे से उनको ट्रेनिंग देंगे।
इस मेगा स्किलिंग टेस्टिंग एंड सर्टिफिकेशन कैंप ने NCR के निर्माण श्रमिकों में एक नई ऊर्जा भर दी। आमतौर पर अधिकांश निर्माण श्रमिक समाज के कमजोर तबके से आते हैं और प्रायः औपचारिक शिक्षा की दहलीज तक नहीं पहुंच पाते हैं।
और मैं यहाँ कैंप लगा हुआ था और यहाँ मैं इंटरव्यू लिया, अपना फार्म भरा है, फिर इंटरव्यू हुआ। इंटरव्यू में मुझसे मेरे क्वेश्चन पूछे गए इलेक्ट्रिशियन के कि मैं क्या वर्क करता हूँ और जो हमारे कार्य के बारे में, सेफ्टी कैसे होनी चाहिए हमारे इलेक्ट्रिशियन की और क्या हमें करना चाहिए, कौन सी तार हमें यूज करनी चाहिए या करते समय किन किन बातों का हमें ध्यान रखना चाहिए।
मेरे को अनुभव तो काफ़ी है, लेकिन मेरे पास प्रमाण पत्र नहीं था, तो इसलिए मैं यहाँ पे आया हूँ कैंप में। तो मेरे को उम्मीद है कि मेरे को यहाँ से प्रमाण पत्र मिल जाएगा।
इस मेगा टेस्टिंग एंड सर्टिफिकेशन कैंप ने केवल उनके आत्मबल को ही नहीं बढ़ाया, बल्कि सफल प्रतिभागियों को प्रमाण पत्र देकर उनका गौरव भी बढ़ाया।
आगे आने वाले समय में ये प्रशिक्षण प्राप्त श्रमिकों की संख्या बढ़ेगी। इससे उनको एम्प्लॉयमेंट में, उनको रोजगार में सहायता मिलेगी और जो उनको रोजगार देने वाले हैं उनको भी उनके बारे में एक मानकीकृत जानकारी प्राप्त हो सकेगी।
CPWD भारत सरकार की सर्वोच्च निर्माण एजेंसी है। उसके काम करने के तौर तरीकों का अनुसरण केवल सरकारी एजेंसियां ही नहीं बल्कि निजी क्षेत्र की कंपनियां भी करती हैं। निर्माण कर्मियों के पूर्व ज्ञान के परीक्षण और प्रमाणीकरण के कार्य को CPWD ने अपने निविदा अनुबंध में भी शामिल किया है।
इसमें अहम रोल जो है CIDC का है। हमारे जनरल कंडीशन ऑफ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में क्लॉज 19K है, जिसके तहत हर एक कंस्ट्रक्शन साइट पे 20% जो है कुशल कारीगर एम्प्लॉय होने हैं। तो ये बेसिकली मैं समझता हूँ कॉन्ट्रैक्टर के लिए भी अच्छा है, उनके ओर से भी समाज सेवा का ही काम होगा।
CPWD देश भर में इस तरह के कई मेगा स्किलिंग टेस्टिंग एंड सर्टिफिकेशन कैंप आयोजित करेगी। गाजियाबाद का ये कैंप इस श्रृंखला में पहला है। शिविर का उद्घाटन श्री प्रभाकर सिंह, महानिदेशक CPWD ने किया। उन्होंने शिविर में आए निर्माण श्रमिकों से कहा कि वो कड़ी मेहनत से नए कौशल सीखें और जीवन में आगे बढ़ने के इस अवसर का लाभ उठाएं।
ये मैसेज पूरे भारतवर्ष में जाना चाहिए कि किस तरीके से हम लोगों का कौशल विकास कर रहे हैं। पूरे हिंदुस्तान में कोने कोने में हम लोग कर रहे हैं, उसके मैसेज हमारे पास आ रहे हैं और लोग बहुत ही उत्साहित हैं तो ये हमारा जीवन है, जीवन की कर्म भूमि है, इसमें हमें हमेशा सीखते रहना पड़ता है। हम स्टूडेंट की तरह पूरे लाइफ में जीते हैं। ये नहीं कि हमने एक सीख गया तो यहाँ पे काम खत्म हो गया ना, उसके आगे में बढ़ना है और जीवन के अंत तक हमें, तभी जीवन हमारा सार्थक है।
इस अवसर पर CIDC के महानिदेशक डॉक्टर PR स्वरूप ने सभी वरिष्ठ कामगारों से आग्रह किया कि वो प्रशिक्षक और गुरु बनकर वर्तमान कार्यबल के साथ अपने ज्ञान को साझा करें।
इनमें से जो वृद्ध कारीगर हैं, जिनकी शारीरिक क्षमता अब नहीं है काम करने की, लेकिन वो पढ़ा सकते हैं और बता सकते हैं लोगों को कि कैसे अच्छा काम किया जाए, उनको प्रमाणीकरण करके शिक्षक का भी दर्जा दिया जाए ताकि वो आगे आने वाली नस्लों को तैयार करें।
इस मेगा टेस्टिंग एंड सर्टिफिकेशन कैंप में CIDC की 18 परीक्षण टीमों ने लगभग 1000 निर्माण श्रमिकों के कौशल का परीक्षण किया। इस कैंप की सफलता से उत्साहित होकर CPWD और CIDC ने लखनऊ, कोलकाता, गुवाहाटी, चेन्नई और मुंबई में भी इस तरह के कैंप लगाने की योजना बनाई है।
ये है हापुड़ स्थित धौलाना में CIDC यानी कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री डेवलपमेंट काउंसिल का कौशल विकास केंद्र। और अपनी तकदीर बदलने के लिए कड़ी धूप में मशक्कत करते ये बच्चे, इन सब का सपना है एक बेहतर जिंदगी, और इनके इस सपने को उड़ान दी है एयरपोर्ट अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया यानी AAI ने।
CSR की एक्टिविटीज़ हैं पूरे देश में, वो करने के लिए बहुत ही प्रतिबद्ध हैं, अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं। एक चीज़ आप ये देखें कि पिछले 2 साल में तकरीबन 6000 बेरोज़गार बच्चों के लिए उन्होंने हमको जिम्मेदारी दी अलग अलग जगह पर।
AAI को साथ मिला CIDC यानी कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री डेवलपमेंट काउंसिल का। CIDC को स्किल डेवलपमेंट में लंबा अनुभव है।
CIDC के ऑल ओवर इंडिया में बहुत से सेंटर्स हैं और कई सेंटर्स में मैं खुद विजिट किया है।
इसने अब तक पूरे देश में तकरीबन 5 लाख लोगों को उनका हुनर बढ़ाने और संवारने में मदद की है। AAI ने पहली बार 2015-16 में CIDC को 1000 बच्चों के कौशल विकास की जिम्मेवारी दी। पहले बैच के तकरीबन सारे बच्चों को अलग अलग कंपनियों में नौकरी मिली, तो 2016-17 में 2000 बच्चों को प्रशिक्षित करने का काम दिया। इनका भी प्रशिक्षण पूरा हो गया और ये बच्चे अलग अलग कंस्ट्रक्शन कंपनियों में काम कर रहे हैं। कुछ लोग स्वरोजगार भी कर रहे हैं। AAI ने चालू वर्ष में भी 2000 बच्चों को प्रशिक्षित करने की जिम्मेवारी CIDC को दी है। इन्हें धौलाना के अलावा CIDC के फरीदाबाद, गोरखपुर, रांची, डाल्टेनगंज, सिधौली, रमसापुर और चापागुड़ी स्थित कौशल विकास केंद्रों पर भी प्रशिक्षण दिया जा रहा है।
सैलरी स्ट्रक्चर अगेन इट डिपेंड्स कि जो नियोक्ता कंपनी है उनके पास किस तरीके का उनका अपना एक सिस्टम है, बट एवरेज मैं कह सकता हूँ कि स्टार्टिंग जो होती है करीब 10,000 रुपये से स्टार्ट होती है और अभी तक हमने देखा है कि करीब 17-18 हज़ार रुपये तक की स्टार्टिंग भी बच्चों को मिली।
PF और ESI की सुविधा अलग से। 2-3 सालों में इनमें अच्छी खासी बढ़ोतरी हो जाती है। इस तरह AAI हजारों परिवारों के सपनों को साकार करने में उनकी मदद कर रहा है।
Up above the world so high and down on the grounds, the advancements that you see in India's aviation is the success saga of the excellence shown by Airports Authority of India. AAI is constructing, operating and maintaining world-class airport. Along with that, AAI has a side that's down to earth and close to the people. One that's clearly visible in its CSR programs and activities. Through its CSR activities, AAI has keenly focused on skill development. To generate livelihood opportunities in backward and remote areas, AAI has tied up with Construction Industry Development Council for skill development of unemployed youth and people belonging to economically weaker sections.
In construction industry, there is a acute shortage of skilled manpower. At the same time, there is a unemployed youth. So if we provide them a skill, it will be a win-win situation for both.
Through this skill development training, the student get theoretical knowledge and practical knowledge in construction-related subjects like land survey, electrical wireman, general work supervisor, site accountant and storekeeper, etc.
Actually, here we are providing trainings to the unskilled youth of India who are unemployed. We distribute pamphlets at the different locations of UP, Bihar, West Bengal to get the unskilled manpower. Then we can make them skilled. So we are providing them 3 months training.
More than 5,000 students have been trained with this skill development training program since 2015.
जब मैं यहाँ पे आया था तो इस सब्जेक्ट से रिलेटेड मेरे पास कुछ ज़्यादा नॉलेज नहीं थी, लेकिन यहाँ आने के बाद इस फील्ड में मुझे काफ़ी नॉलेज मिली है।
हमारे 2 महीने हो गए ट्रेनिंग के और 1 महीना बाकी रहा, हमने काफ़ी कुछ सीख लिया 2 महीने के अंदर।
यहाँ से मतलब सीख के जाएंगे तो हम दुकान खोल सकते हैं अपने घर पे जाके, मतलब हम अपना कोई भी बिजनेस फैला सकते हैं।
ये बहुत अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी दे रहा है एयरपोर्ट और CIDC, जिससे कि बच्चे अपना आगे का फ्यूचर बना सकें।
With this skill development training, AAI has generated employment for many of underprivileged and uneducated youth. And on the other side, AAI and other PSUs got a skilled worker for their construction sites.
ट्रेनिंग से हमको मतलब बहुत लाभ हुआ है। मैं आज यहाँ पे जॉब पे हूँ और मेरा काम यहाँ पे जो है प्लांट को चलाने का है। मतलब जो बाहर से ऑर्डर आता है कंक्रीट का, मैं डिस्पैच स्लिप से उसे यहाँ से बना के मतलब माल को बनवा के और वहाँ पे साइट पे भेजना होता है हमको।
पहले मुझे कंप्यूटर की बिल्कुल भी नॉलेज नहीं थी, फिर धीरे धीरे मैं 3 महीने में इतना सीख गई कि वो लोग मेरा कॉन्फिडेंस देख के मुझे यहाँ पे एम्प्लॉय रख लिए।
Our motto by doing all CSR activity in Airports Authority of India is to make the difference and feel the difference.
Airports Authority of India has come to lend a new and distinct prominence to India on global aviation map. And we share this pride with every Indian. And we shall continue to serve them and enrich lives of Indians everywhere.
सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन का ट्रेनिंग ले रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हम प्रैक्टिकल कर रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हमें अचार बनाना, जाम बनाना, जेली बनाना आदि सिखाया गया है और उसके साथ यहाँ पे मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग की भी सिखाया गया है। हम जॉब कर सकते हैं या जॉब नहीं भी करें तो उसके द्वारा हम अपना बिजनेस शुरू कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए मैं CIDC और AAI को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। वो हमें ये सिखाया कि हमें अपने पैरों पर खुद खड़ा होना सिखाया। इसलिए थैंक यू।
मैं CIDC में ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए आया हूँ, जो कि मिनिस्टर ब्रह्मो इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में कराया जा रहा है, जो कि कोरजर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है, असम में। मैं जो ट्रेड लिया हुआ हूँ वो है जनरल वर्क सुपरवाइजर का।
ऑटो लेवल एक डिवाइस होता है जिसके जरिए लेवल ज़मीन का और दूसरी चीज़ों का लेवलिंग दिया जाता है। इस डिवाइस के मुख्य पार्ट्स है ये ट्राइपॉड स्टैंड में ये ट्राइपॉड स्क्रू होता है जिसके ज़रिए इसका हाइट एडजस्ट किया जाता है और हाइट के साथ साथ इसका लेवल भी एडजस्ट किया जाता है।
I belongs from Risu, Meghalaya. I first 10 class. My father is a farmer. He earns just rupees 300 daily for family. There is not sufficient. I heard about my son training. Started at Risu Welfare by CIDC. I got admission and learning a lot about house construction. I learned about foundation, cement, sand, etc. By taking this training, I can make my future is better way. Thanks a lot to CIDC.
आफ्टर 10 पास में बेरोजगार था तो मेरा दोस्त राज ने बताया CIDC के बारे में और मैं CIDC सेंटर गोलाघाट ट्रेड प्लम्बर में ज्वाइन किया।
हम लोग गांव में कोई भी काम नहीं मिला इसलिए हम लोग जो सेंटर से हम लोग को बोला इसलिए वो लोग दिल्ली से सब लोग आया और CIDC वेलफेयर में अच्छा काम करना मिलेगा बोला इसलिए हम लोग ट्रेनिंग के लिए CIDC के आया और हम लोग ये CIDC ट्रेनिंग खत्म होने के बाद हम अच्छा काम चुनेगा।
यहाँ मैं सिद्धोली CIDC सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन में ट्रेड पे हम लोगों को आम के आसार जाम स्क्वायर बनाना सिखा रहे हैं। तो यहाँ पे हम लोग ये बेल की स्क्वायर बना रही हूँ। तो ये सीखने के बाद हम लोग पैकेजिंग और मार्केटिंग भी सीखेंगे और सीख भी रही हूँ। और ये इसके लिए हमें तो फ्री में CIDC और AI हमें तो फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रही है। इसके लिए हम CIDC को और AAI को थैंक यू बोलना चाहती हूँ जो हम लोगों को फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं। और मैं खुद ये सीखने के बाद मैं खुद के बिजनेस शुरू करूँगी। अगर मुझसे हो सके तो मैं जॉब भी करना चाहूँगी।
My father is a teacher. I'm taking training in Muslim Trade at Nongstoin Center. I have learned about the construction material, measurement, the foundation, brick, masonry, extra from Pawan, from South Pawan. After training, I can work this trade and earn my living.
हम लोग अभी पहले तो हम लोग 200 रुपया ऐसा मांगेगा। अभी हम लोग CIDC ट्रेनिंग लेने के बाद हम लोग जो काम उसको हम लोग सीखेगा उसको हम लोग अभी 500, 600, 700 ऐसा मांगेगा।
मैं असम से आई हूँ, मेरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट गोलाघाट। मैं पहले से गोलाघाट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में CIDC पार्ट की सब्जेक्ट फूड प्रिजर्वेशन के लिए 3 मंथ की कोचिंग करने के लिए आई थी। वहाँ मैंने फूड प्रिजर्वेशन क्या है वो सीखा है। तो वहाँ पर मैंने सिद्धोली सेंटर में ट्रांसफ़र की गई है। यहाँ पहला दिन से मैं आचार, जैम, जेली कैसे बनाती है वो सब सीखा है। और उसके बाद मैंने मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग भी बहुत सारी बातें सीखने के मिले हैं। तो इसीलिए मैं जो भी जॉब और ना तो मैं अपनी बिजनेस शुरू करना चाहती हूँ।
केंद्रीय लोक निर्माण विभाग यानी CPWD नेशनल एकेडमी गाजियाबाद का ये सारा तामझाम उत्सव जैसा माहौल निर्माण श्रमिकों के लिए है। और हो भी क्यों ना, CPWD ने निर्माण उद्योग विकास परिषद यानी CIDC की सहायता से पहली बार विभिन्न विधाओं के निर्माण श्रमिकों के लिए 28 सितंबर से 2 अक्टूबर 2019 तक के लिए मेगा स्किलिंग, टेस्टिंग एंड सर्टिफिकेशन कैंप का आयोजन किया। ये कार्यक्रम माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के स्किलिंग इंडिया कार्यक्रम के अनुरूप राष्ट्र निर्माण के यज्ञ में CPWD CIDC की ओर से आहुति है।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कार्यक्रम बनाया है उसके तहत हम लोगों ने CIDC के साथ एक MOU साइन किया हुआ है और पूरे देश में हम लोग जो हमारे वर्कर्स हैं उनको ट्रेनिंग देने का हमने एक प्रोग्राम बनाया हुआ है। और सोशल कॉज की तरह हमने सोचा है कि जो हमारे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट के तहत जो 20% जो वर्कर्स होते हैं वो स्किल कैटेगरी के तो कंपलसरी हैं, लेकिन उसके अलावा करीब 30% वर्कर्स को हम लोग अपने खर्चे से उनको ट्रेनिंग देंगे।
इस मेगा स्किलिंग टेस्टिंग एंड सर्टिफिकेशन कैंप ने एनसीआर के निर्माण श्रमिकों में एक नई ऊर्जा भर दी। आमतौर पर अधिकांश निर्माण श्रमिक समाज के कमजोर तबके से आते हैं और प्रायः औपचारिक शिक्षा की दहलीज तक नहीं पहुंच पाते हैं।
और मैं यहाँ कैंप लगा हुआ था और यहाँ मैं इंटरव्यू के लिए आया, अपना फार्म भरा है, फिर इंटरव्यू हुआ। इंटरव्यू में मुझसे मेरे क्वेश्चन पूछे गए इलेक्ट्रिशियन के कि मैं क्या वर्क करता हूँ और जो हमारे कार्य के बारे में, कि सेफ्टी कैसे होनी चाहिए हमारे इलेक्ट्रिशियन की और क्या हमें करना चाहिए, कौन सी तार हमें यूज करनी चाहिए या करते समय किन किन बातों का हमें ध्यान रखना चाहिए।
मेरे को अनुभव तो काफ़ी है, लेकिन मेरे पास प्रमाण पत्र नहीं था, तो इसलिए मैं यहाँ पे आया हूँ कैंप में। तो मेरे को उम्मीद है कि मेरे को यहाँ से प्रमाण पत्र मिल जाएगा।
इस मेगा टेस्टिंग एंड सर्टिफिकेशन कैंप ने केवल उनके आत्मबल को ही नहीं बढ़ाया, बल्कि सफल प्रतिभागियों को प्रमाण पत्र देकर उनका गौरव भी बढ़ाया।
आगे आने वाले समय में ये प्रशिक्षण प्राप्त श्रमिकों की संख्या बढ़ेगी। इससे उनको एम्प्लॉयमेंट में, उनको रोजगार में सहायता मिलेगी और जो उनको रोजगार देने वाले हैं उनको भी उनके बारे में एक मानकीकृत जानकारी प्राप्त हो सकेगी।
CPWD भारत सरकार की सर्वोच्च निर्माण एजेंसी है। उसके काम करने के तौर तरीकों का अनुसरण केवल सरकारी एजेंसियां ही नहीं बल्कि निजी क्षेत्र की कंपनियां भी करती हैं। निर्माण कर्मियों के पूर्व ज्ञान के परीक्षण और प्रमाणीकरण के कार्य को CPWD ने अपने निविदा अनुबंध में भी शामिल किया है।
इसमें अहम रोल जो है।
Good morning to all the dignitaries, the participants, distinguished guests, members of the industry associations, and welcome you to the India Construction Week being jointly conducted by Construction Industry Development Council and Indian Societies for Trench Test Technology. I would like to congratulate both CIDC and Indian Society for Trench Test Technology to take this initiative to promote this event, which is very useful not only for the sector but for the Indian economy as a whole. Special thanks to Dr. Swaroop and Dr. Niranjan who have taken all effort to make this event a grand success. All of you are aware that during the past few months, COVID, the pandemic, has created a lot of hurdles in the economy of not only India but across the world. And construction, infrastructure and real estate have equally suffered and have had negative growth. And unless immediate steps are taken by the government to address these issues and revive the industry, it is going to have a major dent on the Indian economy. Real estate, as you all know, is a very important segment of the economy. Along with infrastructure, construction and real estate and agriculture and MSME, these three sectors are the main pillars of the Indian economy. They form the golden triangle of economic growth. They not only give good revenue to the GDP, they are also giving employment for a varied class of workers, the skilled, the not so skilled, semi-skilled and very skilled people. So this covers the entire gamut of the category of employees. So this is very important, and across the world, whenever countries have faced similar recession in their economies, the revival has always started with the infrastructure, the construction, real estate. Now, with this is a new phenomenon. The pandemic has not only caused disruption, but also caused a major migration of workmen, and we are now having to work with much lesser workforce, and many of the workmen have not been returning to the work sites, causing a lot of issues in the construction sites. The only challenge now is to go into more and more uh, automation and modern technologies. We have to understand the world has moved into the fourth industrial revolution, the manufacturing 4.0, where machine learning, the artificial intelligence, virtual reality, augmented reality are taking over many of the operations. Actually, they are simplifying the operation in the digital world, and the infrastructure and construction industry has also to adapt to these new technologies to ensure that the product delivery is given on time with international quality and technology. Towards this, in the construction technology sphere, precast has been gaining a lot of traction. And along with precast, more advanced structures are being created like PPVC, the prefabricated, pre-finished volumetric construction, and the DFMA is being practiced, the design for manufacturing assembly. Not only that, the various new process and procedures, starting with the BIM, which is Building Information Modeling, has also been very useful tool in many of the developed countries. Now it is the time for India to look at these new technologies, come out of the conventional methods of construction, go into the modern methods, and try to be on par with the international quality. Another feature that has to be understood is towards standardization of building materials, especially the doors, the windows, and other components and elements of the construction industry. By standardization across the material, we will reach an economy of scale and we will be able to deliver lower costs to the industry for the benefit of the industry. Coming to real estate, one of the major demands in the real estate segment are the design and building of affordable housing. Affordable housing gives a great opportunity for the builder community to standardize and build similar sized apartments or dormitories at a very economical cost. In the affordable housing sector, a new model of cross subsidy should be introduced so that the cost of the affordable segment is brought further down and to make the people live in a more livable condition rather than dilapidated or small format housing. This is possible if larger extents are encouraged by the government and cross subsidy model, that is, you build higher income housing next to the low income housing with separate partitions in a very highly planned manner. It will allow the higher income group housing to earn more, and that additional earning can be used to reduce the cost of the affordable sector.
Hello friends and delegates. First of all, I would like to compliment CIDC for organizing this very important international conference on revival of construction industries post-COVID. I am Shrikant Baldi, Chairperson, Himachal Pradesh Real Estate Regulatory Authority, Himachal Pradesh. I am thankful to them for allowing me to express my views. Construction industries and real estate sector is very important part of the economy. 7.5% of the Indian economy is contributed by the construction sector. Nearly 5 crore people get direct employment under the construction industry and real estate sector. More than 200 industries are directly contributing in the construction. So the importance of this sector is well known, but somehow in past few years it has declined. The major reasons of its decline, as all of us know, is first the demonetization. sucked the liquidity from this sector. Secondly, in 2018, when ILFS failed, then the NBFC, which was the major contributor and providing liquidity to this sector, could not provide. Thirdly, the introduction of GST also brought some uncertainty. So all these causes led to decline of the sector, and this sector lost its prominence which it required. Though if we see fundamental drivers of this sector are even intact today, we have large population, we have rising middle population, the urbanization in India is growing very fastly, and we have a trend of nuclear families. So the demand for houses is very large. But because of various reasons, the rising prices, unaffordability, the most of the investors moved away of this, and even the end users did not go for the construction of houses or purchase of the houses. There are various challenges this sector is facing. The major challenge is the liquidity. The second major challenge is that we have a large unsold inventory. The government of India has done a lot to revive this sector. Some time ago, an amount of rupees 25,000 crore has been set apart for stalled project from alternate investment fund. Similarly, the GST has been reduced from 12% to 5% and 8% to 1% in case of affordable housing. The government has allowed 100% FDI through automatic route. Real Estate Regulation and Development Act 2016, which is a landmark act, has been brought to bring transparency and financial disciplines in the sector. However, despite all these various important measures, the sector has not picked up as it was expected. Now, we need to look into what should be done to improve and revive this sector, because this is a critical sector for providing employment for the growth of economy. I think at the national level, state level and the local level, we need to take various measures to revive this. At the national level, the foremost requirement is to bring liquidity. The RBI has to play a very important role. The RBI needs to relax the norms of this sector to allow banks to provide more liquidity. The banks may be scared about the NPA and rising NPA, but I think the bankers as well as the real estate developers have to understand that they need to do business, and this is the most secured way where they can work together. Second, we have large number of stalled projects, and the interest burden is increasing. The restructuring of loan by the banks is the need of the hour. Without bank, the real estate developer and the home buyers coming together, these stalled projects cannot be revived. And it will be a win-win situation if all the three come together and bring a desired solution. Secondly, the government of India needs to decrease the GST on the cement, which is as on today 28%. That will reduce the cost of construction of the houses. Moreover, the government of India needs to increase the cap of 6 lakh rupees in the PMAY for credit-linked subsidy. These measures, along with income tax concessions, the government of India has provided various income tax concessions, but the limit of 1.5 lakh under 80C for repayment of principal is also available for GPF and PPF. If the government of India could provide a separate window for this, that will really spur demand. Similarly, the limit of 2 lakh on interest need to be increased. If these measures are taken by government of India, I am sure that there will be spurt in demand. There are various measures which state governments need to take. The stamp duty needs to reduce. Recently, the government of Maharashtra, due to COVID situation, has reduced the stamp duty from 5% to 2%, and that has given fillip in buying in Mumbai and Pune. I think the similar steps needs to be taken by other states. Secondly, the key issue in real estate sector is the availability of land at the affordable rates. The government of Gujarat has recently allowed agricultural land for affordable housing. If other state government also allows purchase of agricultural land for the home for the real estate development, as well as they provide a industry status for availability of land, that can make a key difference in cheap availability of homes. So this needs to be given attention to this. We also need to persuade all the state governments to go for the complete digitization of the land records and allow online registration of sale deeds. That will bring transparency and reduce the disputes. The another foremost requirement from the state government would be to introduce single window system for various clearances and NOCs required for a real estate development. Today, a real estate developer has to go from pillar to post to get various NOCs and clearances. If a single window system is introduced in all the states, that will go a long way. The RERA Himachal has moved into this direction. We are having a platform where we are going to facilitate clearances and NOCs from various departments for any real estate project. I think that is a good step, and all other RERAs as well as other state government could look into this. At the local and municipal level, the construction approvals takes lot of time. I think if we have online systems, as has been introduced in Andhra Pradesh or Karnataka, in all the states, and construction approvals are given in a time-bound manner, that will reduce the time as well as the cost of real estate development. So all these measures which are required to be taken at the national level, state level, and the local level are introduced. The real estate developers delivers as per their promises. The cost of construction is reduced, and we have a stimulated demand for the homes. Then this sector can really pick up. I am very confident that all these agencies of the government as well as the real estate developers work together. There is a demand, there is a potential demand for the home buyers from the middle class, from the urbanization, and that can bring and catapult this sector, which will definitely go for growth of our economy and make the difference. I'm sure this seminar and the real estate sector's thinking will make a difference, and all of us will work to bring back the real estate sector to its glory, which it had achieved. Thank you very much.
Hello, friends. I wish you all a very happy and fruitful webinar. As you all know, RERA Act was started by the Government of India promulgation in the year 2017, and it became effective from 1st of May 2017. You all might be knowing that RERA Act is basically to ensure efficiency and transparency in the real estate primary sector, and its objective is also to protect the interest of the consumers and also to promote proficiency and efficiency in the real estate sector. Accordingly, Chhattisgarh RERA was also formed, and I became the first chairman. In Chhattisgarh, though it's a small state, we have already registered about 1,200 real estate development projects, about more than 500 real estate agents, and we have disposed of more than 800 litigations for grievance redressal. You all might be knowing that the land being a state subject, the urban development being a state subject, town and country planning being a state subject, RERA Act has to be in conformation with the Land Revenue Act, with the Town and Country Planning Act, and also the Municipal Corporation Act and their rules. So when we started working in RERA, we found that there were many acts and rules, many provisions of the act and rules in the state act and rules, which were not very conforming to the RERA. And therefore, as it is a part of RERA to give suggestion and advice to the state government to facilitate everything, we also started doing it. First thing we found was that Town and Country Planning Department in our state was giving development permission for just 1 year, and one had to start the work within 1 year. And even after starting, they had to finish it within 3 years. While the municipal corporation was giving development permission for 5 years, RERA was giving permission for 5 years, and the land management department also. So we wrote to the Town and Country Planning Department here, and we made a request as an advisory body to the state government that this should also be increased to 5 years so that there is a consonance. And the state government was kind enough to listen to our advice, and very soon they issued an instruction so that now all projects, whether the permission from Town Country Planning or the municipal corporation, it's all for 5 years now. So the developers have got a big relief that way, because for the last many decades they were having this kind of inconsistency. Then secondly came the completion certificate and occupancy certificate. Before RERA came into being, completion certificate was not so important. In fact, most of the municipal corporations were giving it and issuing it in formats which were not standardized. And there are 13 municipal corporations, they were all issuing completion certificates in different formats. So we wrote to the Urban Administration Department, we requested them that this is a format we are suggesting, which is a standardized format. Kindly issue orders to all the 13 municipal corporations to issue completion certificate in a standard format, and similarly an occupancy certificate. And it will be better if both the certificates are issued together if the work is complete. Again, the Urban Administration Department was kind enough to listen to our advice, and they have issued such instructions about 1.5 years ago. Accordingly, all the builders and the consumers are now being benefited, and they are getting completion certificate and occupancy certificate both together in a standardized format if the work is complete. So this certainly reduces the interest during construction period, and it benefits not only the promoter but also the consumer. Third very important issue was, the permission process. The entire permission process was earlier taking about 18 months, because after identifying the land, then they have to go and find out what is the land use in Town Country Planning Department. Then there is a paper publication to invite objections. And after that, they have to go to the land management department for integration of the plots, or the khasras as we call it. After that, they take a diversion permission from the land management department, and then they go to the Town and Country Planning Department, which takes another 3 months or so to give approval of the layout. After that, they were going to the municipal corporation for development permission, and finally they would come to RERA. Now all these processes were being done in a series rather than parallel. So we made advice to the state government that why don't you fix one single window? It could be the deputy commissioner or the district collector, and he could simultaneously send all the applications to the concerned departments and collect the NOCs from all of them. And after the builder pays for all three of them, then at one place they can get all the permissions. The state government was again very kind enough, and it required some IT platform also, which they have very well made through the help of NIC. And now there is a single window in Chhattisgarh from where the developer can apply and get permission, because things happen in a parallel manner rather than a serial manner. So this certainly reduces the permission time and also the interest during construction. Then there was a problem of brochures. We found that in many grievance redressal cases, the builder, in fact, during the construction of the project, takes out 3-4 brochures. In many cases we have found. In some brochure, some civic amenity is mentioned. In some brochure, the other civic amenity is mentioned. The earlier one is dropped, and vice versa. So this was creating confusion amongst the allottees. So now we have said that whenever you are doing a registry with the buyer, with the consumer, your brochure has to be a part of the registry papers, and whenever you print a new brochure, please submit a copy to RERA. So this has brought in transparency, and the consumer also knows that he is entitled to these kind of civic amenities. These are some of the things that we have done at Chhattisgarh RERA level, which may be unique from other RERAs because their rules and regulations may be very different. Now, as far as COVID is concerned, you all know that now it's almost 7-8 months that we are facing this worldwide crisis, and the demand has certainly gone down, and the speed of work had also gone down. But fortunately, now the speed is picking up, and so is the demand also picking up. Initially, the builders said that they were seeing a reduction in demand by 50%, then 30%. But in the last 1 month, they find that the demand has reached to the level of last year. So that is a very good sign. And they find that people who were living earlier in downtown areas, in mohallas, where quarantine is not possible, where separate toilets are not possible, where the community is not gated, where there are no places to roam around or do walking in the evenings or mornings. So now there is a definite trend of people who want to sell off their properties in the downtown areas for much of a commercial use, and for living they want to shift to a organized kind of a living in a gated community with all kinds of facilities where even quarantine is possible. So now the builders tell me that during the last 1 month, the ready to move houses are seeing a very good sale, and the builders are also concentrating more on completed houses and completing the existing projects, ongoing projects, so that the sale also increases. As far as RERA is concerned, RERA has also given some relaxations because the state government also, the central government also advised us that looking to COVID, you may consider giving 6 months extension to all the projects in their completion date. So we also in the authority, the three of us sat together and we had a detailed meeting, and we analyze each and every project, how they are facing labor problem, how they are facing the problem of steel, cement, etc., sand. So we have also in our wisdom increased the ending period of all the projects by 6 months, which has given a relief to the developers. Similarly, the quarterly updation, which has to be done by the developers, we have given extra time for that because many a times the chartered accountant or the architect or the engineer, they may be affected by COVID or they are not able to visit the site regularly. So we have given extra time without any penalty to update their quarterly updates. Similarly, every year the audit report of every project has to come to us. So we have given extra time to all the developers without any penalty so that they can also submit their audit reports. So these are some of the concessions that RERA has given, but they are very procedural kind of things. In the month of May, we started with WebEx Cisco platform, and we have started hearing all the cases. And I'll be happy to tell you that the disposal of cases in the last about 6 months is not less than the disposal of litigating cases last year. So our speed of disposal is almost the same, and people are getting relief. Now, as far as the developers are concerned, they have also adapted to this new reality of COVID. So they are completing their incomplete projects first rather than depending more on new projects, and they are working at a breakneck speed to complete the projects because there is a good demand for ready to move houses. So they don't want to miss that opportunity. And in some of the cases, the developers have been very adaptive enough that one or two towers they have earmarked for senior citizens, because there are many senior citizens in downtown areas. Their children are doing well, but they want their parents to move to a safer location. So a tower only for senior citizens with a common mess, with a medical facility 24 hours, would be a very attractive offer for the senior citizens. So that kind of change also some developers have done, and they are getting good response. So these are the kind of methods that our people have taken, the developers. Some of the developers have given an offer that, okay, if you buy our house, you don't find a tenant, we will ensure that you get a tenant. If you, God forbid, don't get a tenant, we will pay you the rent, but the rent will be 20% less than the market rate. If you buy for 40 lakhs affordable house, and the going market rate for rent is 20,000, the developer will give 16,000 per month, and it will be developer's responsibility to let it out for 2 years. So these are the kind of innovative things our developers are resorting to, and therefore they are trying to get over the financial crisis. So, friends, these are some of the measures that Chhattisgarh RERA has taken and the developers here have taken to meet out the new challenges. And I wish you all a very happy new year in the offing. And I wish success, all the success to this webinar. Thank you very much.
Welcome to India Construction Week 2020, an event organized by Construction Industry Development Council and Indian Society for Trenchless Technology. The theme of this event is reviving construction industry in the post-COVID world. I am Umesh Dhargalkar, a consulting engineer from Mumbai, and I am here to give you a glimpse of how COVID-19 has affected the very common redevelopment projects in Mumbai, such projects which are unique to the city of Mumbai, the kind of challenges which are being faced and what could be the way forward. So first let us understand what is redevelopment. Well, this is an urban renewal model where open or vacant plots of land are scarce in a city. Like say in a city of Mumbai, in the heart of the city, presently there are practically no vacant plots where new buildings can come up, whereas the city is still growing. Okay, so if the new homes or new commercial spaces have to be constructed in the city of Mumbai, there is just no space available. So this model will allow such new homes and commercial units to be constructed by a method wherein an existing building is demolished and a new building is being constructed. So why is redevelopment important in the city of Mumbai? First and foremost, because many of the buildings which were constructed maybe 30 years, 40 years, 50 years back in the city of Mumbai have now become old, and they are in need of frequent and expensive repairs. There are many buildings still in Mumbai, the old buildings, wherein there are no elevators, or I would say no good playing area, no proper parking space. So the amenities are not up to the present requirement. So in this model, what is done is that an existing building in the same plot, which is owned by many times, quite often owned by cooperative housing societies, the existing buildings are demolished and new buildings are constructed as per the present development control regulations. Now, present development control regulations allow more area to be constructed on the same plot. So today we construct more area, whereas the existing the area which is consumed in the existing building is much lesser. So there is a difference. So we get to construct some more area. So what happens is that a part of that new area which is being constructed, okay, comes to the benefit of this existing members of the cooperative housing societies in form of a bigger flat, and the remaining carpet area is sold in the open market, so as to fund the project. So its difference in the floor space index or FSI that drives this such a project. Now, on the face of it, it looks like this is the easiest way. If you already have a plot of land, it's very easy that you demolish the building and you construct a new building on that. You take the help of a developer to do that. It appears to be an easier way to get a new and bigger home with modern amenities without spending your own money. But in reality, such projects are hugely complex and there's a lot of uncertainty into that. This model is definitely a popular model in cooperative housing societies in Mumbai simply because there are no open plots available. And such cooperative housing societies, as you may be knowing, that they are owned by families. So we look at a cooperative housing society as a family, as a one large family who takes this project because they collectively own that land and they invite a developer to come and do the project. Typically, such projects are long duration projects. So minimum I can think of is something like 3 years. So the project can be 3 to 5 years duration, and its conduct is quite complex. It starts with the project feasibility, then tendering, then the approvals, then the contract with the developer, and finally the construction, and then the people move back. And until that time, when the building is being constructed, the original owners of the plot, they have to stay in a rental accommodation. This is a relatively new concept. In Mumbai, this has been in practice for something like 10 years. And in that sense, I would say, in addition to being complex, this actually takes you into an uncharted territory. There is something which is, the model is still not, I would say, matured to make it, a kind of a model which can be easily followed by everyone. So this has, such projects do have their pros and cons. And they are quite sensitive to policies and market conditions. Policies which allow them to construct additional area, policies which charge them some approval costs, policies which put some restrictions in the in the sale of those flats, the market conditions, how the revenue would be generated, how the revenue would be used, how the revenue would be apportioned in form of the requirements of RERA. These are the typical challenges which are faced by such redevelopment projects, and I must say that such projects are definitely full of risks, uncertainties and challenges. Anything can go wrong in those 5 years, and many times many things go wrong in those 5 years. In that sense, we have to be ready for sudden change in those policies. Otherwise, we will have what we call as pitfalls and failures. Now, as I said, redevelopment has its own challenges, right? But even with those challenges are nothing as compared to what we are facing today, the challenge of COVID-19, which has not only affected the city of Mumbai, it has affected everyone globally. And particularly the real estate market has been significantly affected, and even in the real estate market, the redevelopment projects which are implemented by the owners of the plots themselves are also very significantly affected by COVID-19 situation. Let's see in what manner COVID-19 has impacted such projects. First and foremost, we have to understand that such projects are actually driven by the sales. The revenue is something which makes these projects go on, right? And what's happened in COVID-19 pandemic situation is that the sales have been sluggish and restrained. Well, people always wanted to buy flats because housing is the basic need. But in reality, the sales were not happening. People were waiting. People were waiting for the better policies to emerge. And suddenly the pandemic struck and then well, that's what they had to face. Reduced demand for commercial units. You are aware that the pandemic situation has made a significant change in the working culture, where people are now started working from home. A lot of things are happening uh, from home today. Even many of the purchases are done by ordering them from uh, websites like Amazon and Flipkart. So uh, the demand for commercial units, a lot of companies have now um, relinquished their offices, and they have already finalized the plans for uh, migrating to the work from home culture. Though this has definitely affected the commercial units, the offices, and to some extent the shops and showrooms. Okay. Then reduce selling rates. So developers had to, come down and reduce their selling rate just to make the need for the working capital. Because if you have to sustain the project for 3 to 4 to 5 years, naturally you need the working capital. And earlier in the pandemic situation, the working capital was not coming, because of which the developers had to reduce the selling rate, thereby affecting their financial viability of a development project as a business prospect. Approvals became really, really slow. In Mumbai, especially, and particularly for redevelopment projects, there is a huge requirement of approvals. Sometimes 40 to 50 permissions are required, and they are being granted by different approving authorities. The local municipal corporation is the biggest approving authority, and there are other authorities as well. So because of this, work not happening, people not reporting to office, and because such offices had their own way of, working culture, they could not easily adjust to the new uh, situation. As a result of which, the approvals came in very, very slow. Then, uh, well, due to this threat to life, a lot of laborers they ran away to their own native places, and labor was hard to find. So even when recently when the laborers have started coming back, the cost of transportation, okay, and the cost of maintaining them on the site under those new stipulations of COVID-19 adds to a significant cost there. So the labor costs have definitely gone up by 15% or so. Well, there is on the brighter side of it, the rental costs, which, the rents for the people who are staying outside, the owners who would be staying outside for during the construction period. Thankfully, the rental costs have gone down, and the stamp duty and ready reckoner rates also have reduced to some extent, uh, thereby uh, marginally increasing the demand for the um flats, homes. But these kind of the benefits are very, very marginal as compared with the impact, the negative impact which COVID-19 has actually uh, made on such projects. Increased marketing costs. Since the sales are not happening, extra cost has to be paid, extra brokerage has to be paid, because so as to, or concessions have to be given, or huge marketing has to be. So marketing cost has gone up significantly. Marketing cost has gone up by my reckoning by about say 25%. Then there is a higher contingency cost. Well, in such projects, we have we there was a practice of making a provision for contingency costs, but contingency was really not taken that seriously earlier. But this COVID-19 has really made people sit up and take note of that, and contingency for the first time has become uh, a real cost for the project. For the first time, developers who were earlier used to concentrate on the total net profit, and were not really so much concerned about the duration of the project. For them, suddenly cash flow has become more important than the net profit, because they have to sustain the project during the construction period or during the project period, and with due compliance to um, real estate regulatory authorities of the city of Mumbai or of the state of Maharashtra. So for that purpose, to keep the project moving, okay, the cash flow became took the center stage, become more important than the net profit. Decision paralysis and fear psychosis at the society. Societies which are actually the owners of the plot. Suddenly, pandemic has changed their perception of looking at their own life and again the life of the project. This has also significantly affected the project. And for those new projects, okay, which were about to be launched or which were about to be initiated, they they suddenly came to a standstill because the response from the developers, the response from the market, and the uncertainties of the uh, policies and the market, it became so overbearing that the new projects actually um, uh, had to wait for a much longer time. And what happens in the existing projects? The projects were already existing. They have now suffered a delay of something like 6 months already. Okay, and not just that, the costs have gone up. Okay, the period has been extended, and because of all these things, the profitability of a developer, the selling rates have gone down. Because of that, the profitability of the developer has been significantly affected, and as a result of which, many developers are coming back to the societies, asking to renegotiate their commercial offer so that the project can be made viable. And there is a rise to the commercial disputes again because of increase in cost, because of the delay which has set in. So the disputes are on the rise. Now with that, now we need to see now how can we face these challenges? Is there a way to deal with these effects? Well, the answer is yes and no. We can do something about it, but more and what needs to be done is mainly at the policy levels. So something needs to be done to sort of encourage these redevelopment projects by special policies or by special incentives. Now, first and foremost, what needs to be done is that the cost of construction permits needs to be reduced. Okay, typically redevelopment projects has three types of costs: cost of construction permits, cost of construction, and all remaining costs. Now, these three costs are, you can say, equal in the sense each of them is 1/3 of the total. So what can be done is that the cost of construction permits needs to be reduced, and for that, um, what needs to be done is that the ready reckoner rates, which actually jack up the total cost in every sense, if we need that rate needs to be the rates of the properties across the city, they need to be reduced further. Okay, now when the ready reckoner rates are reduced, automatically many of the approval costs are also reduced. So that is what needs to be done. And in addition to that, the municipal premiums which are paid to the municipal corporation also need to be reduced significantly so as to bring the cost of construction permits to a lower level. Then some financial facilities should also be uh, good for such projects. And what we can look for in such facilities is that first is deferment of premiums, so that the developer gets the much needed working capital. Okay, the premiums whichever the corporation or the approving authorities are charging, they should be deferred. More time should be given to the developer so that the working capital gets released, and that can be used into the construction of the project. Then project specific loans and advances is something which, you know, project financing in construction projects was something which was not happening for a long time. And with this pandemic situation, when the money is not coming, a lot of projects are stuck because of that. So what is required is a policy wherein, you know, loans and advances can be given to specific projects depending on its merits, and reduction in interest rates on home loans and stamp duty. This would be something which will help the buyer or encourage the buyer, motivate the buyer to buy flats, and thereby once the sales are happening, when the revenue is coming in, the projects will definitely gain the momentum which they need. And then there are other policies. There is a model of self-development that is happening in the city of Mumbai, wherein people, the owners of the plot themselves do the project without involving a developer. So what is required is better and easier policies and softer loans or easier loans for such projects, so that the projects can be done at a lesser cost. Faster construction permits are always have always been, you know, the kind of high on the wish list. And then the faster dispute resolution method, so that people get over their disputes and move with the projects and come back in their own homes as soon as possible. So thank you very much for your time. For those of you who have any questions or who would like to have more information about such projects, you can get in touch with me on this phone number or on the email ID which has been given here, which is technosysacademy@gmail.com, and our website is www.technosys.co.in. Thank you very much.
Friends, this is Anand Gupta, Chairman, Housing and RERA Committee of Builders Association of India, an important construction body and association of all the infrastructure developers and real estate developers in the country. Friends, as you know, our members are basically infrastructure developers which are responsible for national highway, state highways, seaport, airport, railway stations, public buildings, and similarly 1/3 of our members are real estate developers responsible for various housing projects in the country. We are really thankful to the organizer, particularly to CIDC, for organizing this international exhibition cum seminar on this difficult time and trying to find out the ways and means to solutions to various issues which construction industry is facing. I would like to raise few of the issues as with their solution, and if it is implemented by Government of India and all the state, probably it can solve lot of housing problem. One of the problem which we have observed is particularly if I start with Bombay, there is a dilapidated buildings. These have come mainly because of the faulty rules and keeping a artificial control on the Rent Control Act, not allowing owners to function independently, not allowing him to increase the rent, not allowing him to change the tenant as per his wish, and this has resulted into loss of lot of new building coming up, as he lost all business opportunity. He was not allowed to increase the rent, he was not allowed to make any change in the tenant, and then ultimately this business which was going on well as a rental housing has stopped, and this also further resulted into not maintaining this building. So I request all the authorities that this problem which Mumbai has faced, and today it has become a very big problem. Every year we lose few hundred people in collapse of building. So in India, if we really want housing for all, free scope for all the owners, all the developers should be given to fix up the rent, and they should be allowed to fix up their own rent, and looking at the location, looking at the kind of building which they are maintaining and they are owning. This will result into competition from one owner to another owner to keep a better building so that he can charge more rent, and this will enable a parallel economy, parallel housing as compared to the real estate, that people will be constructing the houses for giving on rental, and this will solve. So free hand to be given to both the people, and this will solve a lot of housing problem. The second problem which I observe have not paid, government has failed to attention, that lot of slums are coming in Mumbai, and looking at the incentive which government has wrongly been giving to all the people, that they have been given a ownership right, and in turn people have been making a more and more slum to get those incentives, and it has resulted, first it has started from Mumbai, it has resulted now in the different part of the Maharashtra. Now I was told it has reached to Delhi, Jaipur and other towns. So immediately we have to first make sure that no slum is given a ownership right. Even if you want to give a house on rental, they should be given on a rental, maybe symbolic 1 rupees rent, so that he cannot sell. He should not have any incentive to create more and more slum. Otherwise, we will be making the whole country in the slum, and as presently this is being it is having so much incentive that everybody wants to make a slum. Everybody thinks there is a lot of money in this, and government has failed to pay any attention on these issues. Number 3 issue which I would like to raise is, in our country presently there are 8,000 towns, small, big, every size, and more than 6,50,000 villages, and very few, maybe top 500 may be having some town planning authorities, and the towns are being controlled, road width, location of recreation area is being controlled, but all other things are getting developed haphazard manner. So unless we make a strict rules and we plan it out for our villages and the town for another 100 years, things will continue to go in haphazard manner, and we will never be able to match our villages and our towns with the European and other advanced part of them. So very strict rule, responsibility on the local sarpanch, responsibility on the local COs of Nagar Panchayat, and other thing, and even the police department has to be fixed up, that anything which has to be done, it has to be in a planned way, keeping all the future road width and other public services intact. And the fourth and the last which I want to write, presently our approval system is very poor. We are as per the World Bank, we are above 100 out of 182 countries, and this gives a very big setback to the housing industry in the country, as no foreigner wants to invest the money in this country where the approval is so all approval should come under RERA authority, and there has to be a very transparent and time-bound system for approving any project. Without that, it will be difficult to come out with the solution housing for all. I feel if these 4 suggestions are adopted, it will be a great help to make housing for all in the country and make real estate a more attractive and economically viable industry. Thank you.
ये है हापुड़ स्थित धौलाना में CIDC यानी कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री डेवलपमेंट काउंसिल का कौशल विकास केंद्र। और अपनी तकदीर बदलने के लिए कड़ी धूप में मशक्कत करते ये बच्चे, इन सब का सपना है एक बेहतर जिंदगी, और इनके इस सपने को उड़ान दी है एयरपोर्ट अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया यानी AAI ने।
CSR की एक्टिविटीज़ हैं पूरे देश में, वो करने के लिए बहुत ही प्रतिबद्ध हैं, अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं। एक चीज़ आप ये देखें कि पिछले 2 साल में तकरीबन 6000 बेरोज़गार बच्चों के लिए उन्होंने हमको जिम्मेदारी दी अलग अलग जगह पर।
AAI को साथ मिला CIDC यानी कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री डेवलपमेंट काउंसिल का। CIDC को स्किल डेवलपमेंट में लंबा अनुभव है।
CIDC के ऑल ओवर इंडिया में बहुत से सेंटर्स हैं और कई सेंटर्स में मैं खुद विजिट किया है।
इसने अब तक पूरे देश में तकरीबन 5 लाख लोगों को उनका हुनर बढ़ाने और संवारने में मदद की है। AAI ने पहली बार 2015-16 में CIDC को 1000 बच्चों के कौशल विकास की जिम्मेवारी दी। पहले बैच के तकरीबन सारे बच्चों को अलग अलग कंपनियों में नौकरी मिली, तो 2016-17 में 2000 बच्चों को प्रशिक्षित करने का काम दिया। इनका भी प्रशिक्षण पूरा हो गया और ये बच्चे अलग अलग कंस्ट्रक्शन कंपनियों में काम कर रहे हैं। कुछ लोग स्वरोजगार भी कर रहे हैं। AAI ने चालू वर्ष में भी 2000 बच्चों को प्रशिक्षित करने की जिम्मेवारी CIDC को दी है। इन्हें धौलाना के अलावा CIDC के फरीदाबाद, गोरखपुर, रांची, डाल्टेनगंज, सिधौली, रमसापुर और चापागुड़ी स्थित कौशल विकास केंद्रों पर भी प्रशिक्षण दिया जा रहा है।
सैलरी स्ट्रक्चर अगेन इट डिपेंड्स कि जो नियोक्ता कंपनी है उनके पास किस तरीके का उनका अपना एक सिस्टम है, बट एवरेज मैं कह सकता हूं कि स्टार्टिंग जो होती है करीब 10,000 रुपये से स्टार्ट होती है और अभी तक हमने देखा है कि करीब 17-18 हज़ार रुपये तक की स्टार्टिंग भी बच्चों को मिली।
PF और ESI की सुविधा अलग से। 2-3 सालों में इनमें अच्छी खासी बढ़ोतरी हो जाती है। इस तरह AAI हजारों परिवारों के सपनों को साकार करने में उनकी मदद कर रहा है।
Up above the world so high and down on the grounds, the advancements that you see in India's aviation is the success saga of the excellence shown by Airports Authority of India. AAI is constructing, operating and maintaining world-class airport. Along with that, AAI has a side that's down to earth and close to the people. One that's clearly visible in its CSR programs and activities. Through its CSR activities, AAI has keenly focused on skill development. To generate livelihood opportunities in backward and remote areas, AAI has tied up with Construction Industry Development Council for skill development of unemployed youth and people belonging to economically weaker sections.
In construction industry, there is acute shortage of skilled manpower. At the same time, there is a unemployed youth. So if we provide them a skill, it will be a win-win situation for both.
Through this skill development training, the student get theoretical knowledge and practical knowledge in construction related subjects like land survey, electrical wireman, general work supervisor, site accountant and storekeeper, etc.
Actually here we are providing trainings to the unskilled youth of India who are unemployed. We distribute pamphlets at the different locations of UP, Bihar, West Bengal to get the unskilled manpower. Then we can make them skilled. So we are providing them 3 months training.
More than 5,000 students have been trained with this skill development training program since 2015.
जब मैं यहाँ पे आया था तो इस सब्जेक्ट से रिलेटेड मेरे पास कुछ ज़्यादा नॉलेज नहीं थी, लेकिन यहाँ आने के बाद इस फील्ड में मुझे काफ़ी नॉलेज मिली है।
हमारे 2 महीने हो गए ट्रेनिंग के और 1 महीना बाकी रहा, मतलब काफ़ी कुछ सीख लिया 2 महीने के अंदर।
यहाँ से मतलब सीख के जाएंगे तो हम दुकान खोल सकते हैं अपने घर पे जाके, मतलब हम अपना कोई भी बिजनेस फैला सकते हैं।
ये बहुत अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी दे रहा है एयरपोर्ट और CIDC, जिससे कि बच्चे अपना आगे का फ्यूचर बना सकें।
With this skill development training, AAI has generated employment for many of underprivileged and uneducated youth. And on the other side, AAI and other PSUs got a skilled worker for their construction sites.
ट्रेनिंग से हमको मतलब बहुत लाभ हुआ है। मैं आज यहाँ पे जॉब पे हूँ और मेरा काम यहाँ पे जो है प्लांट को चलाने का है, मतलब जो बाहर से ऑर्डर आता है कंक्रीट का, मैं डिस्पैच स्लिप से उसे यहाँ से बना के मतलब माल को बनवा के और वहाँ पे साइट पे भेजना होता है हमको।
पहले मुझे कंप्यूटर की बिल्कुल भी नॉलेज नहीं थी, फिर धीरे धीरे मैं 3 महीने में इतना सीख गई कि वो लोग मेरा कॉन्फिडेंस देख के मुझे यहाँ पे एम्प्लॉय रख लिए।
Our motto by doing all CSR activity in Airports Authority of India is to make the difference and feel the difference.
Airports Authority of India has come to lend a new and distinct prominence to India on global aviation map. And we share this pride with every Indian. And we shall continue to serve them and enrich lives of Indians everywhere.
सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन का ट्रेनिंग ले रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हम प्रैक्टिकल कर रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हमें अचार बनाना, जाम बनाना, जेली बनाना आदि सिखाया गया है और उसके साथ यहाँ पे मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग की भी सिखाया गया है। हम जॉब कर सकते हैं या जॉब नहीं भी करें तो उसके द्वारा हम अपना बिजनेस शुरू कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए मैं CIDC और AAI को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। वो हमें ये सिखाया कि हमें अपने पैरों पर खुद खड़ा होना सिखाया। थैंक यू।
मैं CIDC में ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए आया हूँ, जो कि मिनिस्टर ब्रह्मो इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में कराया जा रहा है, जो कि कोरला डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है, असम में। मैं जो ट्रेड लिया हुआ हूँ वो है जनरल वर्क सुपरवाइजर का।
ऑटो लेवल एक डिवाइस होता है जिसके जरिए लेवल जमीन का और दूसरी चीज़ों का लेवलिंग लिया जाता है। इस डिवाइस के मुख्य पार्ट्स है ये ट्राइपॉड स्टैंड में ये ट्राइपॉड स्क्रू होता है जिसके ज़रिए इसका हाइट एडजस्ट किया जाता है और हाइट के साथ साथ इसका लेवल भी एडजस्ट किया जाता है।
I belongs from Risu, Meghalaya. I first 10 class. My father is a farmer. He earns just rupees 300 daily for family. There is not sufficient. I heard about my son training. Started at Risu Welfare by CIDC. I got admission and learning a lot about house construction. I learned about foundation, cement, sand, etc. By taking this training, I can make my future is better way. Thanks a lot to CIDC.
आफ्टर 10 पास में बेरोजगार था तो मेरा दोस्त राज ने बताया CIDC के बारे में और मैं CIDC सेंटर गुलाघाट ट्रेड प्लम्बर में ज्वाइन किया।
हम लोग गांव में कोई भी काम नहीं मिला, इसलिए हम लोग जो सेंटर से हम लोग को बोला, इसलिए वो लोग दिल्ली से सब लोग आया और CIDC वेलफेयर में अच्छा काम करना मिलेगा बोला, इसलिए हम लोग ट्रेनिंग के लिए CIDC के आया और हम लोग ये CIDC ट्रेनिंग खत्म होने के बाद हम अच्छा काम चुनेगा।
यहाँ मैं सिद्धोली CIDC सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन में ट्रेड पे हम लोगों को आम के अचार, जाम, स्क्वायर बनाना सिखा रहे हैं। तो यहाँ पे हम लोग ये बेल की स्क्वायर बना रही हूँ। तो ये सीखने के बाद हम लोग पैकेजिंग और मार्केटिंग भी सीखेंगे और सीख भी रही हूँ। और ये इसके लिए हमें तो फ्री में CIDC और AAI हमें तो फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रही है। इसके लिए हम CIDC को और AAI को थैंक यू बोलना चाहती हूँ जो हम लोगों को फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं। और मैं खुद ये सीखने के बाद मैं खुद के बिजनेस शुरू करूँगी, अगर मुझसे हो सके तो मैं जॉब भी करना चाहूँगी।
My father is a teacher. I'm taking training in Muslim Trade at Nongstoin Center. I have learned about the construction material, measurement, the foundation, brick, masonry, extra from Pawan from self-power. After studying, I can work this trade and earn my living.
हम लोग अभी पहले तो हम लोग 200 रुपया ऐसा मांगेगा। अभी हम लोग से जैसे ट्रेनिंग लेने के बाद हम लोग जो काम उसको हम लोग सीखेगा, उसको हम लोग अभी 500, 600, 700 ऐसा मांगेगा।
मैं असम से आई हूँ, मेरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट गोलाघाट। मैं पहले से गोलाघाट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में CIDC पार्ट की सब्जेक्ट फूड प्रिजर्वेशन के लिए 3 मंथ की कोचिंग करने के लिए आई थी। वहाँ मैंने फूड प्रिजर्वेशन क्या है वो सीखा है। तो वहाँ का मैंने सिडोली सेंटर में ट्रांसफ़र की गई है। यहाँ पहला दिन से मैं अचार, जैम, जेली कैसे बनाती है वो सब सीखा है। और उसके बाद मैंने मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग भी बहुत सारी बातें सीखने के मिले हैं। तो इसीलिए मैं जो भी जॉब और ना तो मैं अपनी बिजनेस शुरू करना चाहती हूँ।
केंद्रीय लोक निर्माण विभाग यानी CPWD नेशनल एकेडमी गाजियाबाद का ये सारा तामझाम उत्सव जैसा माहौल निर्माण श्रमिकों के लिए है। और हो भी क्यों ना, CPWD ने निर्माण उद्योग विकास परिषद यानी CIDC की सहायता से पहली बार विभिन्न विधाओं के निर्माण श्रमिकों के लिए 28 सितंबर से 2 अक्टूबर 2019 तक के लिए मेगा स्किलिंग, टेस्टिंग एंड सर्टिफिकेशन कैंप का आयोजन किया। ये कार्यक्रम माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के स्किलिंग इंडिया कार्यक्रम के अनुरूप राष्ट्र निर्माण के यज्ञ में CPWD CIDC की ओर से आहुति है।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो कार्यक्रम बनाया है उसके तहत हम लोगों ने CIDC के साथ एक MOU साइन किया हुआ है और पूरे देश में हम लोग जो हमारे वर्कर्स हैं उनको ट्रेनिंग देने का हमने एक प्रोग्राम बनाया हुआ है। और सोशल कॉज की तरह हमने सोचा है कि जो हमारे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट के तहत जो 20% जो वर्कर्स होते हैं वो स्किल कैटेगरी के तो कंपलसरी हैं, लेकिन उसके अलावा करीब 30% वर्कर्स को हम लोग अपने खर्चे से उनको ट्रेनिंग देंगे।
इस मेगा स्किलिंग, टेस्टिंग एंड सर्टिफिकेशन कैंप ने NCR के निर्माण श्रमिकों में एक नई ऊर्जा भर दी। आमतौर पर अधिकांश निर्माण श्रमिक समाज के कमजोर तबके से आते हैं और प्रायः औपचारिक शिक्षा की दहलीज तक नहीं पहुंच पाते हैं।
और मैं यहाँ कैंप लगा हुआ था और यहाँ मैं इंटरव्यू के लिए आया, अपना फार्म भरा है, फिर इंटरव्यू हुआ। इंटरव्यू में मुझसे मेरे क्वेश्चन पूछे गए इलेक्शन के कि मैं क्या वर्क करता हूँ और जो हमारे कार्य के बारे में सेफ्टी कैसे होनी चाहिए हमारे इलेक्ट्रिशियन की और क्या हमें करना चाहिए, कौन सी तार हमें यूज करनी चाहिए या करते समय किन किन बातों का हमें ध्यान रखना चाहिए।
मेरे को अनुभव तो काफ़ी है, लेकिन मेरे पास प्रमाण पत्र नहीं था, तो इसलिए मैं यहाँ पे आया हूँ कैंप में। तो मेरे को उम्मीद है कि मेरे को यहाँ से प्रमाण पत्र मिल जाएगा।
इस मेगा टेस्टिंग एंड सर्टिफिकेशन कैंप ने केवल उनके आत्मबल को ही नहीं बढ़ाया, बल्कि सफल प्रतिभागियों को प्रमाण पत्र देकर उनका गौरव भी बढ़ाया।
आगे आने वाले समय में ये प्रशिक्षण प्राप्त श्रमिकों की संख्या बढ़ेगी, इससे उनको एम्प्लॉयमेंट में, उनको रोजगार में सहायता मिलेगी और जो उनको रोजगार देने वाले हैं उनको भी उनके बारे में एक मानकीकृत जानकारी प्राप्त हो सकेगी।
CPWD भारत सरकार की सर्वोच्च निर्माण एजेंसी है। उसके काम करने के तौर तरीकों का अनुसरण केवल सरकारी एजेंसियां ही नहीं बल्कि निजी क्षेत्र की कंपनियां भी करती हैं। निर्माण कर्मियों के पूर्व ज्ञान के परीक्षण और प्रमाणीकरण के कार्य को CPWD ने अपने निविदा अनुबंध में भी शामिल किया है।
इसमें अहम रोल जो है CIDC का है। हमारे जनरल कंडीशन ऑफ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में क्लॉज 19K है, जिसके तहत हर एक कंस्ट्रक्शन साइट पे 20% जो है कुशल कारीगर एम्प्लॉय होने हैं। तो ये बेसिकली मैं समझता हूँ कॉन्ट्रैक्टर के लिए भी अच्छा है, उनके ओर से भी समाज सेवा का ही काम होगा।
CPWD देश भर में इस तरह के कई मेगा स्किलिंग, टेस्टिंग एंड सर्टिफिकेशन कैंप आयोजित करेगी। गाजियाबाद का ये कैंप इस श्रृंखला में पहला है। शिविर का उद्घाटन श्री प्रभाकर सिंह, महानिदेशक CPWD ने किया। उन्होंने शिविर में आए निर्माण श्रमिकों से कहा कि वो कड़ी मेहनत से नए कौशल सीखें और जीवन में आगे बढ़ने के इस अवसर का लाभ उठाएं।
ये मैसेज पूरे भारतवर्ष में जाना चाहिए कि किस तरीके से हम लोगों का कौशल विकास कर रहे हैं। पूरे हिंदुस्तान में कोने कोने में हम लोग कर रहे हैं, उसके मैसेज हमारे पास आ रहे हैं और लोग बहुत ही उत्साहित हैं। तो ये हमारा जीवन है, जीवन की कर्म भूमि है। इसमें हमें हमेशा सीखते रहना पड़ता है। हम स्टूडेंट की तरह पूरे लाइफ में जीते हैं। ये नहीं कि हमने एक सीख लिया तो यहाँ पे काम खत्म हो गया ना, उसके आगे में बढ़ना है और जीवन के अंत तक हमें, तभी जीवन हमारा सार्थक है।
इस अवसर पर CIDC के महानिदेशक डॉक्टर PR स्वरूप ने सभी वरिष्ठ कामगारों से आग्रह किया कि वो प्रशिक्षक और गुरु बनकर वर्तमान कार्यबल के साथ अपने ज्ञान को साझा करें।
इनमें से जो वृद्ध कारीगर हैं, जिनकी शारीरिक क्षमता अब नहीं है काम करने की, लेकिन वो पढ़ा सकते हैं और बता सकते हैं लोगों को कि कैसे अच्छा काम किया जाए, उनको प्रमाणीकरण करके शिक्षक का भी दर्जा दिया जाए ताकि वो आगे आने वाली नस्लों को तैयार करें।
इस मेगा टेस्टिंग एंड सर्टिफिकेशन कैंप में CIDC की 18 परीक्षण टीमों ने लगभग 1000 निर्माण श्रमिकों के कौशल का परीक्षण किया। इस कैंप की सफलता से उत्साहित होकर CPWD और CIDC ने लखनऊ, कोलकाता, गुवाहाटी, चेन्नई और मुंबई में भी इस तरह के कैंप लगाने की योजना बनाई है।
ये है हापुड़ स्थित धौलाना में CIDC यानी कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री डेवलपमेंट काउंसिल का कौशल विकास केंद्र। और अपनी तकदीर बदलने के लिए कड़ी धूप में मशक्कत करते ये बच्चे, इन सब का सपना है एक बेहतर जिंदगी, और इनके इस सपने को उड़ान दी है एयरपोर्ट अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया यानी AAI ने।
CSR की एक्टिविटीज़ हैं पूरे देश में, वो करने के लिए बहुत ही प्रतिबद्ध हैं, अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं। एक चीज़ आप ये देखें कि पिछले 2 साल में तकरीबन 6000 बेरोज़गार बच्चों के लिए उन्होंने हमको जिम्मेदारी दी अलग अलग जगह पर।
AAI को साथ मिला CIDC यानी कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री डेवलपमेंट काउंसिल का। CIDC को स्किल डेवलपमेंट में लंबा अनुभव है।
CIDC के ऑल ओवर इंडिया में बहुत से सेंटर्स हैं और कई सेंटर्स में मैं खुद विजिट किया है।
इसने अब तक पूरे देश में तकरीबन 5 लाख लोगों को उनका हुनर बढ़ाने और संवारने में मदद की है। AAI ने पहली बार 2015-16 में CIDC को 1000 बच्चों के कौशल विकास की जिम्मेवारी दी। पहले बैच के तकरीबन सारे बच्चों को अलग अलग कंपनियों में नौकरी मिली, तो 2016-17 में 2000 बच्चों को प्रशिक्षित करने का काम दिया। इनका भी प्रशिक्षण पूरा हो गया और ये बच्चे अलग अलग कंस्ट्रक्शन कंपनियों में काम कर रहे हैं। कुछ लोग स्वरोजगार भी कर रहे हैं। AAI ने चालू वर्ष में भी 2000 बच्चों को प्रशिक्षित करने की जिम्मेवारी CIDC को दी है। इन्हें धौलाना के अलावा CIDC के फरीदाबाद, गोरखपुर, रांची, डाल्टेनगंज, सिधौली, रमसापुर और चापागुड़ी स्थित कौशल विकास केंद्रों पर भी प्रशिक्षण दिया जा रहा है।
सैलरी स्ट्रक्चर अगेन इट डिपेंड्स कि जो नियोक्ता कंपनी है उनके पास किस तरीके का उनका अपना एक सिस्टम है, बट एवरेज मैं कह सकता हूं कि स्टार्टिंग जो होती है करीब 10,000 रुपये से स्टार्ट होती है और अभी तक हमने देखा है कि करीब 17-18 हज़ार रुपये तक की स्टार्टिंग भी बच्चों को मिली।
PF और ESI की सुविधा अलग से। 2-3 सालों में इनमें अच्छी खासी बढ़ोतरी हो जाती है। इस तरह AAI हजारों परिवारों के सपनों को साकार करने में उनकी मदद कर रहा है।
Up above the world so high and down on the grounds, the advancements that you see in India's aviation is the success saga of the excellence shown by Airports Authority of India. AAI is constructing, operating and maintaining world-class airport. Along with that, AAI has a side that's down to earth and close to the people. One that's clearly visible in its CSR programs and activities. Through its CSR activities, AAI has keenly focused on skill development. To generate livelihood opportunities in backward and remote areas, AAI has tied up with Construction Industry Development Council for skill development of unemployed youth and people belonging to economically weaker sections.
In construction industry, there is a huge shortage of skilled manpower. At the same time, there is a unemployed youth. So if we provide them a skill, it will be a win-win situation for both.
Through this skill development training, the student gets theoretical knowledge and practical knowledge in construction-related subjects like land survey, electrical wireman, general work supervisor, site accountant and storekeeper, etc.
Actually, here we are providing trainings to the unskilled youth of India who are unemployed. We distribute pamphlets at the different locations of UP, Bihar, West Bengal to get the unskilled manpower. Then we can make them skilled. So we are providing them 3 months training.
More than 5,000 students have been trained with this skill development training program since 2015.
जब मैं यहाँ पे आया था तो इस सब्जेक्ट से रिलेटेड मेरे पास कुछ ज़्यादा नॉलेज नहीं थी, लेकिन यहाँ आने के बाद इस फील्ड में मुझे काफ़ी नॉलेज मिली है।
हमारे 2 महीने हो गए ट्रेनिंग के और 1 महीना बाकी रहा, हमने काफ़ी कुछ सीख लिया 2 महीने के अंदर।
यहाँ से मतलब सीख के जाएंगे तो हम दुकान खोल सकते हैं अपने घर पे जाके, मतलब हम अपना कोई भी बिजनेस फैला सकते हैं।
ये बहुत अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी दे रहा है एयरपोर्ट और CIDC, जिससे कि बच्चे अपना आगे का फ्यूचर बना सकें।
With this skill development training, AAI has generated employment for many of underprivileged and uneducated youth. And on the other side, AAI and other PSUs got a skilled worker for their construction sites.
ट्रेनिंग से हमको मतलब बहुत लाभ हुआ है। मैं आज यहाँ पे जॉब पे हूँ और मेरा काम यहाँ पे जो है प्लांट को चलाने का है, मतलब जो बाहर से ऑर्डर आता है कंक्रीट का, मैं डिस्पैच स्लिप से उसे यहाँ से बना के मतलब माल को बनवा के और वहाँ पे साइट पे भेजना होता है हमको।
पहले मुझे कंप्यूटर की बिल्कुल भी नॉलेज नहीं थी, फिर धीरे धीरे मैं 3 महीने में इतना सीख गई कि वो लोग मेरा कॉन्फिडेंस देख के मुझे यहाँ पे एम्प्लॉय रख लिए।
Our motto by doing all CSR activity in Airports Authority of India is to make the difference and feel the difference.
Airports Authority of India has come to lend a new and distinct prominence to India on global aviation map. And we share this pride with every Indian. And we shall continue to serve them and enrich lives of Indians everywhere.
सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन का ट्रेनिंग ले रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हम प्रैक्टिकल कर रही हूँ। यहाँ पे हमें अचार बनाना, जाम बनाना, जेली बनाना आदि सिखाया गया है और उसके साथ यहाँ पे मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग की भी सिखाया गया है। हम जॉब कर सकते हैं या जॉब नहीं भी करें तो उसके द्वारा हम अपना बिजनेस शुरू कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए मैं CIDC और AAI को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। वो हमें ये सिखाया कि हमें अपने पैरों पे खुद खड़ा होना सिखाया। इसलिए थैंक यू।
मैं CIDC में ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए आया हूँ, जो कि मिनिस्टर ब्रह्मो इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में कराया जा रहा है, जो कि कोकराझार डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है, असम में। मैं जो ट्रेड लिया हुआ हूँ वो है जनरल वर्क सुपरवाइजर का।
ऑटो लेवल एक डिवाइस होता है जिसके जरिए लेवल ज़मीन का और दूसरी चीज़ों का लेवलिंग लिया जाता है। इस डिवाइस के मुख्य पार्ट्स है ये ट्राइपॉड स्टैंड में ये ट्राइपॉड स्क्रू होता है जिसके ज़रिए इसका हाइट एडजस्ट किया जाता है और हाइट के साथ साथ इसका लेवल भी एडजस्ट किया जाता है।
I belongs from Risu, Meghalaya. I first 10 class. My father is a farmer. He earns just rupees 300 daily for family. There is not sufficient. I heard about my son training. Started at Risu Welfare by CIDC. I got admission and learning a lot about house construction. I learned about foundation, cement, sand, etc. By taking this training, I can make my future is better way. Thanks a lot to CIDC.
आफ्टर 10 पास में बेरोजगार था तो मेरा दोस्त राज ने बताया CIDC के बारे में और मैं CIDC सेंटर गोलाघाट ट्रेड प्लम्बर में ज्वाइन किया।
हम लोग गांव में कोई भी काम नहीं मिला, इसलिए हम लोग जो सेंटर से हम लोग को बोला, इसलिए वो लोग दिल्ली से सब लोग आया और ऋषि वेलफेयर में अच्छा काम करना मिलेगा बोला, इसलिए हम लोग ट्रेनिंग के लिए CIDC के आया और हम लोग ये CIDC ट्रेनिंग खत्म होने के बाद हम अच्छा काम चुनेगा।
यहाँ मैं सिद्धोली CIDC सेंटर में फूड प्रिजर्वेशन में ट्रेड पे हम लोगों को आम के अचार, जाम, स्क्वायर बनाना सिखा रहे हैं। तो यहाँ पे हम लोग ये बेलची स्क्वायर बना रही हूँ। तो ये सीखने के बाद हम लोग पैकेजिंग और मार्केटिंग भी सीखेंगे और सीख भी रही हूँ। और ये इसके लिए हमें तो फ्री में CIDC और AAI हमें तो फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रही है। इसके लिए हम CIDC को और AAI को थैंक यू बोलना चाहते हूँ जो हम लोग को फ्री में ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं। और मैं खुद ये सीखने के बाद मैं खुद के बिजनेस शुरू करूँगी, अगर मुझसे हो सके तो मैं जॉब भी करना चाहूँगी।
My father is a teacher. I'm taking training in Muslim Trade at Longstone Center. I have learned about the construction material, measurement, the foundation, brick, masonry, extra from power from self-power. After studying, I can work this trade and earn my living.
हम लोग अभी पहले तो हम लोग 200 रुपया ऐसा मांगेगा। अभी हम लोग CIDC ट्रेनिंग लेने के बाद हम लोग जो काम उसको हम लोग सीखेगा, उसको हम लोग अभी 500, 600, 700 ऐसा मांगेगा।
मैं असम से आई हूँ, मेरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट गोलाघाट। मैं पहले से गोलाघाट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में CIDC पार्ट की सब्जेक्ट फूड प्रिजर्वेशन के लिए 3 मंथ की कोचिंग करने के लिए आई थी। वहाँ मैंने फूड प्रिजर्वेशन क्या है वो सीखा है। तो वहाँ पर मैंने सिडोली सेंटर में ट्रांसफ़र की गई है। यहाँ पहला दिन से मैं अचार, जैम, जेली कैसे बनाती है वो सब सीखा है। और उसके बाद मैंने मार्केटिंग और पैकेजिंग भी बहुत सारी बातें सीखने के मिले हैं। तो इसीलिए मैं जो भी जॉब और ना तो मैं अपनी बिजनेस शुरू करना चाहती हूँ।
केंद्रीय लोक निर्माण विभाग यानी CPWD नेशनल एकेडमी गाजियाबाद का ये सारा तामझाम उत्सव जैसा माहौल निर्माण श्रमिकों के लिए है। और हो भी क्यों ना, CPWD ने निर्माण उद्योग विकास परिषद यानी CIDC की सहायता से पहली बार विभिन्न विधाओं के निर्माण श्रमिकों के लिए 28 सितंबर से 2 अक्टूबर 2019 तक के लिए मेगा स्किलिंग, टेस्टिंग एंड सर्टिफिकेशन कैंप का आयोजन किया। ये कार्यक्रम माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के स्किलिंग इंडिया कार्यक्रम के अनुरूप राष्ट्र निर्माण के यज्ञ में CPWD CIDC की ओर से आहुति है।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कार्यक्रम बनाया है, उसके तहत हम लोगों ने CIDC के साथ एक MOU साइन किया हुआ है और पूरे देश में हम लोग जो हमारे वर्कर्स हैं उनको ट्रेनिंग देने का हमने एक प्रोग्राम बनाया हुआ है। और सोशल कॉज की तरह हमने सोचा है कि जो हमारे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट के तहत जो 20% जो वर्कर्स होते हैं वो स्किल कैटेगरी के तो कंपलसरी हैं, लेकिन उसके अलावा करीब 30% वर्कर्स को हम लोग अपने खर्चे से उनको ट्रेनिंग देंगे।
इस मेगा स्किलिंग, टेस्टिंग एंड सर्टिफिकेशन कैंप ने NCR के निर्माण श्रमिकों में एक नई ऊर्जा भर दी। आमतौर पर अधिकांश निर्माण श्रमिक समाज के कमजोर तबके से आते हैं और प्रायः औपचारिक शिक्षा की दहलीज तक नहीं पहुंच पाते हैं।
और मैं यहाँ कैंप लगा हुआ था और यहाँ मैं इंटरव्यू के लिए आया, अपना फार्म भरा है, फिर इंटरव्यू हुआ। इंटरव्यू में मुझसे मेरे क्वेश्चन पूछे गए इलेक्ट्रिशियन के कि मैं क्या वर्क करता हूँ और जो हमारे कार्य के बारे में, सेफ्टी कैसे होनी चाहिए हमारे इलेक्ट्रिशियन की और क्या हमें करना चाहिए, कौन सी तार हमें यूज करनी चाहिए या करते समय किन किन बातों का हमें ध्यान रखना चाहिए।
मेरे को अनुभव तो काफ़ी है, लेकिन मेरे पास प्रमाण पत्र नहीं था, तो इसलिए मैं यहाँ पे आया हूँ कैंप में। तो मेरे को उम्मीद है कि मेरे को यहाँ से प्रमाण पत्र मिल जाएगा।
इस मेगा टेस्टिंग एंड सर्टिफिकेशन कैंप ने केवल उनके आत्मबल को ही नहीं बढ़ाया, बल्कि सफल प्रतिभागियों को प्रमाण पत्र देकर उनका गौरव भी बढ़ाया।
आगे आने वाले समय में ये प्रशिक्षण प्राप्त श्रमिकों की संख्या बढ़ेगी, इससे उनको एम्प्लॉयमेंट में, उनको रोजगार में सहायता मिलेगी और जो उनको रोजगार देने वाले हैं उनको भी उनके बारे में एक मानकीकृत जानकारी प्राप्त हो सकेगी।
CPWD भारत सरकार की सर्वोच्च निर्माण एजेंसी है। उसके काम करने के तौर तरीकों का अनुसरण केवल सरकारी एजेंसियां ही नहीं बल्कि निजी क्षेत्र की कंपनियां भी करती हैं। निर्माण कर्मियों के पूर्व ज्ञान के परीक्षण और प्रमाणीकरण के कार्य को CPWD ने अपने निविदा अनुबंध में भी शामिल किया है।
इसमें अहम रोल जो है CIDC का है। हमारे जनरल कंडीशन ऑफ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में क्लॉज 19K है, जिसके तहत हर एक कंस्ट्रक्शन साइट पे 20% जो है कुशल कारीगर एम्प्लॉय होने हैं। तो ये बेसिकली मैं समझता हूँ कॉन्ट्रैक्टर के लिए भी अच्छा है, उनके ओर से भी समाज सेवा का ही काम होगा।
CPWD देश भर में इस तरह के कई मेगा स्किलिंग, टेस्टिंग एंड सर्टिफिकेशन कैंप आयोजित करेगी। गाजियाबाद का ये कैंप इस श्रृंखला में पहला है। शिविर का उद्घाटन श्री प्रभाकर सिंह, महानिदेशक CPWD ने किया। उन्होंने शिविर में आए निर्माण श्रमिकों से कहा कि वो कड़ी मेहनत से नए कौशल सीखें और जीवन में आगे बढ़ने के इस अवसर का लाभ उठाएं।
ये मैसेज पूरे भारतवर्ष में जाना चाहिए कि किस तरीके से हम लोगों का कौशल विकास कर रहे हैं। पूरे हिंदुस्तान में कोने कोने में हम जो कर रहे हैं उसकी मैसेज हमारे पास आ रहे हैं और लोग बहुत ही उत्साहित हैं। तो ये हमारा जीवन है, जीवन की कर्म भूमि है। इसमें हमें हमेशा सीखते रहना पड़ता है। हम स्टूडेंट की तरह पूरे लाइफ में जीते हैं। ये नहीं कि हमने एक सीख लिया तो यहाँ पे काम खत्म हो गया ना, उसके आगे में बढ़ना है और जीवन के अंत तक हमें, तभी जीवन हमारा सार्थक है।
इस अवसर पर CIDC के महानिदेशक डॉक्टर PR स्वरूप ने सभी वरिष्ठ कामगारों से आग्रह किया कि वो प्रशिक्षक और गुरु बनकर वर्तमान कार्यबल के साथ अपने ज्ञान को साझा करें।
इनमें से जो वृद्ध कारीगर हैं, जिनकी शारीरिक क्षमता अब नहीं है काम करने की, लेकिन वो पढ़ा सकते हैं और बता सकते हैं लोगों को कि कैसे अच्छा काम किया जाए, उनको प्रमाणीकरण करके शिक्षक का भी दर्जा दिया जाए ताकि वो आगे आने वाली नस्लों को तैयार करें।
इस मेगा टेस्टिंग एंड सर्टिफिकेशन कैंप में CIDC की 18 परीक्षण टीमों ने लगभग 1000 निर्माण श्रमिकों के कौशल का परीक्षण किया। इस कैंप की सफलता से उत्साहित होकर CPWD और CIDC ने लखनऊ, कोलकाता, गुवाहाटी, चेन्नई और मुंबई में भी इस तरह के कैंप लगाने की योजना बनाई है।